Chapter 601, Daydream. Ling Lan and Zhao Jun's statement caused Shen Rufai's expression to change suddenly. "What, you two are from Lingshan too?" Shen Rufai's words woke the other people up from their stupor. They realized that it was not an illusion. Ling Lan and Zhao Jun were really from the Lingshan battle team. How could this be true? There were no such team in the 23rd Division. Did their captain went to another division? However, only people from the same division could form a team. Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know if Ling Lan and Zhao Jun said this because they wanted to stand up for their junior brothers, or was there really such a team? Over these years, Zhao Jun and Ling Lan rejected all the invites from various battle teams because they wanted to prove their loyalty to the Nameless battle team. This was why the captain of the Nameless battle team took two of them in. Shen Rufai was shocked. Zhao Jun and Ling Lan had no intention of replying to him. Ling Lan smiled mysteriously at him while Zhao Jun walked towards him slowly with the chair leg in his hand. Although Shen Rufai was the commander of the Mecha clan and was an ace mecha master, his physical skills was only at the higher tier of Qi Jin level. Zhao Jun was at the peak level of Qi Jin. He could subdue Shen Rufai easily all by himself. Shen Rufai knew that he was unable to defeat Zhao Jun too. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. He started to regret coming to this place. He should have sent someone over. That way, even if the recruits rejected him, he would not be in such a difficult position. Would he be embarrassed just like this? Shen Rufai could almost see his future. He would be condemned by everyone in the 23rd Division and would never be able to raise his head again. He regained his senses and shouted immediately, "There is no Lingshan battle team in the 23rd Division. Don't try to lie your way through." "Zhao Jun, you have no right to challenge me." He turned to look at the logistics commander standing beside the registration counter. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you do something about him? He is trying to take revenge on me by saying such lies." The logistics commander didn't want to take part in the affairs of these officers. Most of these officers had a higher rank than him. However, he was not given any chances to stay out of the dispute. The logistics commander looked at one of his staff members helplessly. The staff member instantly checked his computer and shook his head thereafter. There was no Lingshan battle team registered in the system. Zhao Jun didn't have the right to launch an armed melee challenge at Shen Rufai. The logistics commander coughed and said, "Major Zhao Jun, Major Ling Lan, I am sorry. There is no such battle team in the system. You do not have the right to challenge Senior Colonel Shen Rufai." He talked calmly, but in his heart, he was crying. These two people were both stronger than him. How could he stop them? Shen Rufai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what the logistics commander said. But he soon got angry again. "Zhao Jun, how dare you humiliate me like this? Are you angry? Challenge me to an armed melee challenge then." Zhao Jun raised his eyebrows in disdain. From the moment Shen Rufai humiliated Lingshan, their relationship was set. They would never be able to peacefully interact with one another. No matter how strong Shen Rufai's background was, Zhao Jun was not afraid. He had Ling Lan. "I feel so happy that boss was the son of General Ling Zhao." Zhao Jun finally understood how convenient it was to have a powerful father. Why am I thinking this way? I used to hate all the second generation of powerful people. Zhao Jun didn't expect himself to change so much. He was even happy that he had such a powerful friend. Zhao Jun silently reprimanded himself. Then, he continued glaring at Shen Rufai. "What can you do to me? Can you hit me?" Shen Rufai almost exploded when he saw Zhao Jun's expression. Many officers disliked Shen Rufai, so they sneered at him secretly when they heard what Zhao Jun said. They admired how bold Zhao Jun was. If it was them, they would never have the guts to stand up to Shen Rufai. By right, Shen Rufai didn't have the capabilities to become the commanding officer of a mecha clan. He just had a powerful background. Hence, even if many people didn't like him, they could only keep it in their hearts. This was why no one said anything even though they saw the flaw in Zhao Jun's armed melee challenge just now. Shen Rufai seriously wanted to hit this major standing in front of him, but he was weaker than Zhao Jun. He had no choice but to swallow his frustration. His face turned hideous. Everyone saw Shen Rufai's expression and started to worry for Zhao Jun. Those that knew Shen Rufai well knew that he would definitely do something behind the back to Zhao Jun. However, Zhao Jun had the Nameless Battle Team behind him. The Nameless Battle Team would be able to protect him. Ding dong, the clock on the wall rang. Shen Rufai scanned the recruits with cold eyes. They were the ones who caused everything. If they accepted his request right from the start, none of these events would have happened. Shen Rufai had already decided that he would not let Qilong and his friends off. He said in a vicious tone, "There is only 1 hour left. Prepare to enter my mecha clan." Qilong and his friends were not affected by the words at all. Only Li Yingji's face changed. Qilong had Ling Lan, but he had no one. He really didn't have a team. Would he land in Shen Rufai's hands? Just as Li Yingji was distraught, a handsome young man appeared at the door and attracted everyone's attention. This was because he wasn't wearing the military uniform. He only had a white doctor's gown on him. Those who knew about the different uniforms in the military would know that this person was a high-ranking professional military doctor. Not everyone could wear the doctor's white gown out of the hospital. Only professional doctors with many achievements could wear it outside. Everyone tensed up when they saw this person. Only Li Yingji felt elated to see him. This person scanned his surroundings. He then saw Zhao Jun and Ling Lan and quickly walked towards them. This person was none other than the famous military doctor, Li Shu. Many middle-rank officers didn't like him, but they didn't dare to offend him too. Is there still no news? He was supposed to come with Zhao Jun and Ling Lan, but an emergency patient was sent in. Thus, he was dragged by the dean of the hospital to the surgery room. The dean didn't have the confidence to perform the surgery, so he wanted Li Shu to do it instead. Li Shu had no choice but to perform the surgery. He rushed here immediately after he finished the surgery, so he didn't have the time to change. Ling Lan shook his head. Li Shu was worried. "Do you think that our boss will?" He didn't manage to finish his sentence. He wanted to ask whether Ling Lan would fail the missions, but he felt that Ling Lan would not fail if he set his mind to it. However, when he heard that no recruits ever succeeded in forming a team, this made him nervous. He wanted to believe in Ling Lan, but he couldn't stop thinking about the slim chance that he might fail. He will succeed," Ling Lan said firmly. He knew Ling Lan well. He would only do things only if he was confident that he would succeed. Ling Lan turned and said to Qilong and the other people, "Go and register first. We can wait for the good news from your boss after that." Qilong and the others nodded and went to register. He felt the same way as Ling Lan. He knew that his boss would succeed. Hence, it doesn't matter if he register first, he just needed to enter the battle team before the registration period ended. While Qilong and the others went to register, Li Yingji and his men were perturbed. If they didn't have a team by the end of the registration period, they would be randomly allocated to different teams by the mainframe. They were used to following Li Yingji and were afraid of being alone. They grabbed Li Yingji and wanted to get an answer from him. Li Yingji kicked them angrily. "I don't know what to do too. You all can still live happily in other battle teams. However, I will probably land in his hands. I don't even know how long I can live under him." He raised his chin and signaled at Shen Rufai. His own situation was worse than his men. "What shall we do?" His men suddenly remembered Li Yingji's plight and became depressed. From the Scout Academy till now, they had always been together. They offended a lot of people and created troubles together. They had a good relationship with each other, so they were worried for Li Yingji. "Leader, why don't you join boss's battle team?" someone suggested to Li Yingji. "Huh? Be under Ling Lan? No way. I am an arrogant person. How can I do that?" Li Yingji shook his head furiously. He didn't notice that his men were staring at him sarcastically. "You have already bowed down to boss in your heart. Why are you still being tough on the outside?" However, since they had been friends for so many years, they decided to not expose Li Yingji lie. They looked at each other and decided to persuade their leader for the sake of his future. "Leader, this is a plan," one of his men said. "Plan?" Li Yingji blinked in confusion. "You can make use of our boss to overcome the current obstacle first. If you want to form your own battle team next time, we will join you." The person started his persuasion. "You can do this too?" Li Yingji was moved. He had been suppressed by Ling Lan all these years. If he could scheme against him once, It would be a sweet revenge for him. This idea was amazing. Of course, ace operators have the right to leave their team and form their own battle team. The person continued. He remembered that when a soldier became an ace operator, they would be given this option. However, he didn't know if people who were already ace operators before entering a battle team would be given this option as well. But his leader definitely would not notice this loophole as he was not a meticulous person. As expected, Li Yingji nodded. He liked this idea very much. His men saw hope and quickly came together and continued to persuade him. Li Yingji got swayed and decided to join the Lingshan battle team to solve his current situation first. When Li Shi looked over, he saw his cousin, Li Yingji, waving at him. They were never on good terms with each other, so he was surprised by Li Yingji's actions. What is happening? Li Shi walked over curiously and asked in a low voice. What? Li Yingji didn't know how to talk to his cousin. You don't want to say? Forget it then. Li Shi glanced at him and prepared to walk away. Because of his eldest cousin brother, his relationship with this little cousin was not good. It was already rare that he came over to take a look at him. He was not going to beg him to tell him anything if he wasn't saying anything. Before he could walk further, he felt something pulling on his white robe. Li Shi glanced coldly at the hand on his robe. Let go. No. Li Yingji looked up at him stubbornly. Li Shi tried to pull his clothes away, but Li Yingji grabbed them tightly. He felt that if he forced Li Yingji to let go, his white robe might get torn in the process. A new robe would cost him money. Li Shi was influenced by Lin Zonking and learned how to save money because of him. He controlled his anger and forced the words out of his mouth. I will give you one more chance. What do you want to say? Li Yingji knew that this was his last opportunity. He quickly said, can you help me to tell Boss Lan that I want to join the Lingshan battle team? Li Yingji dug his ears. What did you say? Did he hear wrong? The arrogant and proud Li Yingji wanted to join his boss voluntarily. Did the sun rise from the west today? Li Shi's expression angered Li Yingji. I said that I want to join the Lingshan battle team. Can you help me ask boss about this? Can you hear me now? Li Yingji's men covered their faces with their palms simultaneously. This was not their leader. Yes, he was not their leader. From now on, their leader would be Ling Lan. Li Yingji's men felt that they had made a wise decision. Li Yingji saw that everyone in the atrium was staring at him and immediately blushed. He looked at Li Shi and seemed to be complaining to him with his eyes. Brother, how can you tease me like this? For the first time, Li Shi actually felt that Li Yingji was cute. He couldn't help but rub Li Yingji's head. I know. I will ask the boss for you. Don't rub my head, you bastard. Li Yingji quickly slapped Li Shi's hand away. Why are you rubbing my head? Am I a child? Okay, I will not rub it. You haven't registered yet, right? Hurry up and register first. If you don't register now, you will miss your chance to enter the boss's team after he forms it. This was the first time Li Shi treated Li Yingji as a little brother. He happily coaxed this new little brother of his. Li Yingji felt that his brother was right. He decided to forgive his brother. He obediently went to the staff member and registered his information. Li Lan looked at Li Shi and Li Yingji's interaction and his eyes dimmed. He seemed to be in deep thought. The two brothers' interaction also caused someone to explode. That person was Shen Rufai. By now, he knew that Li Yingji didn't have any battle team, yet, he still dared to reject him and even blatantly looked for battle teams to join right in front of him. This was utter humiliation. He was being stepped on by this recruit. Shen Rufai forgot that he never asked Li Yingji anything at all. All he did was keep quiet when Qilong rejected him. Shen Rufai didn't have the intention to let Qilong and his friends off at the start, but now, he was furious. He looked up and laughed. He said with contempt, "Ha ha ha, your boss must be the new recruit who defeated Lian Shoujing, right? A recruit forming a battle team? What kind of daydream is this? You all will never succeed. In the end, you all will still come into my mecha clan. I will let you all know what is the consequences for humiliating a senior officer." By the time he finished speaking, murderous intent in his eyes were apparent. Shen Rufai was not a stupid person. He inferred some truth from the conversation between the Li brothers. He also guessed their captain from the conversation. No wonder Qilong said that their team might appear later. However, Would the recruit succeed in forming his battle team? Everyone sighed. No recruit ever formed a team before. Even General Ling Zhao did it in his second year in the military. What consequences are you talking about? A cold voice sounded beside Shen Rufai. Shen Rufai got a shock. He raised his head and saw a person with a cold aura standing beside him. Who are you? Shen Rufai exclaimed in surprise. Me? The person looked at him indifferently. I am just a daydreamer, Ling Lan. Shen Rufai's face changed. The person who defeated Lian Shoujing had appeared. Boss. When Ling Lan appeared, Qi Long and his friends were elated. Li Lan stared at Ling Lan intently. The 3 years apart made him realize how much he misses him. Ling Lan noticed Li Lan's intense gaze and nodded at him. Li Lan understood what Ling Lan meant. He was surprised, elated, proud, and amazed. His rabbit was indeed the most powerful person he knew. He never disappointed him. Chapter 602 Formation of Battle Team. Ling Lan ignored Shen Rufai and her friends. She rushed to the registration counter and said in a soft voice, I would like to register, thank you. Ling Lan wanted to teach Shen Rufai a lesson. However, this was not a good time. She needed to register before the registration time window ended. If she argued with Shen Rufai and missed time window to register, her friends would be split to different battle teams. That would be too much of a consequence. The staff member immediately took out the device and scanned the communicator on Ling Lan's arm. Ling Lan's information instantly appeared on his computer. Name, Ling Lan. Gender, male. Date of birth, 4732.08.28. School, First Men's Military Academy. Physical skills, Peak of Qi Jin. Mecha Operator level, Mid-stage Ace Mecha Master. The staff didn't expect a recruit to reach the middle stage of Ace level. Even Qilong and the others just entered the early stage of Ace level. This meant that he would have the privilege of being a primary Mecha Operator the moment he entered a battle team. The staff member looked at Ling Lan with envy. The staff member continued looking through and saw the color around Ling Lan's battle team name. Lingshan was green in color. This meant that his battle team was currently active. The staff member was stunned. The battle team's name would only be green if the person was the captain of the battle team. For normal members, it'd be gray. This was the first time he saw a recruit having his own battle team. Ling Lan waited for a while. She realized that the staff member was staring at the screen absent-mindedly, so she coughed. The staff member woke up from his stupor. He swallowed his saliva and looked up in admiration. He stammered, Captain Ling Lan, would you like to activate the information of all the members in the Lingshan battle team? The staff didn't expect himself to witness such a historical moment. He must go back and boast about it to his comrades. Everyone was focused on Ling Lan, so when they heard that she finished the team formation missions, they immediately searched for Lingshan battle team. Yes. Ling Lan smiled. This was why she rushed all the way here. Activate. The staff member shouted in excitement as he clicked the screen. Beep, beep, beep. Many communicators sounded at the same time. All of the members of Lingshan battle team received a message from the mainframe. Qilong and his friends pressed the confirmation button happily. The badge on their left chest, which only showed the number 23, started glowing. Below the number, the character Tian appeared with a lightning bolt splitting the character in half. It was a simple but fierce logo design. Zhao Jun and Li Lan's empty badge started to glow too. Zhao Jun was speaking the truth when he said that he was from the Lingshan battle team. No one expected Zhao Jun and Li Lan to join such a newly formed battle team. Also, their captain was a recruit 3 years younger than them. It was a shocking news to the other people. Lingshan battle team's name finally appeared on the search results. All the other captains saw the information about this battle team. They saw that the recruits they wanted were in the Lingshan battle team and felt frustrated. They were jealous of Ling Lan after they saw that Zhao Jun was on his team too. Those people that had been observing Zhao Jun would know that he was on the verge of becoming an elite ace mecha master. In the battlefield, an elite ace mecha master was like a guarantee for success. With such a mecha master around, the battle team would not have to worry about being annihilated. As the captain, Ling Lan could make use of Zhao Jun to achieve many results and work her way up the ranks. FK Ling Lan got everyone they wanted. Why were they not as lucky as him? Li Shu, have you added me in? Li Yingji got impatient when he saw Qilong and his friends joining Ling Lan's battle team. Call me second brother. Li Shu glanced at Li Yingji and reminded him. Li Yingji sneered and turned his face to the other side. He pretended that he didn't hear what Li Shu said. They had been on bad terms ever since they were young. Every time he talked about his weak eldest cousin brother, Li Shu would threaten him. He even bullied him when he was younger. Call him second brother? No way. Li Shu saw his response and said calmly, I am not in a good mood right now. I have no motivation to talk to my boss. This is a threat. Li Yingji glared at Li Shu angrily. However, Li Shu just replied with a smile. Li Yingji took a deep breath and controlled his anger. He realized that Li Shu had changed. Last time, he would have hit him the moment they started arguing. He didn't want to fulfill Li Shu's request, but he didn't want to go to Shen Rufai's mecha clan as he might die there. Li Yingji was arrogant and free-willed, but he could tell the difference on who had evil intentions on him and who actually wanted to help him. He knew that Shen Rufai would not let him go. Even if he didn't antagonize him personally, he would still send him on a dangerous mission and find a reason to kill him. He was the commanding officer of the mecha clan after all. Li Yingji was afraid of death. He still had to take over the role as the head of the Li family. Hence, he shouted out, second brother. Li Shu looked at Li Yingji thoughtfully. The arrogant and stupid little brother had changed. He didn't expect him to really accept his request. Truthfully, if Li Yingji didn't call him second brother, he would still not let him fall into the hands of Shen Rufai. No matter how much he disliked Li Yingji, he was still his younger brother. Wait here. Li Shu didn't know if this was a good or bad change. He remembered the gentle and caring eldest cousin brother that always took care of him. He pinched himself. Whether Li Yingji became for better or for worse, he would not show mercy on him if he harmed his eldest cousin brother in the future. His eldest cousin brother was a prodigy. How could he stay on planet Azure for the rest of his life? Li Shu recalled the progress he made recently in his research. He was confident that he would succeed soon. Li Lan returned from his thoughts and walked towards Li Shu to stop him. Li Shu was stunned. Lan, what is the matter? You don't have to go. Boss already knew about it. Li Lan smiled and said. Li Shu understood what he meant. You told boss about it. Li Lan smiled and nodded. Li Shu was touched. Thank you. Although he agreed to help Li Yingji, he didn't know what to say to Ling Lan. Ling Lan had high expectations for her team members. She didn't like people who always created trouble. Li Yingji's temper. Li Shu was prepared to beg Ling Lan if there was a need to. However, Li Lan settled it for him. Li Shu liked Li Lan because he felt that Li Lan was similar to his eldest cousin brother. Now, he was grateful towards Li Lan and promised himself that he would repay him in the future. Li Yingji waited patiently at the side. Suddenly, he heard his communicator beeping and opened it. There was a message on the screen. Captain Ling Lan of the Lingshan battle team invited you to join the Lingshan battle team. Do you accept this invitation? Li Yingji was exhilarated. He wanted to press the accept button. While doing so, he realized that his hand was actually shaking. FK, Li Yingji, can you be calmer? You are just entering a battle team. What is there to be excited about? You were not so excited when you formed your own battle clan that time. Li Yingji took a deep breath. He stared at the accept button and finally pressed it. I pressed it correctly, right? Did I miss the button? Beep. You have successfully joined the Lingshan battle team. Li Yingji's badge shone and Lingshan battle team's logo appeared. After everything ended, Li Yingji felt weak in his legs. He was tired. He felt this way because he finally managed to escape from Shen Rufai. Li Yingji didn't want to admit that he was just purely excited because he joined Lingshan. Ling Lan finished sending out the invitation to Li Yingji and continued sending out invitations to the rest of the 072 team. Once again, 072 team became part of the Lingshan battle team. The staff member looked at his computer again as the information of Lingshan battle team's member continued appearing. He saw Lingshan battle team as it shot up in rank to a 4-star battle team in just a short moment and was stunned again. How could a newly formed battle team become a 4-star battle team so quickly? Then, The staff member remembered that most of Lingshan's new members were ace operators. Zhao Jianyun and the rest of the people stood at the side with a nervous heart. At this moment, they received Ling Lan's invitation. "Third elder brother, our boss sent me a message." One of them heard his communicator beeping and looked at it. He was elated and shouted happily, "I am invited to join the Lingshan battle team." Zhao Jianyun saw his message too. He teared up happily as he nodded his head fervently. His boss didn't forget them. They finally gained the recognition from their boss. The rest of the people were touched too. Someone even cried, "Third elder brother, can you grab my hand to guide me to the accept button after you are done? I am afraid that I will press the wrong button because I am shaking too much." He would kill himself if he accidentally pressed the reject button. Finally, Zhao Jianyun and his friends finished pressing their buttons. Lingshan battle team became a small mid-size battle team immediately. Chapter 603, Armed Melee Challenge. The captains standing at the side saw many recruits entering the Lingshan battle team. Most of the outstanding recruit entered the Lingshan battle team. They felt complicated. Since Lingshan was a new battle team, they were able to take in as many people as their star level allowed. The staff member was shocked by the number of ace operators that entered the team, so he didn't realize that the maximum capacity of the Lingshan battle team was 50. If he noticed this, he would have realized the real star level of this battle team. Ling Lan checked through her team members again and ascertained that she didn't leave anyone out. The members of the Lingshan battle team would be able to stay together now. Ling Lan finished everything and turned to look at the captains standing at the side. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Did you all come here to reminisce about your past?" Her cold voice woke everyone up from their thoughts. The captains finally remembered that they were here to find new bloods for their battle teams. Why were they distracted by Ling Lan? The captains rushed to the recruits that they took a fancy on. Although Qilong and his friends were taken, there was other people on their list. The atrium became noisy instantly. Some of the recruits thought that they would be randomly allocated by the mainframe, so when they received an invitation from a captain, they felt elated and grateful. They immediately accepted the invitation. Shen Rufai knew that he lost. None of the people that he wanted would join his mecha clan. He was humiliated and embarrassed. There was no point in staying here anymore, so he prepared to leave when no one noticed him. Ling Lan saw Shen Rufai's movement and a cold gaze shot from her eyes. Li Lan noticed this and understood what she wanted. He rushed out and blocked Shen Rufai. "Senior Colonel Shen, don't leave so quickly." "Major Li, what do you want?" Shen Rufai asked angrily. Li Lan waved the broken chair leg in his hand and smiled. "Have you forgotten what we said just now?" Shen Rufai's face changed. He remembered the armed melee challenge that Zhao Jun said. He rejected the challenge because Zhao Jun was not a member of Lingshan at that time. Now, Li Lan must be finding him for the same thing. Li Lan's action caught the attention of some Lingshan members. They realized that Shen Rufai wanted to leave, so they all gathered around him. Although Shen Rufai held a position that he didn't have the capabilities of holding, he was still able to sit on it for all these years. This showed that he was a smart person. He looked at the situation and knew that he couldn't avoid the armed melee challenge. He shouted decisively, "Li Lan, I accept your challenge." Shen Rufai came alone. He had the option of choosing a 1 versus 1 battle, as compared to Zhao Jun and Qilong, who were at the late stage of Qijin. Shen Rufai felt that Li Lan was much easier to deal with. Shen Rufai knew that Li Lan had a weak body. He was an ace operator when he entered the military, but he was only able to sustain his prime state for only 10 minutes. This made him almost useless in a battle. Hence, he was not chosen by many battle teams and became the first ace mecha master to be randomly allocated by the mainframe. Luckily, he was sent to the mecha clan in Zhao Jun's battle team. Although they were on different battle teams, but they were content to be able to live together. After that, Zhao Jun started to get stronger and Li Lan got famous as a strategist. They caught the attention of the Nameless battle team and became temporary members of Nameless. Since Li Lan was not known for his mecha operation skills, it further proved that his body was weak. Hence, his physical skills should not be good too. To Shen Rufai, Li Lan was the best choice for him to have a one-on-one battle with. This was Shen Rufai's plan. The members of Lingshan were angry when they heard what Shen Rufai said. They felt that he was unscrupulous. Everyone knew that Li Lan's body was weak. It had caused him quite a lot of inconvenience. Luo Lang rushed out. "There is no need for a senior like you to take part in a armed melee challenge. I can take part in the battle for you. Do you dare to fight me?" Luo Lang knew that because of his looks, the other party might allow him to take the place of Li Lan. He looked as weak as Li Lan. Shen Rufai sneered. "Major Li was the one who invited me for the battle just now. Why are you being a coward now? It is shameless of you to ask other people to take your place." Shen Rufai glanced at Luo Lang. He knew that Luo Lang was between the middle and late stage of Qi Jin. He would be crazy to accept his request. Zhao Jun wanted to say something but Li Lan stopped him. He smiled and said, "Since Senior Colonel Shen wants to fight with me so badly, I will not reject you, Lang." Zhao Jun frowned. He disapproved of Li Lan's decision. Li Lan was only at the peak of refinement. He was not Shen Rufai's match. Li Lan consoled Zhao Jun. He looked at Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded at him. Her eyes were calm but Li Lan felt a sense of trust coming from it. Ling Lan believed him. Li Lan clenched his fist. The nervousness in him disappeared. He felt warmth in his heart. The trust Ling Lan had towards him energized him. This was the best kind of friendship anyone could have. Li Lan looked at Shen Rufai and took a firm step out. An invisible pressure came from him and Shen Rufai took a step back instinctively. When he realized what he did, he felt embarrassed. He shouted, "You have the courage. However, I will not go easy on you." Qi Long and the rest of the people were frustrated. There was no way Li Lan would win. They wanted to stop him but they realized that they couldn't move. "Let him fight." Ling Lan's cold voice appeared beside everyone. Besides Li Lan and Shen Rufai, everyone heard her voice. They all looked towards her. Ling Lan nodded. Her cold voice sounded beside their ears again. "Clear 30 meters away from the center of the battle." Yes, the members of Lingshan saw that Ling Lan agreed to let Li Lan fight so they put down their worries and moved away from Li Lan. They brought everyone out and gave Li Lan and Shen Rufai room to battle. Chapter 604. Concern. The other captains finished recruiting their new members and realized the atmosphere in the atrium was tense. They saw the empty space in the middle and saw Li Lan and Shen Rufai standing there. They got a shock and quickly asked the members of Lingshan about what was happening. When they heard that Shen Rufai requested to battle Li Lan to settle the feud between him and Lingshan, they felt that he was unscrupulous too. They didn't know why Li Lan accepted the challenge. Shen Rufai saw the space that was cleared out for them. He raised his leg and kicked a metal chair beside him. The chair broke. He reached out and grabbed a broken chair leg. Li Lan held onto his broken chair leg tightly. They stood 3 meters apart and stared at each other. The atrium was dead silent. Li Lan and Shen Rufai didn't move. They were looking for an opening in each other's defense. Once they found it, they would attack it furiously. A few minutes passed by. Shen Rufai couldn't find any opening on Li Lan. He thought that Li Lan was just an easy opponent but it seemed like he might be wrong. He felt frustrated. Li Lan's eyes lit up. He rushed out and aimed the broken chair leg at Shen Rufai's head. Shen Rufai narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and blocked the attack. Bang! A loud sound erupted as the 2 broken chair legs hit against each other. Sparks flew out from the impact. The 2 people jumped back and slid for a few meters. They distanced themselves and started a staring competition again. People with sharp eyes saw what had happened in that instant. When the 2 weapons collided, Shen Rufai raised his leg and tried to sneak an attack on Li Lan. However, Li Lan saw through his intention and blocked his sneak attack. The force produced from this action caused them to bounce back. Shen Rufai's heart dropped after this attack. He thought that he could dominate over his opponent but they were on par. In the database, Li Lan's physical skills were at the peak of refinement while he was at Qi Jin. "You hide yourself well," Shen Rufai gritted his teeth and said. Li Lan replied indifferently, "I didn't hide it on purpose. I just forgot to update my information." This was the truth. For these 3 years, Li Lan persisted in practicing the movements that Ling Lan taught him. When other people were eating, he was practicing. When other people were sleeping, he was still practicing. Every time he practiced, he felt his bones resisting the changes and felt that they could break at any moment. He had to experience this pain a few times every day. Sometimes, he thought he would die from the pain. Thinking back, Li Lan was amazed that he managed to survive. He shivered slightly when he remembered back the pain. However, it was a good thing that he persisted. This foundational actions required persistence. People who practiced it would only feel pain in their first year. In the second year, the pain would gradually lessen, but there was no real improvements on his body. Many people would give up and feel that it was a waste of effort and time. However, Li Lan continued on. He trusted Ling Lan. He felt that if there were no results, it meant that he was not practicing hard enough. Li Lan started to push himself harder. He would only stop after he was exhausted. Sometimes, he was so exhausted until he had no more energy to climb onto his bed. He would sleep on the floor of his dormitory. After repeating this for months, Li Lan finally felt the benefits. He managed to break through and advance to Qijin. He had been stuck at the peak of refinement for a long time, so his foundations were strong. Thus, after half a year, Li Lan continued smoothly into the middle stage of Qijin. Just like what Li Lan said, he was too busy with his missions and practices, so didn't have the time to go to the assessment department to update his information. Of course, he did have his own thoughts, so he didn't tell Zhao Jun and Li Shu about his improvement. He wanted Ling Lan to be the first person to know about this good news. He wanted to show off his Qijin skills in front of Ling Lan and tell him that he didn't let him down. However, Shen Rufai didn't believe what Li Lan said. When he saw how the rest of the Lingshan members were shocked at Li Lan's Qijin level, he sneered. He had an idea. This is weird. You are a good strategist, but you can't even believe in your own teammates. Shen Rufai's words had a double meaning behind them. He was trying to tell the members of the Lingshan battle team that they trusted the wrong person. But his words were useless. The members of Lingshan were not affected by his words at all. They were stunned at Li Lan's level of physical skills, but they were not unhappy with him. Li Lan had left for 3 years. If he didn't make any improvements in these 3 years, they would instead be worried for him. The only people that could be affected would be Zhao Jun and Li Shu. However, before they could react, Li Lan smiled at them mysteriously and said, "If they really did care for me, they would know what my true level is." Li Lan's gaze made Zhao Jun uneasy. Was he saying that he didn't care much about him? That was why he didn't realize that Li Lan was already at the Qijin level. He looked at Li Shu. Li Shu was calm. He seemed to have already known about Li Lan's advancement to Qijin. Zhao Jun felt apologetic towards Li Lan. He thought back about the past 3 years. He had been too busy with missions and practicing his mecha piloting and didn't spend much time with Li Lan. Sob, old friend, it is my fault. Please don't look at me with those eyes. I will feel even more guilty. Li Shu noticed Li Lan's gaze too. After a while, he saw Zhao Jun looking at him. He seemed to be asking if he knew about Li Lan's true power. Li Shu recalled how close Zhao Jun and Li Lan were and felt that Zhao Jun would definitely know about Li Lan's true capabilities. On the other hand, he was always in the hospital and the laboratory. He didn't spend much time with them. Chapter 605. I didn't embarrass you. That was just an excuse. Li Shu stopped himself. The fact was, he neglected his teammate. If he had shown more concern towards Li Lan, he would have noticed the change in his physical skills. Li Shu felt guilty. He started reprimanding himself. He still didn't treat Li Lan and Zhao Jun as his real friends. If it was his eldest cousin brother, he would have noticed any changes with him right away. Li Shu knew that he was in the wrong. However, he was afraid of hurting Zhao Jun and Li Lan's feelings, so he forced himself to maintain calm. He must make them believe that they were important to him. He would start treating them like his family from now on. Li Lan used one sentence to solve the potential trust crisis between them. Ling Lan smiled. Li Lan was indeed a sly and cunning person. He managed to turn the situation around in just a split second. Shen Rufai realized his instigation was useless. He was furious. This change in emotion caused him to reveal an opening to Li Lan. Li Lan rushed towards Shen Rufai without any hesitation. He swung the broken chair leg and it formed lingering shadows in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The two weapons collided with each other as the two people started fighting again. The fights between soldiers were bloody and serious. They would not hold back, unlike cadets in the military academies. Unless they couldn't find any weapons, soldiers wouldn't fight empty-handed. This was why the fights between soldiers were known as armed melee challenges. Shen Rufai and Li Lan fought with all their might. Boom. Li Lan swung his weapon forcefully at Shen Rufai. Shen Rufai tilted his body to the side and dodged the attack. The weapon hit the ground and a crack formed on the floor. The crack stopped right in front of the crowd. Ling Lan's prediction was accurate. She was certain about the capabilities of these two people. The force of a Qijin level attack could only travel at most 30 meters. If the crowd stayed further than 30 meters away from them, they would not be implicated. The logistics commander smiled bitterly. Both the people who were fighting were higher ranked than him. How was he supposed to stop them? The logistics commander looked at the floor and then shifted his gaze back onto the two people that were fighting. He told himself that he was too engrossed in watching the fight, so he didn't notice anyone destroying public properties. Shen Rufai was furious after dodging the attack. He wanted to kick Li Lan. Li Lan moved and evaded the kick. His movements were weird and unpredictable. Qi Long, Luo Lang, Han Jijian and Lin Zonking saw his movements and stopped worrying about him. They had been with Ling Lan for the longest time, so they knew that was a unique skill created by their boss. It was the most suitable skill to be used in close-range combat. Shen Rufai missed Li Lan and kicked the floor instead. Cracks formed on the floor again. The logistics commander saw it and decided to brainwash himself. I didn't see anything. Li Lan noticed that Shen Rufai was stuck, so he immediately aimed his weapon at Shen Rufai's face. The force caused wind to form around him. Shen Rufai had not regained his balance, so there was no way he could dodge the attack. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to receive the blow with his weapon. Boom. A loud noise erupted beside Shen Rufai's ear. The sound of the collision burst his eardrum as the weapon struck too close to his ears. Blood slowly flowed out of his ear. Shen Rufai gasped in pain. The pain irritated him. He used his left hand to grab Li Lan's right hand, which was holding the weapon. He raised his weapon and slammed it down on Li Lan with a hideous grin. Li Lan was shocked by the loud noise just now. However, he was further away from the weapons when they collided, so he was not hurt. However, without the pain to stimulate him, he reacted slower than Shen Rufai and was caught by surprise. He was unable to escape. In the face of such crisis, Li Lan remained calm. He knew that he couldn't avoid Shen Rufai's attack, so he decided to release all his spiritual power. He gasped and blood flowed out of his mouth. The spiritual power he released was far greater than what his body could handle. Hence, he received some internal injuries. But, with the help of his spiritual power, Li Lan was able to analyze Shen Rufai's attack and the weapon's trajectory. There is a chance. Li Lan saw an opportunity. He flicked his wrist and threw his weapon out and caught it with his left hand. He focused all his internal energy on his left hand and swung his left hand as hard as he could at Shen Rufai. Bang! Another loud noise rang by their eardrums. Both weapons flew out of their hands. The noise hurt both their eardrums this time. However, since Shen Rufai was hurt the second time, he was in a worse state than Li Lan. More blood flowed out from both of his ears. It dripped onto his shoulders and stained his military uniform. Clang, clang. The two weapons fell on the floor. They rolled a few meters away before stopping. Everyone noticed that the two straight metal pipes were now badly dented and damaged. Bam! The two people that lost their weapon had no choice but to use their fist. Shen Rufai held onto Li Lan tightly so Li Lan couldn't escape. However, Shen Rufai couldn't dodge Li Lan's retaliation too. Bam! 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 Their fists smashed onto each other again and again. Soon, Both their fists were filled with blisters and wounds. They had forgotten all about battling techniques. They were just using raw brutal force to attack one another. It was a fight based on strength and stamina. The members of Lingshan were silent, but they clenched their fists tightly and prayed for Ling Lan. They didn't expect the gentle and cunning Ling Lan to have such a violent side to him too. They felt their adrenaline pumping through their veins. 3 more attacks and the match will end. Ling Lan's smile got brighter. 3 attacks later, Shen Rufai suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He lost. The injuries from their Qi-Jin attacks as well as the physical injuries from the brawl accumulated inside him and it overwhelmed his body. Ling Lan smiled at him sarcastically. He used all his energy left and punched Shen Rufai one last time. Shen Rufai flew 10 meters away and slammed forcefully onto the floor. He didn't stand up again. He had been knocked unconscious. Ling Lan couldn't control himself anymore. He spit out some blood and fell to the floor. A figure flashed in front of him and caught him in his arm. Ling Lan looked up at the cold and handsome face. He smiled. Ling Lan, I didn't embarrass you, right? You didn't. Ling Lan replied him softly. She couldn't see Ling Lan's face, but she felt that his smile must be handsome. It should be a hopeful and lively smile. Ling Lan understood how Ling Lan felt. His spectral abilities caused him to dominate the virtual world, but in return, he gained a weak body. He couldn't pilot a mecha in real life. This was a huge blow to a man who wanted to become a powerful mecha operator. Many people would have given up in their dreams and wallowed in self-pity. However, Ling Lan didn't. Although he had no chance of getting better, he still persevered for 20 years until he met Ling Lan. Now, Ling Lan overcame his greatest hurdle, his weak body. Ling Lan believed that this man would create his own legacy soon. After he heard Ling Lan's reply, Ling Lan closed his eyes happily and fainted. His body was still weaker than Shen Rufai, but he managed to last longer because of his spiritual power. This was why he won. Ling Lan carried him with both hands and shouted, "Shu." "Yes, Captain." Lisha regained his senses and quickly rushed out. Ling Lan passed Ling Lan to Lisha. Lisha carried Ling Lan towards the crowd with Zhao Jun quickly coming over to help. They placed Ling Lan on a bench nearest to them. Lisha felt around Ling Lan's body. He realized that Ling Lan was hanging on by a thread. He immediately took out a pendant around his neck. There were 3 diamonds on the pendant. Lisha felt around the pendants and 3 silver needles appeared in his hand. No one saw how he did it, but Lisha stopped the heavy bleeding with his needles. Then, he flicked the pendant open. There was a miniature medicine bottle in the pendant. Lisha gently opened the bottle. He pinched Ling Lan's chin and opened his mouth. Lisha poured the medicine into his mouth. The effects would be faster and better if the medicine was directly injected into the bloodstream. However, Lisha rushed over here just now, so he didn't bring his medical kit with him. He could only feed the medicine to Ling Lan. Luckily, Lisha's medicine were very effective. He believed that none of the emergency medicine in the Federation was as effective as his. It was just a small bottle, but it took him 2 years to make it. It required a lot of time and effort to make this one bottle of medicine. Chapter 606. Battle Clan. A few seconds later, Ling Lan regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw Lisha looking at him worryingly. He knew that Lisha must have treated him just now. Warmth spread through his body. The organs that were seriously injured started healing themselves. The excruciating pain in his body disappeared too. Ling Lan said gratefully, "Thank you, Shu, as long as you are fine." Lisha saw that Ling Lan's condition gradually improved and heaved a sigh of relief. He was confident about his emergency medication, but since the patient was his good friend, he couldn't help but to worry. While Lisha was treating Ling Lan walked towards Shen Rufai, who was lying on the floor, and said, "Stop pretending. I know that you are conscious." Shen Rufai opened his eyes. Malicious intent flashed past his eyes. He wanted to pretend that he was unconscious so that people would not laugh at him. However, Ling Lan exposed him. Ling Lan ignored the hatred in Shen Rufai's eyes. She looked down slightly and said, "Senior Colonel Shen, I hope that you will remember what happened today. Don't try to create trouble for us. If you do, you will suffer even more." Ling Lan was obviously threatening him. Shen Rufai felt humiliation. anger and fear. All the emotions rushed up his head and he fainted. This time, it was real. Ling Lan was speechless. Shen Rufai had such a weak heart. She just threatened him with just one sentence and he fainted. However, Ling Lan achieved her motive, so she didn't pester Shen Rufai anymore. She stood up straight and walked back to her companions. Everyone looked at her. They were all curious about Ling Lan. The countdown timer suddenly rang at this moment. It signaled the end of the registration time window for the recruits. Those that didn't register in time would have two options. They could either go back to the recruit training camp and train while waiting for the next batch of recruits to come and register with them, or they could go back to their military academy and continue their studies and apply next year. However, most of the time, this problem didn't exist. Even if the recruits were heavily injured, they would still crawl over to register themselves. None of the recruits left. During the training camp, their instructors had informed them about the procedures of registration. They had to remain in the atrium after registering. Half an hour later, they would be led to the North Plaza. The hover buses driving to each respective battle clan were parked there. They would ride on the hover bus and go to their respective battle clans. Of course, the recruits that joined old battle teams based on invitation could directly leave. The mainframe would distribute them to the Mecha clan where the battle team was situated at. Half an hour later, everyone felt their communicator vibrated. Ling Lan looked at her wrist. Middle Second Corps 250 Mecha clan. Ling Lan felt speechless when she saw the name. It sounded like they were being scolded. 250 was used to describe someone who was half-witted and had a pea-brain. Was this Mecha clan suitable for them? Chapter 607, Selfish. In the officer department in the 23rd Division, He Xiuyang immediately sent a command to the mainframe after the recruits completed their registration. He sighed loudly when he saw the command being executed. The second advisor Tong Ziying wanted to discuss something with He Xiuyang, but he saw He Xiuyang's expression. He asked, "What happened?" He Xiuyang didn't know what to say. He sighed again. Tong Ziying got curious. What exactly happened? He Xiuyang didn't close his computer's screen yet, so he pointed at it and asked Tong Ziying to take a look at it himself. Tong Ziying glanced at the information. He couldn't help but laugh. The Lingshan battle team? Do you have a grudge against them? Why did you send them to the 250 Mecha clan? He Xiuyang glared at him. This is a test. He couldn't tell him that this was a decision made by the general. Poor young Master Lan. Test? Can you don't say things that you don't even believe in? Tong Ziying refuted. I hope that this battle team would escape from the curse and not be destroyed there. Tong Ziying sighed after he finished speaking. 250 Mecha Clan was a special Mecha Clan. Its presence gave General Ling Zhao a headache. There was nothing he could do for 250 Mecha Clan. He could only leave them to fend for themselves. Ling Lan brought the people from her battle team to the plaza. There were many hover buses parked above the plaza. Every 10 meters, there was a boarding gate. Ling Lan chose a gate that had no one waiting in line and checked the kiosk near the gate. She realized that only the name of the corps were shown. The names of specific Mecha clans were not displayed. Ling Lan knew that, if no one formed a new battle team, there would only be a few recruits entering each Mecha clan. Some Mecha clan might not even have recruits. These hover buses would send the recruits to the corps and then the corps would arrange them to be sent to their respective Mecha clans. Ling Lan chose the middle second corps and keyed in the number of people she had on her battle team. Then, she patiently waited for the hover bus to come. Ling Lan didn't like the number of her Mecha clan. However, she knew that there was no special meaning to 250 in this era. It was just a number. She felt that she might be thinking too much about it. Very soon, a hover bus came by. The door opened. Ling Lan was standing in the front, so she saw that there were already a few people on the bus. Ling Lan had a good memory, so she recognized the 4 people in the bus. They were the captains of battle teams. The other 2 people sitting next to them were recruits. They must be the ones that were selected by the captains. The captains were stunned when they saw Ling Lan. After a while, one of them rubbed his hands excitedly and said, I didn't expect you all to come to our middle second corps. This is a blessing for us. We welcome you all with open arms." The captain was too enthusiastic. He looked as though something amazing fell onto his lap. Ling Lan had a bad feeling about this. She shouldn't have let down her guard so easily. "Can we get into the bus?" Ling Lan calmed herself down and asked. "Yes, of course." The captain realized that he was blocking the entrance, so he hurriedly moved to the side. Ling Lan entered the bus. Her team members followed behind her. She randomly sat on a seat. Li Lan wanted to sit beside Ling Lan, but he gave up the idea. Ling Lan had an image to maintain as the captain of a battle team. Li Lan sat with Zhao Jun on the seats right behind Ling Lan's. The other two captains wanted to sit next to Ling Lan too. However, the cold aura that she gave out deterred them from going anywhere near her. They chose to sit in the row in front of Ling Lan's. Once everyone sat down and there was no more new request for the hover bus, the soldier driving the bus closed the door and left the plaza. To protect the locations of the military bases, their coordinates were not entered into the optical supercomputer of the hover buses. Instead, the buses were manually operated. After driving for a while, one of the captains couldn't control himself anymore and asked Ling Lan, "Which mecha clan are you allocated to?" 250. Ling Lan replied coldly. "Huh?" The captain gave a look of disbelief. Beep. The hover bus's alarm sounded. Everyone looked at the driver. The soldier immediately maneuvered the bus back to its original route. It had gone off its designated route just now. "I'm sorry, I made a mistake just now." The soldier apologized hurriedly. Ling Lan frowned. The reaction from the driver as well as the captain told her that there was something amiss with 250 Mecha Clan. "Is there something wrong with 250 Mecha Clan?" Ling Lan looked at the captain with her cold eyes. The captain looked at Ling Lan with pity. "Yes, that place. Sigh. Once you experienced it for yourself, you will understand." The captain turned back and faced the front. He never spoke to Ling Lan again. It was as though he was afraid that Ling Lan would ask him more questions. By now, Ling Lan knew that there was something amiss with 250 Mecha Clan. If not, the captain would not give her such a look. She saw pity, regret, and sympathy in the captain's eyes just now. It was as if they were hopeless. "Little Four, give me all the information you can find for 250 Mecha Clan." Since she couldn't ask them, Ling Lan decided to use her ultimate cheat sheet. "Little Four." "Yes, boss." Little Four was playing a tower defense game with someone in the virtual world. However, when he heard the command given by his boss, he immediately stopped his game. Since his opponent spent so much time playing with him, he should give him some benefits. Little Four thought to himself when he left the game. After a few seconds, Little Four gathered all the data about 250 Mecha Clan. He didn't leave any information out, not even rumors. Ling Lan flipped through the materials in her mindscape. Her frown got deeper. Ling Lan didn't believe that it was a coincidence. Her instinct told her that her father must have had a part to play in putting their battle team in 250 Mecha Clan. Her father made things difficult for her again. By now, Ling Lan was used to it. "I will just take things as it comes along." Since she couldn't change what was going to happen, she would just embrace it. Ling Lan was not a coward. She threw 250 Mecha Clan to the back of her mind and went to take a rest. In the hacker department of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, many captains of the battle teams in the Flying Dragon Special Forces were waiting for a piece of news. "We found it." 17 people from the 23rd Division formed their battle team today. "We searched all the names of Sky God's son and finally found his youngest son, Qi Long. We found that battle team that he is in." The hacker that was in charge of this task was the commander of the hacker department, Brain 1. The hacker department took many hours before they found the information that they wanted. On the big screen in the hacker department, the word Lingshan was shown on it. "Qi Long is the captain of the team?" someone asked. "We are not sure. We are unable to get the detailed name list of the Lingshan battle team." Brain 1, who was lying in his login pod, frowned as he said that. He didn't expect the firewall of the 23rd Division's virtual world to be so strong. It took them a few hours to break through the wall. He even had to lead the team personally. Despite this, They only managed to break through a certain part of the wall. He felt embarrassed. Even you can't do it? Everyone was shocked. Brain 1 was the strongest hacker in the Federation. If he said that he was the second best, no one would dare to say that he or she was the best. Yes, the firewall of the 23rd Division is made up of 128 passcodes which alternates every second. If we can't break the code in a second, we will have to restart the decoding process again, Brain 1 said in a depressed tone. Alternating 128 passcodes in a second was the ultimate firewall in the Flying Dragon Special Forces mainframe. They didn't expect a division to have such a firewall too. Do other divisions have this firewall too? Is it just specially given to the 23rd Division? Brain 1 felt helpless. With his skills, there was only a 1% success rate that he could break the 128 codes in 1 second. Thinking about his, Brain 1 immediately went to hack another division's mainframe. He realized that this division only have 64 passcodes alternating every second. He heaved a sigh of relief. Seems like 23rd Division was an exception. Have you found it? The rest of the people thought that Brain 1 was looking for Ling Shan's information, so when he sighed in relief, they thought that he found more information. No. Brain 1 quickly got out of the mainframe of the division. He entered the mainframe of the 23rd Division and saw the firewall again. We will need a few days to bypass this firewall, Brain 1 said after running through the success rate in his mind. Actually, there is no need to know the detailed name list of Ling Shan, right? Since Qilong is in the battle team, we can be certain that Sky God appeared in the second mission. Having a good father is really useful. He could clear all the obstacles for you. This is frustrating. How dare they humiliate us? Someone snorted. Head, what do you think? Everyone looked at the man that was relaxing on the sofa. Head was just a nickname. His real name was Head 1. He was the captain of the Dragon Head battle team. We have Qilong's information, right? Head 1 asked. He is a recruit from the 1st Men's Military Academy. Brain 1 threw Qilong's information at Head 1. Since he is a recruit, let a recruit handle him. Head stood up. What do you mean? The other captains were confused. It is time to let our prodigy make his appearance. Head 1 replied them calmly. The Flying Dragon Special Forces was not a force that you could bully so easily. Everyone's eyes lit up. Qilong was a recruit, so if they sent an experienced member, other people might say that they were bullying him. However, if they sent another recruit to defeat Qilong, no one could say anything. Actually, any recruit would do. There is no need to send him. Someone felt that there was no need to send someone so powerful to deal with such a weak person. Since they want to step on our faces, there is no need for us to care about their feelings. Head 1 left after he finished his sentence. Head seems furious. The other captains looked at Head 1's back and whispered among themselves. As compared to the commander, Head loves the Flying Dragon Special Forces a lot more. He will not let the Flying Dragon Special Forces be embarrassed just like this. Head is announcing a war against Sky God, someone explained. What do you think Head would ask the prodigy to do? The first step would be to form a battle team. Since the other party had formed his own battle team, their prodigy had to have his own battle team too. Ling Zhao sat in his office and looked at his computer. There was a message written on it. Ling Shan battle team was allocated to the middle 2nd Corps 250 Mecha Clan. Ling Zhao felt confused. For the first time, he doubted himself. He didn't know if he made the right decision. Beep. His communicator rang. Ling Zhao looked at the name and accepted the call. Ling Zhao, you let my son take the blame. The roar that came from the communicator almost burst Ling Zhao's eardrum. Ling Zhao replied calmly. Did I arrange for your son to enter, my dear? Son's battle team? Sob. When can he say that Ling Lan was his daughter? Ling Zhao moaned to himself. Fine, he was the one that made all these happen. Ling Zhao remembered the truth and stopped feeling depressed. Qi Yueyang was speechless. His son was the one who wanted to be in Ling Lan's team. Seemed like his son walked into the tiger's den himself. His son was just like him, taking the blame for the Ling family. Qi Yueyang felt frustrated. As for the blame, I didn't want it to happen too. Ling Zhao shrugged innocently. The captain is Ling Lan. However, the other party thought of you first, Not me, Big Brother Ye Yang, shouldn't you self-reflect? Ling Zhao said seriously. Qi Ye Yang shouted in anger, what can be wrong with me? I am definitely better than you, you hypocrite. Then, he slammed his communicator and the call ended. Ling Zhao laughed silently. He talked to himself. But people believe that I am fair. There is nothing I can do about it. If I was fair, why would I set so many obstacles for my daughter? If I was fair, why would I create this lie to help my daughter? If I was fair, why would the secret still remain as a secret? I am just a selfish person. Ling Zhao closed his optical supercomputer. His face turned cold. If anyone saw Ling Zhao now, they would feel that Ling Lan was indeed his child. They had exactly the same aura. Chapter 608, The Price of Being Stubborn. Ling Lan and her team members were sent to the Middle Second Corps. The commander of the Middle Second Corps was elated when he heard that 5 ace mecha masters were sent to his corps. However, when he saw the mecha clan they were allocated to, his heart turned cold. He sent a request to the headquarters of the 23rd Division and pleaded for the Lingshan battle team to be sent to any other mecha clan, but his request was rejected. The headquarters replied that new battle teams are required to stay in their allocated mecha clan for at least a year before they could be moved somewhere else. In the beginning, this rule was set to protect mecha clans. It was to prevent the higher authorities from pulling people out of the mecha clan just because they noticed that someone was powerful. It could also protect the recruits from being targeted and transferred to other mecha clans just because his faction was different. However, the 250 mecha clan was a forsaken mecha clan. All the mecha operators inside were useless and had no ability to fight at all. No one wanted to stay there. The only benefit would be not having to go on to the battlefield. But battlefield was where powerful people should go. There were many talented mecha operators in the Lingshan battle team. If they were sent to the 250 mecha clan, it would be the same as destroying them. The commander sighed. This was a crime. Some people might be curious as to why the 250 mecha clans still existed. Why couldn't they just retrench these mecha operators or get new positions for them? Well, the Federation couldn't retrench them. All these mecha operators had many outstanding achievements in the past. Some were even commended in front of the entire Federation. However, heroes would grow old and die too. Due to certain reasons, these heroes became useless. They were not crippled. With the technology now, any form of disabilities could be cured. They were mentally unstable. Some lost the courage to fight in the battlefield. Others would become maniacs once they operated a mecha and start killing people around them. There were even operators who got sick of mechas and felt that they would never be able to operate a mecha again. They had no families. They dedicated their entire life to the Federation and only knew how to kill people. They didn't know how to survive in a normal world and had no other skills. The Federation had to take care of them. If they didn't, they would lose the faith of the soldiers who were fighting in the battlefields. These people used to be supported by their original mecha clans. But, when the 23rd Division first formed, Ling Zhao had to request for more manpower from the other divisions. The other divisions took this chance to stuff these people into the 23rd Division. By the time Ling Zhao noticed this, there was nothing he could do. However, he didn't want to give up on them. He formed the 250 mecha clan and gathered all these people together. He hoped that they would relive their glory someday. The 250 mecha clan was not in the list of mecha clans for recruits, but for some reason, this year, it appeared on the list and even got the most powerful recruits. The commander of the Middle Second Corps felt an ache in his heart. He didn't know if the recruits would be affected by those useless soldiers. Would they become useless as well and give up on themselves a year later? The commander had tears in his eyes when he sent the Lingshan battle team off. The 250 mecha clan was not far away from the main base of the Middle Second Corps. Besides Ling Lan and her team members, there was only the driver left in the bus. The two captains were sad when they left the hover bus. They must have felt that if Ling Lan didn't form her battle team, they would not be allocated to the 250 mecha clan. The hover bus traveled for 2 more hours before reaching the base. Everyone felt at ease when they saw the base. It looked very new. The main gate was bright and beautiful. The high walls surrounding the base showed that it was a highly protected base. With such facilities, The 250 Mecha clan should not be a bad clan. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had prepared herself to see a dilapidated base, but it was better than what she imagined. However, her relief was destroyed the moment they landed. There were no soldiers on duty outside the main gate. The driver of the hover bus was used to it. He honked his horn repeatedly to signal that they had arrived. So noisy. A voice came from the sentry tower. A few moments later, a middle-aged soldier rubbed his eyes as he popped his head out of the window. He saw the hover bus. He yawned and stretched his body before slowly making his way over. Ling Lan and her companions frowned when they saw the attire of the soldier. He was wearing a military uniform, but he didn't wear his military hat and military boots. He had a pair of slippers on his feet. The beam handgun that was supposed to be on every soldier on duty was not on his body too. Ling Lan shook her head secretly. As expected, she shouldn't have much hope for 250 Mecha clan. The soldier walked over with his eyes half closed. He didn't ask them who they were. He immediately took the pass from the driver and scanned it with a device. Without reading the information on the device, he opened the gate. Then, he slowly returned to his sentry tower and continued sleeping. Everyone from Lingshan was speechless. What kind of mecha clan was this? Was it so powerful that no one dared to attack it, or was it too lousy to pose a threat to anyone? Ling Lan tapped her index finger repeatedly on the handle of the chair she was sitting on. She had been too positive about 250 mecha clan. Its condition was worse than what she thought. The hover bus entered the base once the gate opened. Ling Lan saw the rusty pieces of training equipment in the training dojo. The inside of the base was entirely different from its exterior. It seemed dead. There were no sounds of soldiers training or any signs of life. Information about the 250 Mecha clan appeared in Ling Lan's mind. 250 Mecha clan. It derived its name from there being 250 mecha operators in the Mecha clan. They were the most powerful ace mecha masters in the entire Federation. However, for various reasons, all of them gave up on themselves. Some got their powers sealed. A few of the mecha operators couldn't even win against an advanced mecha operator. These ace mecha operators had no families and had no other skills beside in killing people and fighting in wars. They were mentally unstable as well and would go crazy if they got stimulated. The military was unable to let them leave the army. They had many achievements before, so the military couldn't just abandon them too. Hence, these mecha operators were left in the base. Now, the 23rd Division was responsible for these people. Ling Zhao didn't know what to do with them, so he just ignored them. This is troublesome. Ling Lan didn't think that her father would bring her battle team out of 250 Mecha clan if she just waited and didn't do anything for 1 year. Does he want me to solve this problem? Ling Lan thought about it gloomily, as expected of her father who liked to make her life difficult. Why must she help him to solve the problems he couldn't solve? Ling Lan would complain to Lan Luofeng once she had the chance to. FK, maybe this is a challenge? This might be the price I have to pay for being stubborn. She recalled how Ling Zhao easily agreed to give her 2 more years in the military. Thinking back, he must have started his plan then. Her father is really sly and cunning. Ling Lan cursed her father in her heart. Finally, they arrived at the dormitory district. The hover bus stopped and the soldier opened the door. He explained to them, the accommodation area and the office area are just in front. Your commanding officer should be there too. Once Ling Lan and her team members got down, the hover bus left. It seemed as though there was a monster chasing after the bus. Looks like we are abandoned. Han Jijian smiled bitterly. I looked 250 up Mecha Clan just now but found no information about it. News about 250 Mecha Clan has been restricted, Li Lan said calmly. He started searching for data about the 250 Mecha Clan when he noticed the weird expressions of the 2 captains. However, he didn't have the authority to access the information. Only soldiers whose ranks are higher than a lieutenant colonel would be able to access the information. We don't have the rights. Ling Lan was not surprised. Li Lan looked at Ling Lan. Since Ling Lan knew what rank could access the information, It meant that she had found the relevant information already. Ling Lan exchanged a glance with Li Lan. She was happy to know that Li Lan understood what she meant. She looked at her other team members and realized that Han Jijian understood her too. Ziyi and Lin Zonking reacted slightly slower. Luo Ling and Qi Long, on the other hand, just looked at the people around them. They were used to throwing such complicated matters to their teammates to think about. This was not a good thing. Ling Lan decided that once they settled down in the Mecha clan, she would find some time to train both of their thinking abilities. Two people surprised Ling Lan with their performance. One of them was Zhao Jianyun. He understood her words around the same time as Lin Zonking and Ziyi. The other person was Luo Zhao. She was a timid and shy young girl. She reacted even faster than Zhao Jianyun. Seems like her team members were slowly improving by themselves. Ling Lan was gratified. She continued, although 250 Mecha Clan is known as the grave of mecha operators, I believe that there are powerful people hiding in this place. Everyone must be careful. Before we understand the situation here, control yourselves and not make any trouble. Ling Lan decided to point out Li Yingji. Li Yingji, don't look around, I am talking about you. The other team members laughed and looked back at Li Yingji. Li Yingji blushed in embarrassment. He refuted, I am not an idiot. I know what to do. Remember your promise then. Don't turn into an idiot. Ling Lan replied calmly. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Yingji glared at Ling Lan angrily with puffed up cheeks. Ling Lan ignored Li Yingji. She had warned him, if he still created trouble for himself, she would not help him. Boss, I found it. Little Four showed Ling Lan the location of the regiment commander of the Middle Second Corps. Ling Lan didn't see anyone when they came over to the meeting place, so she asked Little Four to help her find the regiment commander. They must complete a mission given by the regiment commander before they were officially considered a part of 250 Mecha Clan. Ling Lan brought her team members to the place where the regiment commander was at immediately after she got the location. On an empty field at the back of the dormitory district, a middle-aged soldier laid on the grass. He had a bottle of alcohol in his hand and was drinking from it continuously. He seemed to be drunk. Footsteps came towards him from afar. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and a cold glint flashed past it. However, in the next second, his eyes became unfocused again. Old brother Liu, you are here again. A pair of military boots appeared beside him. A gentle-looking and handsome 30-year-old soldier smiled at him. His arrival caused the dead atmosphere to become lively again. Old brother Liu opened his half-closed eyes and looked at the person that came, in a daze. After a minute, he seemed to regain his focus and said, "Ah, Commander." He burped. The smell of alcohol filled up the air. The person that came frowned. The frown only lasted for a second. After that, he persuaded the soldier on the ground, "Old brother Liu, what happened last time was not your fault. How can you answer to your team members if you continue to be drunk like this?" Chapter 609. Discovery. The real name of old brother Liu was Liu Fuquan. It was a normal-sounding name, but he was once a member of the famous Seven Stars of the North. However, the past prodigy was now a drunkard who drank his life away every day. Regiment commander, you don't understand. That time, we said that we will have a good drink together after the war. I lived so that I can drink for them. Liu Fuquan drank another mouthful of alcohol. He raised his bottle into the air and shouted, "Brothers, let's drink." He gulped down a few more mouthfuls as though he was drinking for his brothers. The alcohol rushed up his head and he fell asleep. The regiment commander sighed when he saw that the person got drunk again. He carried him back to the dorm and placed him carefully on his bed. Then, he closed the door and left. The moment the door closed, the middle-aged soldier who was supposed to be drunk opened his eyes. They were bright and sharp. He smiled sarcastically before closing his eyes again. Very soon, a loud snore echoed throughout the room. The regiment commander was standing outside the room. He only left after he heard the snore. The expression on his face was no longer gentle. Ling Lan stopped in her tracks. "What is the matter?" Qi Long almost bumped into Ling Lan, but he quickly stabilized himself. "The other party has changed his position." Ling Lan looked at the map that Little Four showed her. Her target was just directly opposite from her. However, She was blocked by a 4-story building. Ling Lan estimated based on the width of the building that if she walked around it, she would be a long distance away from her target. Ling Lan was not interested in playing hide-and-seek. She ran and stepped on a tree in front of the building. Then, she leapt into the air and grabbed onto a windowsill. She climbed up a few windows and reached the rooftop in a blink of an eye. Qilong got excited when he saw what Ling Lan did. He followed her without any hesitation and jumped onto the roof too. "Boss, why are we up here?" Qilong looked down. He just followed Ling Lan blindly. Ling Lan pointed at a handsome soldier walking below. "He is our target, the regiment commander of the Mecha clan." "I understand." Qilong's eyes lit up and he jumped down. "What did you understand?" Ling Lan was shocked as she looked at Qilong plummeting down towards the regiment commander. Her head started to hurt. The regiment commander was thinking about Liu Fuquan, so he didn't notice what was happening around him. Suddenly, he felt a strong pressure coming towards him. Without any hesitation, he punched at the direction where the pressure was coming from. Boom! Qilong punched back and the strong force generated threw him into the air. Qilong spun around and dodged the impact of the force and landed safely on the ground. He licked his lips in excitement. He didn't expect the commander of the 250 Mecha clan to be a peak-level Qijin master. His eyes were filled with malicious intent and ambition. He didn't look like a hopeless person. Qilong felt that the 250 Mecha clan was not so bad after all. The regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan looked at the young man in front of him angrily. If he didn't hide his true abilities, he must be a recruit. However, no recruit was ever sent to the 250 Mecha clan. Why did this recruit appear here? Did someone realize his motive for becoming the regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan? Was he sent here to assess him? The regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan became vigilant. A malicious aura formed around him. Liu Fuquan felt the killing intent coming from the regiment commander. He sat up and slowly walked to the side of the window. He slowly lifted up a small portion of the curtain and looked out. Peak level of Qijin? Who is this person? Why is he so strong? The people in 250 were all useless. Only a few of them managed to maintain the middle level of Qijin. The rest had lost all their physical skills. He carefully recalled all the people in the 250 Mecha clan. He was not any one of them. Was he new? But this person's eyes were bright and filled with life. His fighting spirit was strong, so he was not a useless person. Why did he come here? Liu Fuquan turned serious. He knew that the regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan came for him. He pretended to be drunk every day so that the regiment commander would be fooled by him. These few days, the regiment commander finally let down his guard against him. The appearance of this mysterious person, Liu felt pressured. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes appeared in front of him. A young man was hanging upside down outside the window. Liu Fuquan's hand shook and the curtain he was holding dropped. He shrunk into a corner. Was he discovered? His heart pounded furiously. Liu Fuquan felt a pain in his heart. He clutched his heart and bore the excruciating pain. Every time he got nervous, his heart would hurt. He checked his body using all kinds of equipment, but no problems were found. In the end, he was diagnosed with a psychological problem and was sent to 250 Mecha clan. Damn this psychological problem. Even though he was sent here, his enemy continued to chase after him. They sent people over every day to check on him. Luckily, he hid himself well and fooled his opponents for 5 years. However, he got exposed today. That young man must have saw him just now. Liu Fuquan was agitated. He wanted to rush out and kill that young man. However, he knew that the young man must be stronger than him since he came near him without him noticing. Liu Fuquan was not a rash person. He controlled his emotions, even though he was nervous. "Captain, what are you looking at?" A gentle voice sounded. Liu Fuquan was surprised. Because of the regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan, he hated people who pretended to be mild-mannered. But this gentle voice was soothing and calming. He couldn't bring himself to hate it. "I am just thinking about who will win," a cold voice replied. Liu Fuquan remembered the pair of cold eyes just now. That must be the young man. He didn't expect the person to remain outside his window. Didn't he see him? Since the room was dark, That person might not have seen anything. Liu Fuquan hoped that this was the truth. Chapter 610, Confusion. Based on the might of the attack just now, their strengths are similar. It might take a while before someone wins, the gentle voice analyzed. I agree, boss. What shall we do now? A new voice sounded. Someone else came. Liu Fuquan had calmed down, but he realized that there were many people standing on the roof above him. Bang! Someone landed on the roof again. Chang Xinyuan, why do you need an equipment to help you climb a roof? You need to practice your physical skills more. The person called Chang Xinyuan panted. He said in a depressed tone, is refinement weak? I don't want to compare myself with monsters like you all. Right, little sister Luo Zhao, a sweet and gentle voice replied him. Big brother Chang, don't be sad. We will work hard together and advance to Qijin level soon. The girl didn't understand what Chang Xinyuan was trying to convey and unintentionally hurt Chang Xinyuan's feelings again. Chang Xinyuan shouted in displeasure, little sister Luo Zhao, you! The people around them laughed loudly. You're reading on novel full. TKS, Liu Fuquan frowned. These people were making too much of a commotion. The regiment commander would notice them soon. As expected, the commander looked up towards the roof and shouted, who are you? Ling Lan glanced at Li Lan. Li Lan jumped down and landed in front of the regiment commander. He saluted and replied, Regiment Commander, Lingshan Battle Team reporting. Lingshan Battle Team? The commander was stunned for a moment. Then, he remembered something. He looked at his communicator and realized that there was a message from the 23rd Division headquarters. He lowered his head to hide his expression. Why did the headquarters give him this batch of recruits? Was it just a coincidence? Did the mainframe made a mistake? He turned off his communicator. When he raised his head, he was smiling. Welcome. All of you are the first batch of recruits ever since the formation of 250 Mecha Clan. He pretended to be elated. I knew that the 23rd Division had not given up on us. They even sent us the best recruits. Li Lan smiled and replied politely, you are being too courteous. The commander looked at Li Lan carefully. He noticed that his uniform and rank was not that of a recruit. This person was not a recruit. The regiment commander became vigilant again. He felt that these people came with a motive. You don't look like a recruit. The commander pointed at Li Lan's shoulder and smiled strangely. Li Lan nodded. Yes, the captain of our battle team came this year, so we decided to follow him again. Your captain must be a powerful person. The commander appeared to have made a casual comment. In order to become a major, this soldier must have been exceptional in a certain field. For instance, he might be an ace mecha master, a mecha engineer, a deputy captain of an interstellar force, or someone who had gained many military achievements. Whatever it was, this person was not a normal soldier. We grew up together and we had a strong relationship with each other. Hence, we decided to stay together in the military. Since the commander asked casually, Li Lan replied with half the truth. The commander narrowed his eyes. Li Lan appeared to have answered him, but no real information about their captain was given. He still didn't know what qualities the captain had that made such a powerful soldier to follow him. Is your captain not going to come down? Since he couldn't get anything out of this major, he should just find the captain directly. Li Lan smiled and waved towards the roof. His expression seemed relaxed and there was no respect in his actions. The commander wondered if this major and the captain really grew up together. Qi Long was unhappy at Li Lan. Why did you come down so quickly? Can you let me finish my fight first? His attitude was even worse than Li Yingji. Li Lan's face turned cold. He slapped Qi Long's forehead. What are you saying? Apologize to the regiment commander now. He then turned to the regiment commander and explained politely, Regiment commander, this is Qi Long. He has been like this ever since young. Whenever he sees someone powerful, he wants to fight with them no matter what rank they are. He created many troubles for us. Please forgive him. Qi Long touched his forehead in displeasure. This Li Lan wanted to hit him again, but Qi Long instantly replied, I know. I will apologize. Regiment commander, I'm sorry. Li Lan, I will get my revenge later. Qilong gritted his teeth. Not just anyone could touch his forehead. Only his boss could do it. The commander had no choice but to smile and forgive him. It is okay. It is good to have a lively character in the team. After what Ling Lan said, he didn't have any reason to teach this recruit a lesson even though he wanted to. Ling Lan heard the entire conversation between Ling Lan and the regiment commander. He knew that Ling Lan wanted to confuse the regiment commander, so she ordered the people beside her, those that are on Qijin level, suppress it to refinement. Ling Lan taught all her team members from the original Lingshan battle clan how to suppress their physical skills. It was not difficult. As for its effectiveness, Ling Lan expressed that things which came from the learning space were of high quality. It was different from the practice of Qijin in this world. As long as their opponent was not in the domain realm, they would not be exposed. Even if their enemy was in the domain realm, they could fool him if they were careful enough. As for Ling Lan's level, only her master, Mu Shui King, would be able to see through her. Ling Lan suspected that her master had reached the God Realm. A God Realm master would be able to use their own bodies to fight toe-to-toe with a God-class mecha. That was how powerful a God Realm master was. The people here were all smart people. Wo Lang, Ziyi, Zhao Jun, Han Jijian, Lin Zonking immediately suppressed their physical skills. Only Li Yingji didn't learn this skill before. Ling Lan saw hurt and blame in his eyes. This person was not her responsibility, right? Ling Lan glanced at Li Shu. She wanted Li Shu to take care of his baby brother. Li Shu smiled and pointed at the battle team's totem on their chest. Li Yingji was her team member. Ling Lan turned her head and ignored this sly Li Shu. Li Shu used to be a cute and innocent boy in the military academy. What made him change so much? She looked at Li Lan. He was the culprit. Li Shu must have been influenced by him. Li Lan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked up towards his captain, who had a slight frown on his face. He looked quite scary. Chapter 611. This is the dorm. Ling Lan came down with her team members. He felt Ling Lan's cold aura. The regiment commander turned to look Street Qilong. He seemed to be in the mid-stage of Qijin. However, he would not be able to become the captain based on his character. The regiment commander seemed to have found the reason why Qilong wasn't the captain. He let down some of his vigilance, but he knew that he still had to observe them to figure out if they were really harmless. The regiment commander brought them to his office to finish the registration process. Then, he gave them the address of their accommodation. They were not staying in the building which they were at just now. Their accommodation was in another direction. This building only had 3 levels. The regiment commander passed them a map and reminded them of the meal times. Ling Lan saw that there was still some time before their meal, so she decided to bring her members to their dormitory first. The dormitory was a little far away. They had to walk past half the military base in order to reach their dormitory from the canteen. The building where they met the regiment commander was at the center of the military base. It was close to all the important places in the base and had enough empty rooms to house them. Seemed like their regiment commander was guarding against them. The 250 Mega Clan was a forsaken team, but the waters inside were deep. When they reached their dormitory, everyone was stunned. "This is the place that we will be staying at?" An old and dusty gate welcomed them. The path and sentry tower was covered with a layer of dust too. There were even broken stones and tiles thrown around the sides of the gate. It looked as though this place hadn't been used since it was built. Yes. Ling Lan compared the map and told her team members the painful truth. Li Lan walked up and pushed open a small window on the door. A screen was revealed. He pressed the on button and the screen lit up. "There is electricity. It is not too bad," Li Lan said. "What is the passcode?" Han Jijian thought about something and replied, "Li Lan, what is your passcode?" When they were distributing their rooms, each of them were given a passcode. They thought that it was the passcode to their rooms, but from the looks of it, it might not be the case. 9,977,198. Li Lan was enlightened. He had a strong spiritual power causing him to a photographic memory. "Mine is the same," Han Jijian immediately replied. "The passcode that we received is not our room passcode but the passcode for the main gate." Li Lan entered the numbers. The door opened. Everyone walked in and realized that the environment inside was not bad. It was just dusty. Their footprints could be clearly seen on the dusty floor. The team members started looking around. There is a vacuum cleaner here. Luolang found one vacuum cleaner. There is another one here. Lin Zonking found one too. No others were found. Luolang and Lin Zonking took the vacuum cleaners out. Vacuum cleaners were an essential item to the Federation, but the ones in the mecha clans were more advanced. However, passcodes were needed to operate the vacuum cleaners. No one knew what the passcodes were. Do we need to go to the logistics department and ask them to send someone over? Luolang said in a depressed tone. No need. Han Jijian and Li Lan replied simultaneously. Everyone looked at the two of them. Li Lan smiled and signaled for Han Jijian to explain to them. Han Jijian went straight to the point. Use the passcode for the main gate. Luolang didn't understand them, but he followed what Han Jian said. Beep. The vacuum cleaners got activated and it started cleaning the courtyard. After they finished tidying the courtyard, they went up the building. By now, they knew that they were the only ones in this building. There were 3 levels in the building and 18 rooms that were of different sizes. Everyone discussed and decided to live together on the 3rd level. As for the other 2 levels, they would leave it for later use. Since they were the only ones in the building, they took it as their headquarters and wanted to make it as comfortable as they could. Chang Xinyuan was already prepared to show his true talent. As an outstanding mecha engineer, his expertise was at modification. Even Li Shu wanted to make one of the rooms his personal laboratory. As there were many rooms, they did not have to squeeze 6 people in a single room. Of course, people that were close to each other chose to stay together. The only 2 females, Luo Zhao and Han Xuaya, stayed together. Zhao Jun and Li Lan stayed together. They lived together in the nameless battle team, so they decided to continue to stay together. Li Yingji pestered Li Shu and wanted to stay with him. Li Shu was the only person he was familiar with in the entire Lingshan battle team. He held on to him tightly. Li Shu decided to bear with him since he was his little brother. Only Zhao Jianyun and his friends decided to live together as 6 people in a single room. They were used to staying together. Besides Ling Lan, everyone had companions living with them. No one wanted to stay with Ling Lan. They still wanted to live a few more years. They didn't want to be pressured by Ling Lan's aura every day. Why was there an empty building for the Lingshan battle team? In a standard mecha clan, there should be around 1,500 mecha operators. Adding in the people from the mecha logistics and the logistics department, there should be a total of 4,500 to 5,000 people in a mecha clan. A mecha clan needed 2 to 3 logisticians in order for the mecha clan to operate comfortably. In the 250 mecha clan, there were 250 mecha operators but only less than 100 logisticians. Half of them were working in the kitchen, so there were only around 50 logisticians repairing the mechas. This showed that the 250 mecha clan was forsaken. The headquarters only wanted to ascertain their basic survival needs. There was a huge shortage of manpower in the 250 mecha clan. Hence, many locations were empty. This allowed the Lingshan battle team to have an entire building to themselves. If this was in any other mecha clans, such a situation would never happen. Everyone activated their small vacuum cleaners in their room and quickly gathered in Ling Lan's room. Ling Lan's room was the only suite on the 3rd level. It was meant for high-ranking officers in a mecha clan. Ling Lan felt that the 250 mecha clan was not as bad as she imagined. At least she didn't need to live with the males. With the help of the vacuum cleaners, Luo Zhao, Han Xuaya, and Lin Zonking, her living room was clean and tidy. Ling Lan sat on her sofa and asked, "What did you all notice along the way?" Han Jijian replied first, "The regiment commander is a powerful and ambitious person. He doesn't like us." He scanned the living room and continued, "If not, he would not send us here." Li Lan added on, "The 250 mega clan is filled with people who are unable to go on the battlefield anymore. There might be some hidden talents here, but on the surface, it is a forsaken mecha clan. For an ambitious person to come here and not welcome our arrival, it means that his motive is on these useless mecha operators. He is afraid that we would interrupt his plans. Also, There are a few strong auras coming from the building that we were on just now. Our captain should have sensed them. Ling Lan looked at Ling Lan. They were still getting used to calling Ling Lan their captain since they were in the military now. Sometimes, they would forget and call her boss. Ling Lan nodded. When Qilong attacked, she noticed a few strong auras. One of them was just below her, so she went down to observe it. However, she seemed to have scared the person. The other 3 auras were further away, but since she already sensed them, she would be able to recognize them if she sensed them again. However, since the captain suppressed his strength, the regiment commander will not pay too much attention to him. He will just be on guard against me and Qilong. Qilong and him didn't suppress their power, so they were the 2 strongest people in the battle team now. I think that only Lan gained the interest of the regiment commander. Han Jijian suddenly said. Lan's gesture caused the regiment commander to lose interest in Qilong. He glanced at Qilong and smiled. I didn't expect Qilong to act so well. Qilong sniggered. I just had an inspiration and duplicated Li Yingji's actions. Li Yingji got angry. Are you saying that I am an idiot? When you act arrogant, you seem quite stupid. Qilong shrugged and replied, I want to fight you. Li Yingji was furious. He wanted to rush towards Qilong, but suddenly, he felt his body went numb. He fainted onto the sofa. Li Shi removed a syringe from Li Yingji's neck calmly. He said, the world is finally quiet. Those people who knew what was in the syringe shivered in fear. They didn't expect the military doctor to use this thing on his own teammate. That person was his cousin too. Sob. Their military doctor is so scary. Chapter 612. Chance. Ling Lan looked at Li Shi nonchalantly. After everyone had calmed down, she said, the situation is advantageous for us. Lan will continue fooling the regiment commander. The rest of us. Ling Lan turned serious. She gave her orders directly. We'll find out everything about the 250 Mecha clan in the shortest amount of time. Yes, Captain. Everyone stood up to receive the order. After giving her orders, she led her team members to the logistics department to claim their new uniform, daily necessities, and bed sheets. After that, it was mealtime, so they went to the canteen. The other mecha operators in the 250 Mecha clan had climbed out of their dormitory and were all coming to the canteen. To them, nothing was more important than eating. Not even sleeping. Liu Fuquan sat alone in the corner of the canteen. There were many people sitting alone just like him. Everyone came from different divisions, so there was no need for any interactions between them. Hence, they just took care of themselves. However, some troublemakers which came from different divisions became friends with each other. At the round table in the canteen, 5 to 6 hunks were sitting together and having a conversation. Hey, did you hear about some recruits were sent to our Mecha clan? The one talking was called Fu Qiangwei. He was once a captain of a battle team in the 4th Division. However, during his time on the battlefield, his entire battle team was sacrificed. Only he survived. Ever since then, he became vicious and violent. He was unable to control his emotions. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would hit other mecha operators in the 4th Division. The 4th Division couldn't bear with him anymore and sent him to the 23rd Division. Interesting. Looks like we have new toys. Someone gave a sinister smile. That someone was Yan Mingjun from the 7th Division. The pressure from the life or death situations on the battlefield was too much for him. It twisted his personality and he became a sadist. However, he was always able to escape from punishments as he had ample reasons for his actions. When the 23rd Division was looking for more manpower, his commander sent him over. The other people got excited too. They had bullied everyone that could be bullied in the 250 Mecha clans, so they were bored. These people were from other Mecha clans in the 23rd Division. But, not long after they came, they had a relapse and started to hurt other people. Some didn't leave any evidence behind, while others couldn't be prosecuted or kicked out of the military for various reasons. Hence, these people were transferred to the 250 Mecha clan by Higuang. Liu Fuquan pursed his lips when he heard what they said. He didn't think that they would be able to succeed. If there were just a few recruits, It might be possible to bully them. However, Liu Fuquan remembered that bunch of people that were on his roof. He prayed that those old soldiers would not die too terribly. What do you think about those recruits? A voice appeared beside Liu Fuquan. Liu Fuquan raised his head calmly. Someone had sat down opposite from him. The person was a loner just like him. His name was Yang Mingzi, once a regiment commander of a mecha clan in the 1st Division. He was an elite ace mecha master, someone who everyone felt had the highest chance in advancing to become an imperial operator. He had a nickname too. He was a member of the South Stars. Unfortunately, Yang Mingzi's mecha career ended after the annihilation of his mecha clan in a battle. He couldn't operate a mecha anymore. His superiors were worried and felt pity for him. They were afraid that being in the 1st Division would remind him of his wounds, so they sent him to the 23rd Division to let him enjoy his retirement. He was a candidate for the position of regiment commander of the 250 mecha clan, but he didn't want it. Hence, Hijackers took over. Both of them were once famous mecha operators, so whenever they met, they would have a short chat with each other. However, that was as far as their interactions went. Liu Fuquan didn't expect him to be curious about something. He always seemed nonchalant about everything. Liu Fuquan raised his eyebrows. You know what is happening. Why did you still ask me? Although Yang Mingzi was unable to operate a mecha, his physical skills were still present. He would have definitely sensed the strength of those recruits. I am just wondering why they were sent here. Yang Mingzi frowned. 250 Mega Clan was a hopeless place. Recruits shouldn't appear here. Who knows? There might be a motive behind it. Liu Fuquan shrugged. He was not interested in those recruits. He just wanted to make Hijackers give up on him. Besides their names and battle team, I can't find any other information about those recruits. Yang Mingzi suddenly threw a bomb at him. Liu Fuquan raised his head in shock. Compared to him, Yang Mingzi had a higher rank before he was sent here. Before he was sent here, he was going to become a major general. However, he lost the opportunity. In order to compensate him, the first marshal gave Yang Mingzi all the authorities and benefits of a major general. If he couldn't get any information about those recruits, it meant that the person who set the requirements was either one of the 3 marshals, or one of the 10 generals. Yang Mingzi ignored the surprise in Liu Fuquan's eyes. He continued, "This might be a chance. Don't miss it." He stood up and left as though he just came to greet him. Liu Fuquan lowered his head to hide the emotions in his eyes. What did Yang Mingzi mean by those words? Did he see through his disguise and decided to help him? Were those recruits really his chance? Liu Fuquan smiled bitterly. His enemies were too strong. If he showed any signs of weakness, he would die a terrible death. No matter how powerful the backgrounds of these recruits were, how could they be compared to that person? He should not implicate them. Liu Fuquan's eyes dimmed again. He resumed his usual appearance. Loud footsteps sounded outside the canteen. Everyone looked towards the door simultaneously. There were no big groups in the 250 Mega Clan, so everyone got curious. A huge bunch of people entered the canteen. They were young and vibrant. The old soldiers that had given up on life felt calmer when they saw the recruits. Chapter 613, Means of Attack. The 2 people who drew the most attention were the 2 girls who had totally different styles but were tacitly standing beside each other. They brightened up the entire cafeteria. One of the beautiful girls saw that everyone was staring at them, instantly blushed and put her head down. The other physically attractive girl used her huge eyes to ruthlessly glare at everyone. She huffed coldly, then pulled the shy girl to her side to block her from their sight. Fu Qiangyue and Yan Mingjun's group of 6 wanted to take the new recruits down a notch. The moment Ling Lan walked in, these guys had found the target they wanted to make a move on. The 6 of them suddenly jumped up from their seats and pounced towards their targets. 4 of the 6 pounced towards Ling Lan, Qi Long, Li Lan and Li Yingji, because in their eyes, these 4 people were the only Qijin experts within this group of new recruits. The other 2 people were responsible for intercepting any other recruits from lending a helping hand, while Yan Mingjun leaped beside Hong Xuya and Luo Zhao. Bam, 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 bam. 4 consecutive sounds of hits landing. Fu Qiangyue and the other 3 who were responsible for Ling Lan and her group of 4 was intercepted. Right when Luo Lang and the others wanted to move forward, 2 people appeared in front of them and intercepted them with only a few moves. Yan Mingjun stood behind Han Xuya and Luo Zhao, who were looking at today's menu. He lightly tapped them on their shoulders. Han Xuya immediately turned her head and asked confusedly, "What?" "Yeah, I hope you can cooperate with me so it doesn't make things difficult." Yan Mingjun gestured, showing that he couldn't help the situation. At that moment, Han Xuya had already seen what was happening behind them. Her expression instantly changed. Right when she was about to get angry, Luo Zhao nervously pulled on Han Xuya's hand and said, "We'll definitely cooperate. Please don't worry." "Luo Zhao, what are you doing?" Han Xuya said angrily. "Wow, this little sister knows what's up." Yan Mingjun smiled coldly. His smile made Han Xuya feel like she wasn't looking at a person but a cold venomous snake. Right when she wanted to get angry, Luo Zhao pulled on her hand once again. Then she swallowed the anger and frustration that had formed inside of her. It was clear that Han Xuya and Luo Zhao were used as hostages. This scene made the others in Lingshan not dare to make any sudden moves. They could only watch at Yan Mingjun's group in shock. Seeing this, Liu Fuquan sipped his bottle and said softly, as expected of newbies, "Still too soft." They actually weren't even on guard. They wouldn't be able to live on the battlefield if they are like this. He saw that not too far from him, Yang Mingzi was calmly eating his food and wasn't distracted by what was happening. Liu Fuquan couldn't help but lift up his bottle and shake it towards Yang Mingzi's direction. "Those are the new recruits you've set your eyes on? Their situation isn't looking good." Yang Mingzi understood what Liu Fuquan wanted to tell him. He lifted up his chopsticks and pointed slightly towards Liu Fuquan to signal Liu Fuquan that he should wait patiently. Seeing this, Liu Fuquan shook his head and thought that waiting would be a waste of time. Yang Mingjun already had hostages. Could the newbies really turn the tide? However, he still took Yang Mingzi's signal and continued to watch. Perhaps, in the deep recess of his mind, he also wanted to see the moment the newbies turn the tide. Ling Lan didn't look at her opponent and instead looked towards Yan Mingjun. She sneered, "What do you think you're doing and getting that close to my members?" Yan Mingjun grinned maliciously. "You don't see it? Such a beautiful thing. Would be a shame if it was broken." He took out his hand and cut the air around Han Xuya and Luo Zhao's throats. "You're not afraid to go military court?" Ling Lan continued to ask coldly. Yan Mingjun laughed. "We have been determined, have mood swings and could lose control by countless military doctors. So you guys have to listen to us, otherwise being easily provoked, I will really lose control. Then at that moment, you guys would lose 2 beautiful team members." He caressed Han Xuya and Luo Zhao's face. He said with love and affection, "Then that would be too unfortunate." Hearing this, Ling Lan nodded and turned towards Li Shu. "Shu, we can use the thing you invented." Li Shu smiled. "That's my pleasure." Ling Lan's odd response stunned Yan Mingjun. This time, Ling Lan looked towards Yan Mingjun once again and calmly said, "Since you're sick, you should take some medicine." Right after Ling Lan said medicine, countless flashes of light flew out from all the members of Lingshan. Very quickly, the 5 people standing in front of them instantly turned into porcupines and fell to the ground. Yan Mingjun held his neck with an expression of disbelief on his face. Han Xuya smiled and turned around. She clapped her hands. "Fall, fall." As she said these words, Yan Mingjun finally fell down. The hand he had on his neck also fell towards the ground. At that moment, everyone saw that there was actually a silver needle reflecting off from his neck. It turns out Yan Mingjun was on guard against Qi Long, Ling Lan and others. He didn't think to pay any attention to the 2 girls standing behind him. In his eyes, Luo Zhao was afraid, Xian was absolutely harmless. Han Xuya was impulsive and blindsided and also acted like someone who didn't think first before acting. There was basically no way for them to resist. It was this line of thought that made him get hit by Han Xuya's silver needle, miniature syringe. Seeing this, Liu Fuquan was stunned. He didn't think that the nervousness of the 2 girls was actually feigned. Compared to others, Who would assume that Hong Xuya was the one who make a move? Liu Fuquan saw clearly that Yan Mingjun wasn't just hit by one silver needle. He also had a needle in his chest. This needle was actually tossed out by the terrified and harmless little girl. He looked at Yang Mingzi subconsciously. He saw that Yang Mingzi was also stunned. It seemed that the performances of these two girls were also beyond his expectations. That was because in their eyes, female soldiers were either medical or logistics soldiers, the ones who were low in strength. After taking down that group of 6, Ling Lan and the others continued to choose their meals calmly. The unexpected counterattack by those new recruits made the other mecha operators understood that these newbies meant business. Some of them had the same thought as Yan Mingjun but then instantly changed their minds and decided to watch them for a longer amount of time. At that moment, the team that was on duty was late to respond. They were greatly surprised after seeing the 6 laying on the floor. They thought that this time the new recruits would be the ones who were wounded and at a disadvantage. The team on duty didn't think that it was actually Yan Mingjun's 6-man group from the 250 Mega Clan who were wounded and hurt. The team on duty walked in and saw that the 6 of them had silver needles all over their bodies. After examining closely, they figured out that it was a strong tranquilizer and understood how the 6 of them were defeated. The team on duty also began to admire the new recruits for being able to invent such new and advanced weaponry. Since the new recruits weren't hurt and didn't create any bloody accidents, the team on duty didn't ask the new recruits any questions. They then sent the 6 who were on the ground to the first aid department for them to return back to consciousness. After the regiment commander found out, he was also surprised by the new recruits' invention. However, this also proved that in this group of new recruits, there weren't many strong individuals. Thus, they needed to resort to using underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, they had already exposed this tactic. It would be impossible for them to use it next time if they use the same tactic to go against their opponent. The regiment commander's restless feeling calmed down a bit. However, before knowing the real reason those new recruits came to the 250 Mecha Clan, the regiment commander will not be fully at ease. However, what happened afterwards surprised the entire 250 Mecha Clan. Yan Mingjun and his group of 6, who were hit with a strong tranquilizer, did not wake up even though the anesthetic was removed. They were still unconscious and because of the treatment pods, they were not under any life-threatening situation. After sending them to the headquarters hospital, they still could not determine a way to solve the issue after a series of tests and studies. In order to get past this difficulty, the headquarters hospital sent many physicians to 250 Mecha Clan to find Lingshan battle team to acquire the tranquilizing agent to study. After they found out that this was made by Li Shu, they immediately stopped all research and returned back to the headquarters as soon as possible. Before leaving, those physicians didn't forget to tell the regiment commander of 250 that in order to solve the problem, he could only go to Li Shu. The regiment commander at that moment finally knew that one member of Lingshan battle team was actually a physician registered in the headquarters hospital. After being surprised by this fact, the regiment commander used his connections to get some information about this physician and finally found out the truth. It turns out, the headquarters could no longer tolerate 250 Mecha Clan and didn't want them to become a disgrace of the 23rd Division. The headquarters also didn't want to publicly announce that the 23rd Division had a useless Mecha Clan. Thus, they quietly dispatched an expert military doctor to join the battle team of the new recruits into 250 Mecha Clan to make him treat the mecha operators with psychological problems within the clan. The other new recruits were only used to safeguard the military doctor. This would then explain why the new recruit was able to successfully activate his battle team. It was the result of the headquarters opening a back door for him. The regiment commander believed that he found out the truth was and completely let his guard down against those new recruits and cooperated with the headquarters arrangements. First, he handed Yan Mingjun and the other 5 to Li Shu. Thus, Yan Mingjun and the other 5 were going to be living in torment, especially Yan Mingjun, who would feel what real torture felt like. Compared to the torment he would feel, what he had done to those new recruits was not even worth mentioning. After only around a month or so, Ling Lan had already grasped the information of all 250 mecha operators from 250 mecha clan with the regiment commander's intentional and unintentional cooperation. Captain, this is the list of individuals needing treatment provided by the regiment commander. Lisha handed a piece of paper to Ling Lan. In a month's time, with Lisha's treatment, Yan Mingjun and the other 5 changed completely. If they were told to torment others, they would be afraid to do so. Fu Qianghai also changed his impulsiveness and aggressive personality. Even if someone was to mock him in front of him, Fu Qianghai wouldn't lash out on them. Everyone was stunned by Lisha's treatment results. Right when they wanted to see if they should also ask Lisha to treat them, one mecha operator unintentionally saw Fu Qianghai speak to a stray cat using a soft and slow voice. This scene made the operator felt terrified. What terrifying means would make such a person's personality change into a completely different one? Additionally, every time these other mecha operators passed by Lingshan's accommodation area, they could hear Fu Qianghai and Yan Mingjun's cries of agony during their treatment. Very quickly, the expression of everyone in 250 mecha clan would change when they spoke of doctor-related topics. I didn't think that he would actually give us a list of people by his own accord, Ling Lan said with surprise as she raised her eyebrows. This regiment commander also had responsibility to take for making the entire clan terrified of Lisha's means of treatment. She originally thought that this regiment commander was making it hard for them on purpose. Now it seemed that this regiment commander had other plans in mind. Chapter 614, Intergalactic Escort Mission. Yang Mingxi, Liu Fuquan, Kang Lincheng, Gudong Yang, and Yao Guoi. These were 5 names on the list. Ling Lan felt that these 5 people were the strongest mecha operators in 250 mecha clan due to their given nicknames. The regiment commander's list of people required for treatment was the norm. Logically, it should be the 5 of them who should receive treatment first. As for Yan Mingjun and the other 5 people, they had become guinea pigs for their experiments by sheer luck. Now that the results of the treatment were out, of course it was going to be used on the people on the list first. However, it was also because it was so normal that made Ling Lan felt that it was odd. Ling Lan's fingers tapped the armrest while she was guessing what was the regiment commander's real goal. His goal was probably one of these 5 people on the list. It was just that she couldn't confirm who it was. It seems like I don't know enough information, Ling Lan said regrettably. Although Little Four could search through every 250 mecha clan mecha operators' information from birth, there were still some hidden information that wasn't possible to determine from the data that was given. Ling Lan couldn't use the information to accurately determine who the regiment commander's target was. In short, it was because she was not given enough time. Lishu, you must try your best to treat those on this list. Although Ling Lan wasn't sure who the target was, she wouldn't let Lisha drag out the amount of time required for their treatment because of this reason. This treatment was connected to a mecha operator's piloting future and mistakes were not an option. Lisha took the orders and left. Ling Lan thought to herself in the atrium for half an hour by herself. Finally, she gave out a chain of orders. The entire Lingshan team instantly began to move about. Lisha's treatment room was in the lowest level of their accommodation building. As Lingshan's head of logistics, Lin Zonking didn't hesitate and asked the regiment commander for many resources and hardware because of the secret mission given to them by the headquarters. He then built Lisha's treatment room to perfection. This made Lisha fully understand the benefits of having a good logistics team. Thinking back to the beginning, he begged here and there to use the laboratory. He also rented it at high prices which made the 3 of them bankrupt. In the end, he could only sell himself to the headquarters hospital and become one of their main physicians. Afterwards, he had the qualifications to use the hospital's laboratory limitlessly. This also saved the 3 of them from living a frugal and depressing life. Thinking back to his depressing history, if only Lin Zonking had entered into the division with them back then, the 3 of them would not have to go through such hardships. Lisha had tears falling from his eyes. Of course, if Lin Zonking could only build a treatment for Lishu, to Lin Zonking, it would be considered a display of uselessness. Not only did Lin Zonking perfectly build Lisha's treatment room, He also helped Chang Xinyuan build a small modification research room. From what Lin Zonking told everyone, the research room seemed small, but the cost of building it was not much cheaper than Li Shi's treatment room. Thus, Lin Zonking hustled the regiment commander. Unfortunately, the regiment commander, not knowing the details, did not know he was hustled. He believed that it was all for Li Shi's treatment room and mustered up all his connections to apply for it to the higher-ups. He finally managed to satisfy all of Lin Zonking's demands. Of course, for the regiment commander, he only had to waste some time to think and give out demands. These supplies weren't coming out of his own pocket, so he didn't care. Also, if Li Shi successfully cured these mecha operators and made them able to return to the battlefield, as the regiment commander, he would also be given credit. He would of course not reject this situation where someone else could take the fall if there was a mistake and benefit him if it went well. These many reasons he actually let Lin Zonking have his own way. However, as the 5 individuals began living in Lingshan Battle Team's accommodations, Lingshan Battle Team's members used it to their advantage to get close to the 5 of them every single day. Once, the regiment commander went to the treatment room to see the progress of the treatment. While he was there, he discovered that the 5 mecha operators were talking and laughing with Lingshan's members. Even the depressed and indifferent Yang Mingzi was talking and smiling with them. The regiment commander immediately realized that he had made a poor decision. One day, Ling Lan received a notification from the regiment commander and went to the regiment commander. After returning, she saw Li Lan and Han Jijian standing in front of her door. Ling Lan led them into her room. The 3 of them sat on the sofa in the living room. "What's up?" Ling Lan was a bit curious since it was rare for both of them to come together at the same. "We just received word that the regiment commander had messaged you to go to him. We thought about it and decided that we should make a move too," Han Jijian said as he looked at Li Lan. "Looks like you guys have guessed it." Ling Lan lips curled. She didn't think that the regiment commander's patience was this poor and already made a move. "Us being here gets in his way. I predict that he will find an excuse to get us transferred out of here." Li Lan smiled faintly. Ling Lan didn't answer. She immediately told them the mission the regiment commander had given her. "It's a good plan," Han Jijian sighed. "Very well thought out. Even if we know that he wants to send us away, we wouldn't be able to refuse the orders for a transfer." Who knew that the regiment commander would actually find such an interesting assignment for us? Li Lan smiled bitterly. An intergalactic escorting mission. Even if it was the lowest level E escorting missions, it would still require the new recruits to be in their 4th year. Looks like the regiment commander fiddled with the rules. Back then, Li Lan had already had a taste of this hardship. In his 2nd year he was forced to take a similar assignment and Zhao Jun almost lost his life for it. That's probably not the case. The protection period of the new recruits is meant for the new recruits without official battle teams. Temporary members are also categorized as new recruits. Only they are able to receive protection. Ling Lan explained. "When I activated our battle team and when you guys activated your totems, we were no longer considered new recruits. The regiment commander doesn't need to fiddle with anything. As long as he handed an application to the headquarters to make us, Lingshan, to go on the battlefield, the mainframe would automatically arrange the details of an assignment for us. Who knows what level the escort mission will be? I hope it's not too difficult." After saying this, Li Lan couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that he was expecting too much. With Lingshan Battle Team's strength of 7 ace operators, the easy escort missions would not given to them. "Captain, is there a limit of how many people for this mission?" Han Jijian asked. "There is. I need a 6-man battle team. Thus I will take Zhao Jun, Lan, Qi Long, Li Yingji and Lin Zongqing." Ling Lan thought for a second and said. Han Jijian was confused for a second then immediately realized it. "Flush them out?" "Yes, I will take the 3 strongest people with me. Anyone who's smart enough would know what to do." Ling Lan's expression became cold. In the past month or so, Ling knew more or less the personality of their regiment commander. She didn't want her time to be wasted on scheming against each other. She wanted to use the fastest method to resolve this troublesome issue. Of course, If the regiment commander could control his ego and just continue to be 250 Mecha Clan's regiment commander, Ling Lan wouldn't mind continuing to have a harmonious relationship with him. Han Jijian clearly knew this arrangement was the most appropriate, but he still couldn't let go and said, sadly, "I can't go with you, boss." Han Jijian knew that following Ling Lan would be a very fun-filled experience. "It's not easy for you guys here either. I hope that when I come back, I'll hear good news from you," Ling Lan said cheerfully. For an opponent like the regiment commander's level, Ling Lan wasn't interested in playing with him. However, she didn't mind to let Han Jijian, Luo Leng and Ziyi to play around with him for a bit. She will just take it as training for her members. Chapter 615, 6 Battle Teams. Planet Hantang was one of the Huaxia Federation's first-rate planets and was only a short way from becoming a legendary planet. Its degree of development was enough to compete with a legendary planet. No matter how prosperous a planet was, it would still have their planetary defense army, and the mission Ling Lan and the others had received was sent out by Planet Hantang's defense army's main command center. The originally heavily guarded headquarters had a few allied battle teams arriving at their location. This time, the Defense Army's command center had sent out an assignment to gather 6 4-star battle teams from all divisions that had 6-man battle teams. However, when the battle teams had all arrived, the Defense Army's commander-in-chief discovered that he had made a mistake when he sent out the assignment. He actually forgot to write an important requirement, and that was he wanted all 6 battle teams to come from the same division. The 5 battle teams that had already arrived included Meng Shengyuan, Senior Colonel Meng's Iron Curtain battle team from the 1st Division, Senior Colonel Mu Yian's Whirlwind battle team from the 3rd Division, Lieutenant Colonel Qian Jialin's Brave Warriors battle team from the 9th Division, Lieutenant Colonel King Jiayan's Startup battle team from the 13th Division, and Lieutenant Colonel Wang Anzong's Immortals battle team from the 17th Division. There was another battle team that had yet to arrive. They had also sent out their information, and it was the 23rd Division's senior captain, Ling Lan's Lingshan battle team. The moment the commander-in-chief of the headquarters received this information, he was instantly stunned. He thought that Ling Lan's battle team was a 1-star battle team, and it was a mistake by the mainframe rating them a 4-star battle team. Their captain only had the rank of senior captain. In the commander's mind, captains of 1-star battle teams were usually of this ranks. However, when he looked through the mainframe, he saw that below Lingshan battle team's name, there were 4 stars that had lit up. He then knew that the mainframe did not make an error. The error was that among all 4-star battle teams, there was such an incredible battle team. However, the commander-in-chief quickly lost interest in further investigating Lingshan, this incredible battle team. He began to worry whether the 6 battle teams from different divisions would be able to cooperate well with each other. Would they be able to complete this difficult mission? It should be known that this escorting mission required them to cross 7 countries within the galaxy. Only 2 out of these 7 countries were considered to be friendly with the Federation. The other 5 countries, 3 of which were publicly enemies of the Federation and 2 were neutral countries on the outside. In reality, these 2 countries were secretly helping opposing countries of the Federation. The Federation knew fully well about all this and considered them as enemies as well. It was just that everyone still remained friendly on the outside and didn't call each other out on their actions. These 2 countries were also considered to be dangerous areas and needed to be on guard against. Thinking up to this point, the worry and concern of the commander became worse. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to change anything at this point. Was he going to have to send these battle team back to where they came from? Thinking about the strictness of the mainframe and to make sure he wasn't sent to military court for this mistake, the commander decided to just roll with it. Inside the Defense Army's headquarters, the 5 battle teams that had already arrived were asked to meet each other in the meeting room. The meeting room was arranged in a circular table setting. Each captain found a place to sit and the members of each team all sat down behind their captains. The captains all looked at each other, silently critiquing the positive and negative traits of each captain while waiting for the last battle team to arrive. They did this because after everyone had arrived, The commander-in-chief would tell them the details of their assignment. The earliest battle team that had arrived had already waited for 3 days. Without a doubt that team's patience was wearing thin. Half an hour had passed. Why are they still not here? Don't tell me that we have to wait for another day. Our battle teams don't have the luxury to waste such time. One captain couldn't help but be critical. The long wait made these battle teams lose their patience. Yeah. Even Captain Meng has arrived. Those guys from the 23rd Division are really arrogant. Another captain looked at the 1st Division's Meng Shangyuan with a half-smile in an attempt to provoke Meng Shangyuan's anger towards the 23rd Division. Meng Shangyuan was as still as a log and didn't react at all. He only sat there and didn't move one bit. The captain who spoke sulkily took back his expression towards Meng Shangyuan and turned towards the commander. Are you really sure that they'll be able to arrive today? If they can't, we should just go our separate ways. The battle team from the 23rd Division was so arrogant to have 5 battle teams wait for them. The commander replied, I received the confirmation this morning. There shouldn't be any mistake. After saying that, everyone visibly calmed down. However, it couldn't be denied that they all were still critical about the fact that the 23rd Division was coming in late. Right at that moment, there were sound of footsteps coming from the hallway. The captain's ears all moved a bit, looked up and exchanged looks with each other. With their capabilities, these captains actually couldn't tell how many were coming. Could it be that they were all masters? The door of the meeting room suddenly opened and it showed a few people standing outside the door. The person leading them was a cool teen with a cold aura seeping outwards from his body. Actually, he wasn't a teen, but was in between a teen and a young man. He had integrated both age groups' elegance. If someone was to look at him, this young man's look would be imprinted into their memory. The others who followed him had someone whose body was well built, someone who seemed mild-mannered, someone beautiful, and also someone who was so normal he would make others unconsciously ignore him. They followed behind the cool young man and walked into the room. The cool young man took off his military cap, showing his ears and short hair. He politely said, Sorry we came here late and made you all wait for a long time. We are terribly sorry. Ling Lan and her team's attitude towards the other captains instantly alleviated their initial dissatisfaction. The entire atmosphere in the conference room instantly became better. Hearing this, Meng Shangyuan, who was sitting there silently, finally had a reaction. He looked towards Ling Lan and nodded. Not a problem. The 23rd Division is the furthest away from this place. We can understand you for being a bit late. He also helped Ling Lan explain for their lateness. Meng Shangyuan's friendly remark made Ling Lan glanced at him with a grateful look. Then she walked towards an empty seat and sat down. Her team members were the same as the members from the other teams and sat down on the seats behind their captain. The commander saw that all 6 battle team had arrived. He coughed a bit to clear his throat. Since everyone is here, then let me explain the details of this mission. Our Federation's allied country, the Balaya Kingdom, had their 3rd heir to the throne, Princess Gulabaduo, studied in our Federation. Now Princess Gulabaduo has officially graduated from her military academy and was required to return to the Balaya Kingdom. Since Balaya has been battling with neighboring nations, Abuduo and Jushuo, they were afraid that sending people to escort Princess Gulabaduo would threaten the princess' safety if these 2 nations were to find out. Thus, they asked us, the Federation, to escort the princess back to her home country safely. After saying all this, the commander's expression became sharp and changed completely. In order to ensure the safety of everyone, we specially requested the headquarters to have 4-star battle teams send out a small team of 6 people. These people would need to be disguised and silently escort the princess back to her country. This mission is very dangerous and failure is not an option. Otherwise, our Federation would lose Balaya, a strong ally. The result of that would be impossible to predict. After listening to all this, one captain asked, Are mechas allowed on the merchant starship? The commander nodded. In order to make sure the mission does not fail, the headquarters has allowed mechas to be brought with you. The merchant starship is also a battleship in disguise. However, in order to avoid exposing our identity as military personnel, Mechas have also been disguised. Both Ace and Special Class Mechas are available. You can go to the Mecha warehouse to choose. After saying all this, the commander smirked a bit. Also, the mecha you chose will be your reward when you complete this mission. After hearing the commander's words, everyone showed expressions of surprise and pleasure. Although they had their own designated mechas in their division, mecha operators would not reject an extra mecha. In reality, in the army, those who could have spare mechas were all from Ace Mecha clans. Only the top Ace Mecha operators had the qualifications to enjoy such luxuries. Normal mecha operators would only have one mecha in their entire life. Unless their mecha was determined to be scrap metal, only then these operators would be able to apply for a new one. Of course, their surprise and pleasant feeling wasn't just for this reason. With mechas by their side, no matter how dangerous, they would have the confidence that they would be able to get past any obstacle. After all, they were all outstanding mecha operators. Mechas were their friends and at the same time, the source of their confidence. The commander cautioned them on a few more things, then announced the time for them to gather up in the spaceport. In order to make sure the spies in Planet Hantang not to be aware about their mission, the 6 battle teams would be incognito. They would need to disperse and enter the spaceport one by one, then would group with the princess and board the merchant ship together. Finally, the commander took out a paper box. There were 6 folded pieces of white paper in the box. Everyone looked at the commander with a dumbfounded look and didn't know what he was going to do with the box. Ling Lan didn't understand for a second and then understood in an instant. She glanced at the commander with a curious look. If her guess was correct, that was paper which was quite popular back in her era. There was a moment when Ling Lan thought the commander had traveled to the future just like she did. These have the information of the characters you all will be acting as. As for what it will be based off your luck. Smiled the commander. Ling Lan seemed to have seen devilish wings flapping about behind the commander's back. Hey, this is interesting. Then I'll go first. Mu Yian from the 3rd Division, who had never experienced this type of game before, was very interested. He was the first to put his hand in the box and took out a piece of paper. He opened it, took a look and began laughing. Not bad. Our identity is the Princess Royal Guard. We can follow the princess around. Everyone saw how the game was played, so they all put in their hands in the box and took out a piece of paper. In the end, Meng Shangyuan and Ling Lan were the only ones left. Ling Lan put out her hand signaling to Meng Shangyuan for him to take one first. Meng Shangyuan looked at Ling Lan and smiled lightly. He didn't refuse the offer and took out a piece of white paper from the box. The Ling Lan took out the last piece of paper from the box. Princess Chamberlain and servants. Keon Jialin from the 9th Division opened his piece of paper and his expression instantly sunk. He didn't think that there was actually a position like this. He scratched his head and asked, could it be that the princess doesn't have her own chamberlain and servants? The commander smiled and said, she has them. There's a female chamberlain and a few female servants. You guys have just enough to become couples. After the commander said that, everyone else began laughing. Even Ling Lan couldn't help but smirk. Join in the tourist group of the world tour? King Jiayan from the 13th Division opened his piece of paper, saw the words written on it and his expression instantly changed. For him and his team, tourists were the most difficult for them to pretend to be. Over a decade of fighting and battling, they all had the aura of a soldier and was full of killing intent. They were far from the clean peacefulness of commoners. Hearing this, Keon Jialin instantly laughed out loud. As housekeepers and servants, it would be understandable if there was some killing intent, but tourists, alright. Seeing that someone else was worse off than him, Keon Jialin felt that what was written on his piece of paper was no longer that terrible. Intergalactic smuggling ring. The 17th Division's Wang Anzong saw the details and instantly let out a sigh of relief. Although in his mind, it wasn't a good title, but it was still better than being a tourist. In the end, only Ling Lan and Meng Shangyuan hadn't opened their piece of paper. The other 4 captains immediately looked towards these two. Their expressions were clearly saying, brother, Just open it already and tell us what it actually says. Meng Shengyuan opened up the piece of paper unwillingly. Intergalactic Adventure Team. Ling Lan opened hers as well, her lips curled. We're also in the Intergalactic Adventure Team. Meng Shengyuan and Ling Lan crossed in each other's line of sight. They didn't think that they would be working together. At that moment, Kang Jiayan glanced at Ling Lan and then looked at the people behind Ling Lan. Afterwards, he smiled and said, "What's your name, brother?" Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. "Ling Lan, what is your name, elder brother?" "Haha, your elder brother's name is Kang Jiayan. You can call me elder brother Kang." Kang Jiayan had a smile that seemed to be trying to get on her good side. This made Ling Lan's eyes twitch and felt that Kang Jiayan was up to no good. "Brother Ling, your elder brother Kang wants to discuss something with you." Right when Kang Jiayan wanted to get shoulder-to-shoulder distance to Ling Lan suddenly dashed away. She then calmly said, "Elder brother Kang, if you want to say something, just say it outright." Ling Lan's movement made the other four captains laugh out loud. Kang Jiayan blushed, but for the pride of his battle team, he was prepared to throw away his dignity. "Brother Ling, your elder brother Kang had drew a piece of paper with tourist written on it, right? Look at your elder brother Kang, and my men, with just one look, tells you that we're not good people and have nothing to do with being tourists. However, Brother Ling, you guys are different. Brother Ling is handsome and mighty and your subordinates are all cute and beautiful. If you guys pretend to be an adventure team, no one would believe you to be an actual adventure team. Instead, you should switch with me. Then everyone would be able to perfectly act their role and not have anyone suspect us." Cute and beautiful? The expressions of the people behind Ling Lan instantly worsened. Ling Lan, however, didn't get angry. She looked at Kang Jiayan's men. They were indeed just like how Kang Jiayan had described them, with just one look and they would instantly considered to be bad guys. They were all tall and muscular. Even though their looks weren't too bad, they still had strands of killing intent seeping out from them. These guys did not seem like tourists at all. They were more like robbers. If they were put into the tourist group, it was possible that the other tourists would be terrified. However, why should she help him? Ling Lan calmly said, "We are partners with Captain Meng. With us in the adventure team, the threat level would decrease by a lot. However, if it changes to you guys." After saying this, Ling Lan shook her head to show that she didn't believe in Kang Jiayan's team. "It's better if you guys pretend to be tourists. Even if you guys draw attention to yourselves, only you guys would be exposed and not affect the other battle teams." Hearing this, Captain Meng also nodded and said, "Captain Ling is right. By cooperating with Captain Ling, we can pretend to be a third-rate adventure team and wouldn't draw too much attention to ourselves. If we changed it to you guys, the threat level would increase and would make it easier for those who are on guard to be drawn to us. Then, once exposed, it would be two battle teams instead of one." Hearing all this, Kang Jiayan's expression changed. Finally, he promised with all his might, "Brother Ling, your elder brother Kang is from the 13th Division. As long as you are willing to exchange the paper, your elder brother Kang would be in your debt. In the future, if you ever need your elder brother Kang, just say the word and your elder brother Kang would not refuse." Captain Meng nodded towards Ling Lan. Then Ling Lan replied, "All right, elder brother Kang, since you've already said that, if I refuse your offer, it would be me who does not know how to appreciate your kindness." Afterwards, she handed the piece of paper in her hand towards Kang Jiayan. Kang Jiayan excitedly exchanged the piece of paper from his hand with Ling Lan's. When he received Ling Lan's piece of paper, Ling Lan heard his team members actually boo in unison. She couldn't help but feel happy inside her mind. Kang Jiayan's battle team seemed to be a fun battle team. Chapter 616, Careless Mistake. A tour guide constantly checked the time on his communicator while looking at the entrance of the spaceport. He was worried. 6 people had not arrived yet and the cruise was departing soon. Should he leave the 6 people behind? At this moment, 6 young men ran over from the entrance. They were dressed casually. They looked anxious, but the aura they gave out was happy and vibrant. They rushed to the tour guide and panted heavily as they reached him. 2 of them gained the attention of the tour guide. One of them was wearing a hat that covered half of his face while the other had a mask. The tour guide couldn't see their faces, but he felt the cold presence and gentle aura from them individually. They did look good standing next to each other. Of the remaining 4, 2 of them were muscular. Their stamina seemed to be the best too. They just breathed heavily while the others were panting like crazy. One of the remaining 2 members looked irritated while the other seemed calm and gentle. Additionally, he grabbed the young man that seemed impatient and asked him to control his emotions. Their relationship must have been good because the young man who was irritated actually calmed down. The tour guide heaved a sigh of relief. These 6 people didn't look like hard customers. As a tour guide, what he was afraid of the most was meeting customers that were hard to please. They made his work much harder. One of the muscular young men said after he caught his breath, "Are you the tour guide of Shunfeng Tourism Agency?" They saw the words Shunfeng on the tour guide's clothes. The tour guide nodded. "Yes, you all must be from Yiping Academy. Everyone is waiting for you all." "Yes, we are sorry for being late." The muscular man looked like a rough person, but he had a good attitude and apologized sincerely. The tour guide's impression of them got better instantly. "No problem, hurry up and register yourselves." The tour guide knew that time was tight, so he didn't speak any more nonsense. When the 6 young men stepped on the cruise ship, they looked at each other and smiled. The tour guide gave them a standard 6-man room. He asked them to tidy up and head down for dinner. "Oh right, after dinner, there will be a dance party. You can interact with other people in the tour group. After all, you all will be staying together for 1 month. A good relationship will allow you to have a more interesting trip." The tour guide reminded all of them before he left. Their tour group would pass through 18 countries in the galaxy. The countries they chose were either neutral parties or countries within the Federation. However, they would need to pass through 3 enemy countries along the journey. These countries had signed a treaty which stated that they would not attack a passenger ship as long as the people on the ship didn't provoke them. The muscular young man, who had been talking to the tour guide all these while, replied, "Okay, Tour Guide Zhu, we will come down later." The tour guide had introduced himself just now. His name was Zhu Guanglai. Zhu Guanglai left. He needed to check on his other tour group members. He was the tour guide as well as the person in charge of the tour group. He was responsible for everything. The muscular man watched the tour guide leave before going back into the room. The 6-man room was in the same style as a military bunk. This cruise ship was modified from a battleship. There were 3 bunk beds. Everyone chose their bed and placed their bags down. Ling Lan took off her hat, revealing her young face. She had retracted her aura. With her handsome face and pink lips, she looked like a beautiful young man now. Qilong held onto the bed frame and laughed silently. The rest of the people tried their best to hold in their laughter. They were afraid that their boss would kill them. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and glared at Qilong coldly. "Is it very funny?" Qilong froze. His laughter subsided. He shook his head furiously. Sob. He laughed too hard just now. He forgot how vicious his boss could be. Although he was safe for this month, once they went back to the Mecha clan, Qilong could imagine what his life would be like. They didn't come late on purpose. They were late because they laughed at Ling Lan after she changed into casual clothing and restrained her dominating aura. Of course, Ling Lan beat them up badly afterwards. The beating took some time, so they were in a rush. If they were late by another 5 minutes, they might have missed the cruise. "Actually, you look more like a tourist like this." Li Lan smiled as he consoled Ling Lan. Ling Lan felt troubled. She knew that the moment she restrained her aura, she would not look like a boss anymore. Li Lan's words was like sprinkling salt on her wound. She raised her eyebrows and said threateningly, "What, do I look gullible like this?" Li Lan controlled his urge to laugh. He shook his head nonchalantly and said, "Number." "However, your appearance now will let people put down their guard against you. This is important for our mission, Captain." You are good at disguising yourself. Ling Lan shamelessly curried favor with Ling Lan and appeased her anger. Everyone gave Ling Lan looks of approval. They were relieved that they managed to escape another beating this time. Shall we contact other captains? Lin King asked. No. Ling Lan rejected the suggestion. We don't know if there are spies on this cruise. If we act rashly, we might expose ourselves. Everyone nodded. Ling Lan continued. Since we are tourists, we must act like one. Use the fake identity that Planet Hantang gave us and leave a message on the Ping Academy's forum. We will post a message stating that we managed to board the cruise at the last moment. You said what I wanted to say. Ling Lan supported Ling Lan. As long as nothing happens to the princess, we will just continue to act like a tourist. The other 4 people were smart people too. They understood what Ling Lan meant and nodded. Very soon, Lin King used his fake identity to post a message on the Ping Academy's forum. He even took a few photos of the cruise and inserted a smiley face emoticon. He wrote, I am finally able to tour the South Galaxy. Take off, Fiang ship. In the operations center of Planet Hantang's headquarters, the commander-in-chief paced around the room with a worried expression. In order to not get exposed, 4 teams had left the headquarters separately within the last few days. No one knew where they went. The headquarters didn't dare to trace them as they were afraid that the spies within their headquarters would notice them. Finally, it was time for the teams to report back. 3 teams managed to use the designated signal and contact the 2 teams which were protecting the princess. Only Lingshan battle team had not got back to them. The commander stopped walking and asked the adjutant beside him, has the Fiang ship left the harbor? It left Hantang 3 minutes ago. The adjutant looked at the communicator and replied, is there still no news from the Lingshan battle team? The commander was a little angry. If the princess couldn't reach Doppolo because of the Lingshan battle team, he would definitely complain about them to the military court. The adjutant gave a depressed expression. No news yet. Footsteps sounded. The commander looked up. His advisor appeared at the door. Commander, there is news from Lingshan, the advisor said with disbelief. The commander was elated. The signal came? The advisor shook his head furiously. There is no signals from them. The commander was furious. Why did you say there was news from them then? Did they miss the boarding time of the ship and came back? The commander could only think of this possibility. He was indignant. No, I don't know how to explain it to you. Take a look at this image. The advisor showed the image on his communicator to the commander. It was the main page of Ping Academy's forum. An anonymous person posted a message showing the insides of a cruise. The student's ID appeared beside the message. Why are you showing me this? What is so strange about people from the Ping Academy being on a cruise? The commander took a while before understanding the situation. Check all the details of the passengers on the cruise. I have checked them already. The only people from the Ping Academy who are on the cruise are the 6 from Lingshan battle team. The advisor replied firmly. He had suspected that this was a message from the Lingshan battle team, so he had already checked the information. There was no mistake. The commander calmed down. Those brats are unruly. Why didn't they just use the signal to contact the other battle teams? Why do they have to use this method? They don't have any team spirit at all. Looking at their information, besides 2 people who can take on low-level missions, the rest are all recruits. They shouldn't be able to take on the mission in the first place. Commander, why did the Lingshan battle team send out these recruits for a 4-stars mission? Most old battle teams should know that the stars of the battle team affects the difficulty of the missions assigned to them. The harder the mission, the more stars the mission would have. No battle team would send a recruit for a 4-stars mission. The advisor had a good relationship with the commander, so he spoke his mind out blatantly. The commander was puzzled too. He suddenly thought of something. He asked hurriedly, how old are the 6 people from Lingshan? The advisor replied with a puzzled expression. The recruits are 21 years old while the other 2 are 24 years old. This is their 4th year in the military. The commander felt his heart dropped. What about their captain, Ling Lan? Since his status was written as the captain, he must be the real captain of Lingshan. What if? The advisor realized something too. He shouted, He is a recruit. The commander immediately searched for the data about the Lingshan battle team. He was a major general, so he had the authority to access this information. He thought about the age of the captain of Lingshan battle team and got a hold of the situation. How can I miss such an important detail? The commander's expression changed. He immediately contacted the headquarters of the 23rd Division and reported everything to them. A recruit that managed to form a battle team in his first year must be a prodigy which the division wanted to nurture. The commander knew that this mission was dangerous. If this prodigy died in this mission, he would be in trouble. The commander was angry at himself. If he realized this sooner, he would not have sent them on this mission. Very soon, the 23rd Division replied him with two simple words: "No problem." The commander pondered for a moment. He was still worried, so he contacted someone after much hesitation. After he hung up the call, he heaved a sigh of relief. "It's fine. We don't have to worry about the recruits from the Lingshan battle team anymore. They can do what they like." He remembered what his old friend told him through the call and felt troubled. He turned and asked his advisor, Ji King, "Am I stupid?" Ji King looked up in surprise. "What happened?" The commander said in a sad tone. "He Xiuyang said that I'm stupid. He said that I don't know what is the best disguise. He said that if there is a problem in this mission, it would be because of our secret signal." His intellect couldn't be compared with He Xiuyang. He was almost as smart as the optical supercomputer. However, he was not stupid either. If not, how was he able to become the commander-in-chief for the defensive troops on planet Hantang? HMPH, He Xiuyang must be jealous of him. The commander then remembered that He Xiuyang was a major general too and was the chief of staff for General Ling Zhao. His sense of superiority instantly disappeared. Not only was He Xiuyang smarter than him, he was luckier too. He wanted to be under General Ling Zhao too. Ji King didn't understand what the commander was thinking. He thought about the question seriously. "Frankly, the signal that we use will leave traces behind once it is used. I just hope that the captains will not use them too frequently. If there are ace hackers on the cruise, it will not be safe." The commander said angrily, "Why didn't you remind me?" Ji King felt wronged. "By the time I came back, the 4 teams were gone and you all have decided on the plan already. I didn't have the opportunity to remind you." He shouldn't have went on leave. The commander was stunned. His face turned red with anger and embarrassment. He didn't want to admit that he was wrong. "Do you think that ace hackers are found everywhere?" "I don't believe that our enemies are willing to send out their ace hackers." Ji King shrugged. The commander continued in a helpless tone, "I hope that the 5 battle teams will be smart enough to not use the signal all the time." Fine, as a commander, he should stop this self-deception. When the 5 captains gathered to discuss about the plan, there was already a flaw in the plan. However, no one saw it. No, the captain of the Lingshan battle team noticed it. He just didn't say anything because he didn't have the authority to make any decision and might even anger some people in the process. Thinking about it, the team that was disguising themselves the best was the Lingshan battle team. The commander was not angry anymore. He felt lucky to have the Lingshan battle team in this mission. They might be the critical factor in ensuring the safety of the princess. It was mealtime. The people from Lingshan went to the restaurant. There were 3 dining hall on the Fiang ship. 2 were small and 1 was a big dining hall. Their meal was held in the bigger dining hall. Chapter 617. Who is the 6th person? Ling Lan seemed to be looking around casually, but in actual fact, she was gathering any useful information she could find. She realized that the dining hall was filled with ordinary tourists. The dinner was a buffet where everyone just took what they wanted to eat. The food was ordinary too. There weren't any expensive ingredients and no chefs were present to cook food on the spot. The waiters took out trays of food from the back. They seemed delicious but might not be. The tour group they joined was a civilian tour group. Ling Lan saw tourists, who dressed nicely in high-class clothes, walking in and out of the other 2 halls and knew that the other 2 halls served people with higher statuses. Ling Lan took her plate and placed the food that she liked on her plate. Her plate slowly piled up. When she saw the other people staring at her, she reminded them, "It is free. Of course we should take more. We must eat our money's worth." After she finished talking, She stuffed her mouth with food. She didn't look elegant nor ugly while she was eating. Her cheeks were stuffed with food and it made the food look delicious. Li Lan understood Ling Lan. He took a pile of food too. As he ate his food, he scanned his surroundings and checked if anyone was looking at him. When he saw someone turning their head in his direction, he stopped chewing and pretended to be calm. His actions were comical. However, these behaviors depicted a curious young man who just graduated from school and never went out of his own country before. The pile of free food in front of them showed others that they were civilians. Li Lan and Ling Lan's actions enlightened the rest of the people. They found their own seats and took a huge pile of food. Then, they stuffed their faces with food. Only Li Yingji was confused. He looked at the food in front of him and snorted. Then, he turned his head away. He would never eat his kind of food. Marao, stop acting like a young master. If you aren't willing to eat the food, you can upgrade to VIP all by yourself. There is no need to follow us. Li Lan smiled but his words were threatening. Li Yingji almost exploded in anger but he saw Ling Lan's eyes staring at him and shivered in fear. He remembered the warning that she gave him before they left. He sneered and said, "Forget it. I will give you all some face and eat this civilian meal." He grabbed his chopsticks and slowly picked his food. After some time, he finally took a few pieces of food which looked appetizing. He placed it in his mouth and chewed it. The color of his face instantly changed. He wanted to vomit the food out. "Marao, swallow the food." Qilong glared at him. Li Yingji had no choice but to swallow the food. However, he lost his appetite. Young Master Marao wanted to experience the civilian life so he decided to come with us. "But, we can't let him suffer like this." Lin Zonking spoke up for Li Yingji. Li Yingji gave him a look of appreciation. Lin Zonking was such a nice person. Sob. Why did he get snatched away by Ling Lan? It would have been nice if he was in his team. Lin Zonking seemed to have guessed Li Yingji's thoughts. He titled his body to block his face and glared at him with murderous intent in his eyes. Li Yingji shivered. He almost forgot how much Lin Zonking hated him. He was acting just now. Li Yingji felt depressed and looked down without saying a word. "If young Master Marao wants to continue staying with us, you need to stop acting like a young master. We saved up for a long time to get on this tour. We don't want your attitude to ruin this trip." Zhao Jun reminded him unhappily. Li Yingji looked at the floor and replied in a soft voice, "I understand. I will eat and stay with you guys. I will not complain anymore." Ling Lan placed some food from her plate onto Li Yingji's plate. She recommended the food enthusiastically. "Marao, this is delicious. Hurry up and have a taste. I will get more for you later before it runs out." Li Yingji felt helpless. He stared at the food that Ling Lan gave him. What is this yellow gooey pile? Can it be eaten? However, Boss Lan gave it to him. If he didn't eat it, he would be punished severely. Was it better to be disgusted by the food or to be tortured by Ling Lan? Li Yingji chose the first option. He forced himself to have a bite. He wanted to swallow it immediately but the delicious taste in his mouth stopped him. His eyes lit up. He chewed the food and ate the rest of the food that Ling Lan placed on his plate. "I decided that I will just eat this dish." Li Yingji had no shame at all. "It is delicious, right?" Ling Lan asked seriously. Li Yingji nodded furiously. Although it could not be compared to what he ate before, it was at least edible. "I will help you take more then." Ling Lan took her plate and prepared to go for the second round. Li Lan immediately stood up and said, "I will go with you." Li Lan and Ling Lan came to the buffet table again. There was no one around the buffet table. Only the two of them stood beside the food and whispered into each other's ear. They seemed to be discussing which food was more delicious. "How is the observation going?" Ling Lan grabbed some dishes that were left and asked Li Lan in a low voice. It was near the end of mealtime. There was no one coming to take the food anymore. Li Lan pointed to the dish in front of him and whispered, "There are at least 5 suspicious people." Ling Lan looked at the dish that Li Lan pointed at and shook her head. She said, "I agree, good observation. Where are the 5 people located at? Ling Lan nodded to express that he accepted Ling Lan's suggestion. They walked to the next dish and lifted the cover. The food inside seemed good, so he took some and placed it on his plate. There are 2 people sitting at the table closest to the entrance. They didn't release their power, but their hacker aura is evident to people with spectral abilities like me. I pretended to look at them casually just now. They had the Shunfeng tourist group badge on their chest. Seems like they plan to hide themselves in this tourist group too. I am just not sure if they are our friends or enemies. Ling Lan appeared to have seen something good and pulled Li Lan's hand hurriedly. She came to the other side of the buffet table, cleverly dodging 2 tourists who came to take some food. The Fiang ship's crew saw that there were still many people in the dining hall and there wasn't much food left. Hence, they took out 3 more trays of food. The 3 waiters placed the food on 3 different spots of the buffet table. The food which Ling Lan chose was the most expensive dish out of the 3. Barbecued duomo meat. Ling Lan quickly took the meat and placed it on her plate. She only stopped after her plate was full. Li Lan did the same thing. They took almost 1/3 of the meat. The tourist behind them rolled their eyes at them. The 2 of them snickered as they walked back to their table. Zhao Jun and the rest of the gang welcomed them happily. However, after eating a few pieces of meat, they chased Li Lan and Ling Lan away to get more food. The 3 dishes were empty already. There was no one at the buffet table again. Li Lan and Ling Lan frowned as they opened the covers of the other food items. Li Lan stood in front of an empty plate with a sad look on his face. The 3rd person is the one that tried to come close to us just now. He seems to be very interested in the 6 of us. I don't know if we exposed ourselves. Ling Lan shook her head and pulled Li Lan in front of another dish. It is okay. Only Li Yingji had some loopholes in his acting. He is unable to suppress his physical skills like us, so he is at the peak of refinement now. Reaching refinement at his age makes him a talent. It is normal that people would take notice of him. However, our conversation just now should have lessened his suspicion on us. Another one is sitting at the southeast corner of the dining hall. If I didn't make an effort to look at every corner of the room, I might have been fooled by him. His physical skills are powerful. The corner he chose allowed him to observe everyone in the room. No actions would be unnoticed by him. Impressive. Li Lan couldn't see the person's level, so he was worried that he might have seen through them. I can sense the murderous presence on his body. He is either a soldier or an assassin. I feel that he is an assassin. The position he chose was a position that assassins would like. Ling Lan took all the remaining food left on the tray. She said with an unhappy face, "However, we can't deny the possibility that he might be a soldier. Some soldiers do similar things too, so it is normal that he has the habits of an assassin." There was only a thin line between an assassin and a soldier. Because of external pressure, some things couldn't be solved openly. At that time, the military would send out soldiers to do such missions. Li Lan nodded. He opened another tray and realized that there were still so much food left. He happily called Ling Lan over and they took everything that was left. Li Lan said as he took the food, "I didn't notice the last one at first, but when we were talking, he put down his chopsticks." This was a reaction of someone who is eavesdropping. He was very careful and didn't look at us. I might have missed him if I didn't notice this action. Li Lan didn't expect so many powerful people to be hiding in a civilian dining hall. It widened his perspective and realized that the outside world was indeed very interesting. Actually, if he looked at us while he eavesdropped, I might have not suspect him. However, he pretended to not see us. Ling Lan put the cover back. Li Lan pondered over her words. That is true. If he did things openly, I would rule him out. However, he didn't. It was not easy for you to find these 5 people. In actual fact, the 2 hackers were the hardest to find. However, they didn't expect someone with spectral abilities to be here. If not, they would stay in their rooms and try to hack the mainframe of the cruise. Ling Lan seemed happy at the hacker's misfortune. Li Lan realized that after Ling Lan relaxed, his tone gotten livelier too. It was not as cold as before. Ling Lan didn't notice Li Lan's change in expression. She continued, "There is actually a 6th person." "A 6th person?" Li Lan was shocked. Who? One of the waiters who brought out the food trays just now, Ling Lan replied calmly. She turned and left after seeing that there was no food left. They returned to their table with piles of food. Ling Lan stuffed his face with food as though he was extremely hungry. He was wondering which waiter it was. He sighed. He was still a level behind Rabbit. He didn't notice the waiter. He needed to work harder. Ling Lan took a huge bite of the meat. His eyes lit up. He looked at Ling Lan and pointed at the meat. This is really delicious. Ling Lan nodded. Yes, this is the one. Luckily we managed to get a huge portion of it. Ling Lan confirmed Ling Lan's guess. The waiter who served the duo meat was the sixth person she was talking about. Ling Lan remembered that buffet waiters were supposed to place new dishes at conspicuous locations so that customers would know a new dish came out. The other two waiters placed their trays on the side of the buffet table facing the dining tables. The one who carried the duo meat, on the other hand, placed the tray on the other side of the table. There was only one table which was able to see that tray of meat. That was the table which the potential assassin was at. Without a doubt, the waiter was passing a message to the assassin. He did it so well even Ling Lan didn't notice him. Unfortunately, Ling Lan was here. Nothing could escape her eyes. Ling Lan was finally able to eat his meal in peace. Very quickly, the two of them finished their food. Ling Lan was in a good mood so he finished everything without caring about the taste. Ling Lan was able to eat anything after being trained by the learning space. When she was famished, she even dug out worms and ate them raw. As long as the food was edible and it was not harmful to the body, she would swallow them. The group of them happily returned to their rooms and waited for the dance party at night. This dance party was not organized by Shunfeng Tourism Agency. It was organized by the crews on the Fiang ship. This meant that people you met at the dance party might be civilians or elites. It might even be an explorer or a member of a noble family. According to rumors, people from noble families and explorers liked to find partners at dance parties. Partners here had many different meanings. Some people liked pretty women so their targets were the beautiful ladies. Others wanted to look for followers for their families so their preys were civilians who had the talent and ability but lacked the opportunity due to their status. Every year, many female commoners would get the chance they wanted at dance parties. However, no one cared about their ending. Everyone remembered the moment when Cinderella wore her glass heels. They forgot that this was just an illusion. Once the clock struck midnight, Cinderella had to return to where she came from. No one could stop time. Not every lady was fortunate enough to let the prince find her with a glass heel. Chapter 618. Big Fish. They changed into a more formal attire and came to the dance hall at the highest level of the ship. They were obedient and arrived before the starting time. Not many people were in the dance hall at this time. The Fiang ship had 4 levels in total. The lowest level was where the crew of the ship stayed. There was also a huge storage area to keep any bulky objects the passengers might have. Ling Lan and her team members' mechas were hidden among the other items in the storage. The second level was where the accommodations for ordinary passengers and the dining halls were located at. There was an entertainment space for the ordinary passengers and it even had login pods. However, it was very expensive to rent a login pod. Ordinary passengers would not be able to afford it. The third level was where high-class people stayed. There were also better facilities on this level. It was said that there was a high-end restaurant on the third level. Wealthy people would choose to eat there and not go to the dining halls. Although the smaller dining halls had better food items, it was still not up to their standards too. Besides Lingshan, the other battle teams were on the third floor. 2 of them had to protect the princess so they needed to stay next to her. The other 3 had the money so they stayed on the third floor too. They didn't want to be too far away from the princess either. The fourth level consisted of a dance hall as well as a huge platform. The Fiang ship was modified from a battleship. This platform was meant for mechas to land on the ship. However, they told the outside world that this was the place where bonfires and barbecues would be held at. This was a special privilege for the people boarding the Fiang ship. This was why many tourists were willing to pay the high price to board this ship. These entertainments were not available on other cruises. You get what you paid for. There were dining areas around the dance hall. Many food trays had been placed on the dining tables that were covered with a white cloth. There were flowers placed around as decorations. It was beautiful. On one of the tables, there were wine glasses stacked in the shape of a pyramid. Each of them was filled with different alcohols. The colorful lights shone on the glasses and the glasses glittered. Ling Lan and Li Lan reacted the quickest. They looked at the alcohol greedily. Only Qilong was not tempted. He asked in a puzzled tone, "Why did they have to make it so pretty? Can it be eaten? Why do they only fill up 1/3 of the cup? The organizers here are so stingy." Everyone looked at him with contempt. It was such a waste to bring him here. Gentle laughter sounded behind them. The 6 people turned around and saw 3 ladies in gowns laughing at them. When they saw Li Yingji, their eyes lit up. They turned and looked at Ling Lan. They were shocked. Ling Lan couldn't stand the intense gaze of the 3 ladies, so she lowered her head in embarrassment. This action made her even cuter. The 3 ladies were excited. "He is so cute. I want to hug him." Li Lan felt his heart dropped. He smiled and said, "How do I address you all?" The 3 ladies shifted their gazes to Li Lan. The gentle aura on Li Lan caused them to lower their guards. One of the ladies smiled and replied, "We are from the Shunfeng tourist group. Where are you from?" Everyone took down the tourist group badge since they were coming for the dance party. Li Lan smiled brightly. They couldn't see his face, but the friendly vibe that he was emitting left a good impression on the 3 ladies. Little 4, leopards or changed. Ling Lan immediately noticed the change in Li Lan's aura. She pulled Little 4, who was having a whale of a time, back into her mindscape. Little 4 was helping the mainframe of the ship to resist against 4 batches of hackers. He didn't know if the hackers were on the same team or were acting individually. He realized that there were 5 advanced hackers and even 1 ace hacker on the ship. They made his life more interesting. Little 4 was naughty. He didn't cover up all the loopholes in the mainframe. He watched as the hacker hacked into the system. Once he was about to succeed and win against the mainframe, Little 4 would step in and help. Every time the hackers thought that they had succeeded, they were stopped by Little 4. They were unwilling to give up, and their stubbornness allowed Little 4 to continue playing with them. Little 4's mind was on the mainframe. Hence, he just glanced at Li Lan and replied, "Yes." His Jaxu ability was activated. After so many years, Little 4 finished all the books that Ling Lan read in her past life. He was able to use special phrases to describe certain things. He was so good at it that Ling Lan was amazed. Mary Sue, Jack Sue, Crazy BH. Everything came out of Little 4's mouth. Ling Lan was shocked at the start, but now, she was used to it. The innate talent that allows other people to like him? Ling Lan understood what Little 4 was saying. Yes, your leopard hasn't realized this innate talent yet, so he can't control it completely. However, when he has a strong desire, it would get activated, Little 4 explained. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. "You are saying that Li Lan has a strong desire now?" She glanced at the 3 ladies. They all had heavy makeup on. She didn't think that they were pretty. Why would Li Lan have strong desires towards them? Little 4 thought of something and exclaimed, "Boss, although the average lifespan of people in this world is 150 years, their age of maturity is the same as your original world. The people here just aged at an older age. Their youth is long. They spend more than 100 years in their youth." Ling Lan didn't manage to understand what Little 4 meant. She glared at him. "Explain it properly." Little 4 touched his nose and said quickly, "Your leopard is in rut now. He will secrete his testosterone the moment he sees any females." Little 4 immediately disappeared after he finished his sentence. He needed to run away before his boss reacted. Rut? Ling Lan finally understood. Li Lan had reached the age of falling in love. Her comrades were all grown up now. Ling Lan felt weird. She was emotional. If her comrades brought their girlfriends to show her next time, would she feel like a mother seeing her daughter-in-law? Of course, Ling Lan had no other thoughts towards Li Lan. She just felt a little sad that her friends started liking other girls. It was like giving her son up to other people. Ling Lan felt that she had this feeling because Li Lan's poor taste in women. Even if he liked someone, he should have a higher standard. Someone that looked like Luo Ling would be much better. "I'm sorry, Luo Lang, I drag you in again." Ling Lan apologized to Luo Lang in her heart. Luo Lang was just too pretty. Ling Lan had to admit that he was even prettier than some girls. As for Luo Zhao, Ling Lan didn't even think about her. Why? No one knew. Li Lan's Jiaxu innate talent got activated, so the three ladies became familiar with him instantly. However, his innate talent didn't seem powerful enough. The three ladies kept looking at Li Yingji. Luckily, Ling Lan was forgotten by them. Li Lan was happy at this situation. He subtly talked about Li Yingji. The three girls had an even better impression of Li Lan. They even took him as their close friend and asked him to introduce Li Yingji to them. Li Lan agreed immediately. In order to protect Ling Lan, he pushed his little brother from the Li family out. The three girls knew that Li Yingji was the wealthiest among the 6 people. While they were talking to Li Lan, Qilong and Zhao Jun wanted to take some food, but they didn't dare to. Li Yingji scoffed at them and then went up to take some food and wine for them. Li Yingji's calm and casual actions told the ladies that he was used to these parties. This meant that he had a good background. He was either a rich second generation or a member of an elite family. Whichever it was, he was a big fish to the ladies who were just normal commoners. For a normal female commoner to climb up the social ladder, they had to either be good in their studies or be good in a certain field. Then, they would become a citizen. They might even rise up to become an elite and enjoy better privileges. Their children would also live a better life and obtain more opportunities as compared to commoners. Moreover, the resources available to a commoner restricted their learning, and thus they were unable to compare themselves with the people from the other classes. If they wanted to climb up the social ladder using this method, it would be difficult. The other way was to awaken their innate talent before they were 16 years old. If their innate talent would be of help to the military, they would immediately become a citizen and enter the military. However, the probability of awakening their innate talent was too low. Even members of elite families couldn't be sure if they were able to awaken their innate talent before 16 years old. Hence, this path was hard too. Females were also physically weaker than males, so it would be a miracle if someone managed to awaken their innate talent. As compared to the first 2 ways, the last way was much easier. It was to find a big fish. There were many ways they could find this fish. The most popular way was to enter the military after they turned 16 years old and find a partner there. Although many soldiers were commoners, their families were able to receive the benefits of a citizen due to their contribution to the country. Also, they had an idol who managed to achieve what every lady wanted. Hence, many ladies followed their idol's path and entered the military. They want to become the next Lan Luofeng too. However, not every female had the right to enter the military. Some ladies were rejected due to their family or physical constitution. They would give up their dreams and look for a normal job. After that, they would get married to a commoner and live a normal life. A small portion of these ladies were unwilling to give up and looked for other ways, such as attending a galaxy tour group. This tour could allow them to fulfill their dreams or become a sacrifice for their dreams. The 3 ladies had their eyes on Li Yingji. This showed how well the other people disguised themselves. Besides Zhao Jun, the other 5 came from influential families. Ling Lan was even the son of Ling Zhao. She was like the prince of the military. Ling Lan understood what Li Lan wanted to do. She raised her eyebrows curiously. Is he trying to find a girlfriend for Li Yingji? Shouldn't Li Yingji take care of this himself? Why is Li Lan so enthusiastic? Li Lan turned around as he felt Ling Lan's gaze. He smiled at her happily. Then, he pulled Li Yingji to a corner. The 3 ladies followed them happily. Zhao Jun saw this and followed them as well. Zhao Jun was like Li Lan's brother. They lived together for so many years. Wherever Li Lan was, Zhao Jun would be around too, and vice versa. Unexpectedly, Lin Zonking looked at Li Yingji too. Ling Lan noticed a tinge of worry in his eyes. She was surprised. When did Lin Zonking start worrying for Li Yingji? Weren't they enemies? When did they become so close? Ling Lan felt guilty when she realized this. Among her 5 companions who grew up with her, she gave Lin King the least attention. This was because he was always a responsible and serious person. He would take care of himself well, so Ling Lan didn't have to worry about him. This made him forgettable at times. As compared to Qilong and Luo Lang, she didn't show as much concern to Lin King at all. Ling Lan felt sorry towards him. She said, "Let's go over too." Lin King immediately smiled gently. Qilong was eating his food when he heard this sentence. He quickly took a big plate and piled it high with all his favorite food items. Ling Lan scanned her surroundings. There were not many people around. She felt relieved. At least she didn't embarrass herself in front of too many people. Qilong carried 2 big plates and walked towards the corner where Li Lan was at. Ling Lan and Lin King looked at him with disdain. In another corner, 2 persons sat in the dark. One of them retracted his gaze and took a sip of his wine. "What did you notice?" The other person who was smoking asked him casually. "Those 3 ladies. There is a problem with them," the one who was drinking replied. "They are only able to fool those little brats. Seems like there are quite a few factions here. We need to be careful. I wonder why they targeted those brats." The person smoking placed his fingers on his temple and went into deep thought. The man drinking smiled. They had no other choice. The tourist group they entered was a tourist group for couples. Those couples are all old. When those aunties saw them, they went on their guard and prevented them from interacting with their husbands. They couldn't lay their hands on the married men. The only people that were men and could be seduced are those 6 brats. Their objective is to go to the 3rd floor. The man smoking replied, "Hence, they place their focus on the young master. This kind of young master who never experienced the outside world before is the easiest to seduce." The man drinking admired their ability to choose the right target. "However, I am more interested in the person with the mask. Why did he help the 3 ladies? Did he realize something?" The person smoking frowned. He rubbed his temples. Every time he used his brain too much, his head would hurt. "I don't think so." "Don't you feel the strange aura around him?" The person drinking reminded his friend. The one smoking looked over at Li Lan. He was sitting beside the 3 ladies and having a delightful conversation with them. He seemed to be an old friend of theirs. "You are saying that he—" The man smoking frowned. "Maybe, maybe not, who knows?" The man drinking didn't give a definite answer. He didn't care about this as long as those people didn't affect their plans. "Shall we inform our people to interrupt the 3 ladies?" The man smoking asked. "No need. Isn't this interesting to watch? Let's see if the 3 ladies are able to win the heart of the young master. If they succeed in seducing the young master to bring them to the 3rd floor, would the other brats be jealous of him? Will their friendship end there?" The man drinking was a sadistic person. "You seemed free. Aren't you interested in the 2 teams of explorers on the 3rd floor?" The man smoking looked at his friend with contempt. "Those explorers. There is indeed something amiss with them, but we can't just focus on them right now. We are still within the territory of the Huaxia Federation. No one would dare to make a move now. I want to complete my mission, but I don't want to die with my opponents. Hence, I will entertain myself while we are still within the countries of the Huaxia Federation." The man drinking smiled as he raised his cup. "This is called having fun while working." The man smoking waved his hand helplessly. "You can do what you like as long as you don't forget our motive." The man drinking replied, "I won't. I still want to retire after I finish this mission." Once he said this, the man smoking became silent. The man drinking turned serious too. He looked sad. They had been in this industry for a long time. Were they able to retire successfully? Chapter 619. Analyze. As the time went by, more and more people arrived at the dance hall. More than 1,000 passengers were here. The host announced the start of the dance party. The 3 ladies looked at each other. After a while, the tallest one smiled and asked Li Yingji, "Young Master Ma, am I able to have a dance with you?" Li Yingji was an impulsive person, but he was not stupid. He knew that 3 ladies had their eyes set on him. However, because of his background, he was used to seeing beautiful ladies. He was not interested in these unpresentable ladies. He replied without hesitation, "I am not interested." The tall lady's expression changed. She didn't expect Li Yingji to blatantly reject her. She thought that, to maintain their reputation, Wealthy people would accept a request even if they didn't like it. Ling Lan smiled secretly. He pushed Li Yingji out because of his personality. He was an arrogant and haughty person. He didn't care about his reputation. Even his friends found him irritating at times. Little brother Marao, don't be like this. Give us some face and dance with us. One of the ladies tried to grab Li Yingji's arm. Li Yingji tilted his body and dodged the lady's hand. He rolled his eyes and replied, "Why should I be nice to you all? Also, don't call me little brother. You have no right to call me that." The three ladies' expression changed immediately when they heard the imperious statement by Li Yingji. They didn't expect this rich young master to be so direct. They didn't know how to continue their act. Ling Lan gave a forced smile and tried to salvage the situation. "Young Master Ma's temper is not good. Why don't I dance with you all?" "Him?" The three ladies pouted. They had checked the background of these 6 people and knew that besides Marao, the rest were commoners. They were just lucky enough to meet Marao in the academy and became Marao's sidekicks. If not, they might not even be able to get on the Fiang ship and enjoy this cruise. These people were not worth their time. Since young Master Ma doesn't want to dance, let's forget about it then. The three ladies decided to be shameless and stayed near them even though they were rejected mercilessly. At that moment, Ling Lan suddenly saw a familiar person bringing a bunch of people over to their area. She kicked Qilong, who was enjoying his food, and pointed a finger in that direction. Qilong stood up instantly. In the process, he almost flipped over the plate of food in front of him. The 3 girls looked at him with contempt, as expected of a commoner. He had no table manners at all. Qilong gave a humble smile and waved at the person. He shouted, "Tour Guide Zhu." His loud voice irritated the people around him. It echoed in the room and even those people further away could hear him. Zhu Guanglai saw him and immediately said something to the people beside him. Then, the group of them walked over. The expression of the 3 ladies changed. They felt that things were going out of their control. Young Master Marao, and Jiming, Lu Liai, Ken Feng, He Lin, Hianya, I went to your rooms to look for you all. I didn't expect you all to be so early. Ah, Ms. Gu, Miss Qin, Miss Yu, you all are here too. Zhu Guanglai saw the 3 ladies after he greeted Ling Lan and her friends. He was slightly surprised to see them. The 3 ladies smiled. Yes, we met young Master Marao and his friends, so we had a chat with them. They winked at Li Yingji after they finished speaking. Li Yingji frowned. He didn't hide his look of disgust. The 3 ladies were furious when they saw the reaction from Li Yingji. They cursed at him in their mind and felt that he was not romantic at all. Oh, who is this? He is so handsome. A woman around 50 years old saw Li Yingji's look of contempt and had a good impression of this young man. She walked over and grabbed Li Yingji's hand. This woman looked like around his mother's age. Li Yingji didn't like people touching his hand, but since the other party was much older, he controlled his unhappiness and replied, "Auntie, my name is Ma Yao." The middle-aged woman noticed the unhappiness in Li Yingji's eyes, but he didn't pull his hand back and still answered her question. She knew that he was a good child and liked him even more. If her son was beside her, he would be around his age. "Good child, my name is Lu Kang. You can call me at Lu." Lu Kang replied with a smile. Li Yingji twitched his mouth. This woman was too friendly. However, he couldn't get angry at a woman her age, so he called, "Aunt Lu." "Yes." Lu Kang acknowledged him happily. She pulled Li Yingji and sat down on the sofa with him. She used her butt to push the lady that was sitting beside Li Yingji. The lady was pushed to the side and almost knocked into her 2 friends. Li Yingji saw this and became friendlier towards Lu Kang. He was calling her Aunt Lu more willingly now just because she stopped the 3 ladies from pestering him. Lu Kang sat down and called her friends to gather around too. The middle-aged women were all good at talking. After some sarcastic remarks, the 3 ladies couldn't sit still anymore. They said that they would take a walk around and left the area. Lu Kang saw that the 3 ladies finally left and smirked. "Why are you all with those 3 ladies?" Li Yingji glanced at Ling Lan angrily. Ling Lan shrugged innocently. "I don't know how we got together. I hinted to them that they should leave, but they just ignored me." "My dear, When did you hint that they should leave? Aren't you the one who was the most excited? How shameless are you? Ling Lan and her other companions didn't know where to look, so they decided to just close their eyes. They felt ashamed for their friend. One of the women smiled. You all are still young, so it is understandable that you all don't know how to deal with these shameless ladies. Then, the women started talking about the background and motive of the three ladies. Ling Lan and her friends looked shocked at what they said. The women saw their innocent expressions and wanted to caress them. They were around the same age as their children, so their motherly instinct got activated. Of course, the most important factor that made the women like them so much were their looks. All of them looked innocent and humble. To them, even Li Yingji was better looking than their own children. The term for it was other people's children. To protect the 6 little boys, the women took turns guarding the boys. While some of them went to dance with their husbands, others would sit beside the little boys. Their presence deterred many people who wanted to get close to Ling Lan and her comrades. The 5 of them ate their food happily from the start till the end of the dance party. Only Li Yingji looked at them with disdain as they ate. He wondered why he brought these 5 pigs out to bring shame to himself. The women laughed at them secretly. These little boys were so cute. Why were their children not as cute as them? At that moment, their children felt a chill down their spine and thought that they were sick. Li Yingji brought the 5 pigs back to their room. He closed the door and listened carefully. After confirming that there was no one around them, he rushed towards Li Lan angrily and grabbed his collar. What do you think you're doing? Li Yingji raised his eyebrows. He smiled and flicked his finger at Li Yingji's wrist. Li Yingji felt a huge force on his wrist and he released his grip. Li Lan tidied his clothes. He said calmly, I am just using you to find out what the 3 ladies wanted. Li Yingji was stunned. He looked at Lin Zonking. As compared to the other people, he trusted Lin Zonking more. Lin Zonking nodded. Li Yingji was shocked. Those ladies? Li Lan flicked Li Yingji's forehead. Li Yingji groaned in pain and held his forehead. He asked furiously, why did you hit me? Because you are too stupid. If you want to stay alive and be safe, be more careful. Li Lan warned him. He touched his fingers and understood why Ling Lan liked to flick people's forehead. It felt good. Li Yingji glared at Li Lan angrily. Li Lan smiled at him coldly. Let me ask you, did you know who those 3 ladies were? Aren't they just commoners who wanted to hook a big fish? Li Yingji thought for a moment and came up with the answer. Li Lan reached out and grabbed Li Yingji's neck. If you are still so stupid, I will kill you now so that you won't get killed by other people. Don't bring shame to the Li family. How dare you? Li Yingji struggled and broke free from Li Lan's grip. He replied in anger, I am the successor of the Li family. You are from the branch family. What right do you have to say that? As long as it affects the reputation of the Li family, any members of the Li family could kill him or her. I believe that you didn't forget this rule, right? Li Lan replied coldly. How did I ruin the reputation of the Li family? Li Yingji knew this rule. He viewed the Li family as his most important responsibility, so he was indignant when he heard what Li Lan said. If you don't want to ruin the Li family's reputation, you must be smarter. Don't look at things on the surface level. Li Lan shouted. Li Yingji got a shock. The 2 people glared at each other. Ling Lan rubbed her eyebrows and said indifferently, why don't you all sit down and talk? Li Yingji heard what Boss Lan said and sat down angrily. Lan, speak nicely to Li Yingji. Ling Lan persuaded Li Lan. Li Lan smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. I will tell you all what I found and you all can add on if I miss out anything. Li Lan calmed down and went through his thoughts. After a while, he said, when the 3 ladies came to find us, they didn't make any sound. Only people with physical skills level 6 foundations can do this. Hence, they learned how to soften their footsteps before. Qilong, Zhao Jun, and Lin Zonking nodded. They realized this too. Li Yingji's face turned red as he didn't notice this. He did realize that the 3 ladies had physical skill. However, their level was too low, so he put down his guard as he felt that they were not a threat to him. Hence, he missed these little details. When I asked for their hands to palm read, I noticed some calluses on their right palm. The skin between the forefinger and middle finger, on the middle fingertip, The area between the thumb and forefinger were rough. It had been softened using special means, but if you feel it carefully, you can still feel its roughness, Ling Lan continued. Of course, according to what they said, doing housework can make one's hand rough too. However, doing housework alone would not allow anyone to get calluses between the middle and forefinger. Gun training. Li Yingji understood what Ling Lan meant. Yes, this is one possibility. Calluses would only form after years and years of practice. The only people that needed to undergo such massive gun training are either snipers or assassins. Ling Lan said his analysis. However, military snipers are rarely females. This is because females are naturally not as calm as a male. There is no way that 3 female snipers would appear at the same time. Hence, they can only be assassins. Assassins. Li Yingji shouted the word at the same time as Ling Lan. When I was fooling around with them, I touched their waist. Their waist was much softer than a normal female's waist. This meant that they learned skills such as jiu-jitsu before. From the way they winked, I could tell that they had many experiences with men. Ling Lan told them everything that he observed. Li Yingji got an inspiration. Are you saying that they kill people on bed? Ling Lan nodded. In order to make their targets lower their guards, the 3 ladies have weak physical skills. No one would feel that they are a threat. However, their weapon is not their physical skills nor their gun skills. It is a miniature knife hidden on their body. Ling Lan reached out his right hand. There were 4 glass balls between his fingers. He closed his hand. When he opened them again, only 1 glass ball remained between his fore and middle finger. The ball moved smoothly around his hand as he moved his fingers. They must have practiced meticulously in order to use this miniature knife. That is why there are calluses between their fore and middle fingers. Li Yingji suddenly remembered that Ling Lan used to play with a glass ball when they were still in the Scout Academy. Ling Lan had a glass ball too, and he knew how to play with it too. Li Yingji looked at Ling Lan with sad eyes. Why didn't he teach him this skill? They were from the same Scout Academy. Why did Ling Lan teach Ling Lan, whom he met in the military academy, but not teach him? Li Yingji felt hurt. Ling Lan ignored Li Yingji's feelings and continued. They must have targeted Li Yingji because they want to get onto the 3rd floor. The person that we are protecting is on the 3rd floor. I feel that their real target is the person we are protecting. Li Yingji is just a stepping stone. Li Yingji snorted. He felt that he could finally vent some anger out. Weird. Are you saying that they will get close to the princess and lure the princess to their bed and kill her? There is something wrong with your analysis. How could they kill the princess with such weak physical skills? If he remembered correctly, the princess had reached the peak of refinement. It was rare for a female to reach the peak of refinement, so the princess was quite powerful. I said that their target is the princess, but I didn't say that they would be the ones who kills her. Ling Lan answered calmly. What do you mean? Li Yingji asked. They will probably find the bodyguards of the princess so that they could get some information from them. They will then pass these information to their leader, and their leader will send other stronger assassins to assassinate the princess. Ling Lan added. Of course, there is also another possibility that they want to use the people around the princess to get close to the princess. After all, they have more than one skill. They can kill the princess with a gun too. Li Yingji had nothing to refute. He sat quietly at the side of the room. However, we were almost targeted. Even Li Yingji's merciless rejection couldn't hinder them. If the aunties didn't help, I will not know what to do with those 3 ladies too. Ling Lan smiled bitterly. He got what he wanted, but the 3 ladies almost managed to get what they wanted too. At first, he hoped that Li Yingji's haughty personality would scare the 3 ladies away. However, he underestimated how shameless and unscrupulous the assassins were. Chapter 620. Impending danger. Ling Lan finished speaking and looked at Ling Lan. He was nervous. He didn't know if he did the right things just now. Did he cause more trouble for them? Ling Lan felt that he was in a parent-teacher meeting. He hoped to gain the approval of Ling Lan, but he was afraid that he would be criticized due to a mistake. Ling Lan nodded. Lan's observation is very detailed. The situation is just like what he mentioned. Li Yingji agreed with what Ling Lan said. However, he still had a question. Will the 3 ladies give up on us? He glared at Li Lan. He wanted him to solve the issue that he caused. Actually, even if Lan didn't welcome them, they would still pester us in order to get what they wanted. They will only stop if they find a new target. Ling Lan told them the truth. Also, innocent young boys who just started interacting with women will not be able to reject ladies that proactively tries to seduce them. Ling Lan pondered for a moment. Since they couldn't reject them blatantly, they needed to seek help from the aunties. Ling Lan didn't have the confidence in Li Yingji. She was afraid that he would be unable to resist lashing out one day and fight the ladies. As a member of an elite family, it was reasonable for Li Yingji to reject the ladies. However, as a young master of a wealthy citizen family, for him to reject the ladies blatantly, unless Li Yingji had someone he liked, if not, no man would reject the seduction from a lady. Of course, he could be a gay too. Ling Lan slapped her head to remove the dirty thoughts that she was having. She must be influenced by Little Four. Everyone got a shock when they saw their boss slapping her head. "Boss, what happened?" Lin King asked her quickly. "Nothing. I just thought of a way out of trouble." Ling Lan put her hand down and replied calmly. Li Lan looked at her. He wanted to say something but decided against it. Ling Lan turned his head and looked at Zhao Jun. "Zhao Jun, what have you observed?" Zhao Jun touched his chin. In the dance party, there were at least 5 different groups of people had their eyes on us. 3 of them were the battle teams that took part in this mission with us. Qilong continued for him. One of the groups was at the corner to our left, the other group was directly opposite of us. I don't know what factions they belong to and don't know if they have any relationship with the people we met in the dining hall. However, they just noticed us and didn't seem interested in us. Zhao Jun felt that these 2 groups were just reviewing all the customers on the ship and had no other intentions towards them. The princess didn't appear, so the Whirlwind battle team and the Brave Warriors battle team didn't appear as well, Lin King added. Ling Lan nodded slowly. That was what she observed too. Li Yingji saw people around him gaining the approval from Ling Lan, only he didn't have any observation to report. He felt depressed. He realized that he was the weakest among the 6 of them in terms of disguise, observation, and crisis management. There was nothing much to say about his boss. If he didn't know that this was the frightening boss Lan, he would be fooled by him too and would think that he was just a timid pretty boy who was harmless and needed protection from other people. What was scarier was, even though he knew that boss Lan was pretending, he still wanted to take care of him. Li Yingji was careless but not stupid. He didn't like how the 3 ladies looked at Ling Lan, so when Li Lan shifted their attention to him, he just listened and played along. Zhao Jun and Qilong looked more crude than him, so when they entered the Fiang ship at the start, he thought that they would make the most mistakes. But, from the looks of it, they performed better than him. One seemed to be a humble young boy and the other looked simple-minded but with a strong body. Anyone would let down their guards in front of them. What angered him the most was, these 2 people who looked rough and simple-minded actually managed to observe and analyze what was happening around them. Li Lan was a careful and detailed person. He managed to find out the background of the 3 ladies easily. His friendly nature also allowed him to communicate and befriend everyone. Lin King acted well as a cautious sidekick. He was low-key and harmless. He had better observation skills too. All in all, Li Yingji was heavily impacted by this mission. He started to feel that he was useless. His arrogance dwindled. He suspected whether he was as strong as he thought he was. Li Yingji? Li Yingji heard Ling Lan suddenly called him and got a shock. He was in a state of self-doubt just now. If Ling Lan didn't call him, the consequences might be terrible. He looked at Ling Lan gratefully. Ling Lan didn't know why Li Yingji looked at her that way, but she didn't have the interest to ask about it, so she ordered, "Li Yingji, I have a mission for you." "Yes, boss." Li Yingji stood up instantly. The other 4 people were surprised at his obedience. Li Yingji seemed to be forced every time Ling Lan would give him a mission, but everyone knew that he loved it in his heart. Form a good relationship with the aunties. You must make sure that they prevent the 3 ladies from pestering us. Ling Lan didn't want to spend time and effort scheming against the 3 ladies. Although she could find the mastermind behind them if she interacted with them, It had nothing to do with her. Their mission was to protect the princess and make sure that she reached her destination safely. They were not here to find the mastermind of the assassins. Ling Lan believed in achieving a balance between resting and working. When she could rest, she would not work. Hence, she was not interested in doing things that were hard, tiring, and had no benefits. She wanted to find her enemies so that she wouldn't be caught off guard. In the Huaxia Federation, the Fiang ship met no obstacles. It was a smooth journey. Ling Lan and her friends became real tourists and had lots of fun with the aunties. The 6 boys left a good impression on the rest of their group when they tirelessly helped their tour group members to carry things. The aunties and their husbands treated the 6 boys like their own children, so they discriminated against the 3 ladies even more. The 3 ladies were unable to find any chance of getting close to the 6 young men, so they had no choice but to change their targets. On the next stop, they finally found their new targets among the passengers that boarded the ship. Ling Lan and her friends were left alone. After a few days of interaction, the 6 people from Lingshan battle team became a real member of the Shunfeng tour group. Sometimes, Ling Lan and her friends felt that they were really just tourists who came to tour the interstellar space. An extravagant spaceship flew among the stars. Ling Lan and her friends were currently in the dining hall. They looked at the big screen in the hall, which was showcasing their current location. They had been on the Fiang ship for 13 days. On the 6th day, the ship left the territory of the Huaxia Federation. Luckily, the 3 countries after that were in an alliance with Huaxia Federation, so the journey was smooth. However, Ling Lan knew that the peaceful days were over. They would be passing by a few neutral countries for the rest of their journey. Although these countries appeared to be neutral, they had actually formed an alliance with the enemies of the Federation. Based on the information she had gathered, the news that the princess was on the ship had been leaked. If not, there would not be so many uninvited guests. Within these 13 days, they passed by 4 countries. Some passengers left and new passengers came on board the ship. There were suspicious people among the new passengers too. Ling Lan didn't know who was here to protect the princess and who was here to kill the princess, who wanted to sit back and watch the fight, who wanted to take action as fast as possible. Fiang ship was passing by Yagulan now. As the image of the country appeared on the screen, everyone sighed. The country was not in a good state. Yagulan was a country with many planets. However, due to the unequal distribution of resources within the country, civil wars would occur all the time. The image on the screen showcased the armies within Yagulan attacking each other. I didn't expect them to use intergalactic battleships to attack planets. That is not fair, a tourist said angrily. In the Peace Joint Declaration of Humans, intergalactic battleships could only be used in planetary sector wars. One attack from an intergalactic battleship was powerful enough to wipe out a whole district. No one would be able to survive the attack. I didn't think that the situation in Yagulan was so bad. Some tourists sighed. The tourist thought that the civil war within Yagulan had nothing to do with them. They didn't know that soon they would almost be implicated. A broken military ship slowly moved in the air. Only the front half of the ship was left. Luckily, the engine was located at the front part of the ship, so it could still move. The ship managed to reach a planetary sector that was quite safe. Ji Lan Lao, the oxygen system is malfunctioning. One of the soldiers on the ship gave a hopeless look. We are going to die soon. I want to go home. I want to go home. Under the shadow of death, he broke down and cried. The officer that was making commands in the control room rushed out and grabbed the soldier. He gave him a hard slap on the face. Chapter 621, Rescue. What are you crying for? We are not dead yet. The officer threw the soldier onto the ground. Check and see how long the oxygen can last. The officer calmed down and ordered another soldier. The soldier was shocked by the violent treatment from the officer and froze on the spot. Another soldier immediately helped to reply. Based on positive circumstances, there is only 1.5 hours left. Have you calculated the number of survivors? The officer rubbed his face forcefully. There are 421 survivors. They are in the 2 starships at the front of the military vessel. The smallest military vessel had 2,000 people. For a middle-sized military vessel like theirs, There should be at least 4,500 to 5,000 people. Only less than 10% survived. A few soldiers cried as they remembered their brother in arms. They were lucky that their enemies bombed the back of the ship instead of the front. If they did, there would be no survivors at all. The officer's expression was complicated. He waved to his confidant and whispered into his ears. The confidant turned pale. He whispered back. In the end, under the threatening glare of the officer, he nodded his head stiffly. The officer patted his shoulder. Then, he turned to the other soldiers in the control room and said, "Send the distress signal." This sentence sparked hope in the frantic soldiers. The distress signal was sent out, but in the vast galaxy, it was difficult to find an interstellar cruise that would pass by them. Time passed slowly. 1 hour passed by. Nothing was spotted on the radar. Everyone turned hopeless. They might die here and become a speck of dust in the vast galaxy. When the officer saw that there was only 30 minutes of oxygen supply left, a malicious intent appeared in his eyes. He nodded at his confidant. His confidant swallowed his saliva when he saw his superior looking at him. His heart pounded furiously and his hand started shivering. If he had a choice, he didn't want to do this. However, it was a command by his superior. He must listen to him. He looked at the 400 soldiers on the screen with his bloodshot eyes. He closed his eyes and pulled the lever. The oxygen supply to these soldiers were cut off. Very soon, someone realized the change in the control room. One of the soldiers exclaimed in excitement, "There is an abundance of oxygen in the control room." He saw the oxygen supply increased from 30 minutes to more than 10 hours. The other soldiers in the control room saw hope again. Did the oxygen system start functioning properly again? This is good. Some soldiers even cried uncontrollably. They were unable to handle the sudden surprise. One of the soldiers wanted to send this good news to his friends in the starship. He changed the screen in front of him. However, all he saw were people gasping for air and falling to the ground in pain. Some rushed towards the door of the control room and tried to force the door open. This scene caused him to jump. He shouted in fear, "Senior officer, the starship!" Boom! A punch landed on his stomach. He fell to the ground in pain. He could no longer continue his sentence. Air Bailey, cut off all images to save power. The officer stood beside the soldier that was lying on the ground and ordered his confidant in a cold voice. "Yes." Air Bailey immediately shut off all the screens. The soldiers in the control room looked at their officer with different expressions. Some had fear in their eyes while others looked lost. Some understood what their officer wanted to do. However, no one dared to say anything. "We need to live. No matter what crimes we have committed, we must live for the sake of the 4,867 soldiers on the Alao ship," the officer said in a cold and vicious tone. A few seconds later, one of the soldiers shouted, "I will follow Captain Auduoer." The other soldiers regained their senses and shouted, "We will follow Captain Auduoer." Captain Auduoer revealed a satisfied smile. He looked at Air Bailey. Air Bailey glanced at the soldier that was lying on the ground in pain. He reminded the Captain Auduoer, "Captain, Luomo was just agitated. He didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive him this time." The captain looked at Luomo and smirked. He waved his hand to ask Air Bailey to bring him away. Air Bailey instantly went up and held Luomo up. He brought Luomo to the restroom which was beside the control room. He sighed and said, "Luomo, this is a lesson for you. Remember to control your temper next time. The captain hates people who screams and shouts." Luomo raised his eyes. They were bloodshot. He begged Air Bailey, "Major Air Bailey, you must save them. Please save them." Air Bailey looked surprised. "Luomo, what happened?" "There is no more oxygen in the starship. It must be the captain. If not, there would not be so much oxygen in the control room." The captain sacrificed his 400 comrades in order to survive. He is a criminal. Air Bailey got a shock. Luomo grabbed his hand. "Major, only you can save them. Stop the captain. Please stop the captain." "But, if the captain survive, you survive too. Are you going to give up this chance to survive?" Luomo was firm. "If my life is built on the death of 400 brother-in-arms, I rather die with them. At least I will not feel remorse." Air Bailey patted Luomo's shoulder in satisfaction. "Luomo, You are indeed a strong warrior of Yagulan. I am proud of you." Luomo shook his head furiously. I am just doing what I." He suddenly grabbed the hand that was strangling him. However, Air Bailey was at the peak of refinement. As a soldier that just advanced to manifestation, he was not Air Bailey's match at all. Luomo got weaker. In the end, he stopped struggling. Air Bailey looked at the dead Luomo and snorted, "I didn't want to kill you, but you seek your own death. Even if I want to, no one in the control room will want to share the oxygen with other people." "Little brat, before you reincarnate, remember that the most important thing is your own life." Air Bailey carried Luomo's corpse and walked to the rubbish processing equipment. He threw Luomo into the equipment. Very soon, after the equipment processed the corpse, Luomo would become rubbish in the galaxy. Air Bailey went back to the control room. The captain looked at him. Air Bailey nodded. They quickly shifted their gaze away. The control room was silent. All the operation soldiers were looking for signs of life around them. They all knew that they elongated their life from half an hour to more than 10 hours. If no starships or cruise ships pass by this area within the next 10 hours, they would still die. 20 minutes passed. A soldier suddenly shouted in excitement, "We received a foreign signal source a moment ago." Everyone in the control room cheered when they heard this news. The captain's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Increase the range and search for the source of the signal. Send out a distress signal every 10 seconds. "Yes, Captain." Everyone started working. "On the Fiang ship, Captain, we received a foreign signal source." One of the surveillance personnel immediately reported to his superior. "I understand. Try to see what it says." His superior gave him a reply quickly. "Yes," the surveillance personnel replied. "Also, don't call me captain, call me leader. Remember that." His superior added on, "They were on a cruise ship now. They shouldn't be using military terms." "Ah, I understand." The personnel was enlightened. He muttered the word leader to himself a few times. He must remember this. He didn't want to get punished when he went back. To make up for his mistake, he worked harder and finally managed to decode the signal. "Leader, it is a distress signal." His leader tensed up and asked hurriedly, "Where is the location?" If no military vessels or cruise ships passed by, the ships in distress rarely got saved. Hence, all the countries came up with a joint declaration that no matter which country they were from, whether they were military vessels or cruise ships, once they received a distress signal in the galaxy, they must save the ship. "I am still searching," the personnel said dejectedly. The signal source was too faint, so he was unable to trace its location quickly. As time went by, the signal got stronger. This meant that the location where the signal was coming from was in front of the cruise ship. The cruise ship didn't need to go off its assigned path. The location is confirmed. The assigned number of the signal is decoded too. It is a starship from Yagulan. This news was passed on to the captain of the Fiang ship. In the captain's room, two people sat opposite each other with a recreation game placed on the coffee table in front of them. It was a game with a long history. Chinese chess. The energetic man who was around 40 years old moved his paw on the chessboard and said, "Let me see where you will move your che." He was the general manager of the Fiang ship. Another 40-year-old man was sitting opposite him. This man looked more fierce. He was the captain of the ship. The general manager saw that the captain was pondering, so he asked casually, "Are we really going to save the Yagulan starship? Do we have a choice?" The human race made a joint declaration on this. If someone found out that we ignored their distress signal, Huaxia will be condemned. If you don't want to save them, no one would know. The general manager shook his head. He had worked with the captain for a long time and knew him well. "Tell me, what plans do you have?" The captain shrugged. "What plans can I have?" He took his xiang off the chessboard and blocked the opponent's pow. The general manager's focus was brought back into the game. He touched his chess piece and thought about something. "You want to fish in troubled waters?" The general manager seemed to understand what the captain wanted to do. He frowned. "The commander wanted us to help the 6 battle teams. If you do this, You are creating trouble for them." The captain smiled. "You are thinking too much. Those 6 battle teams might have to thank me instead. I gave them an opportunity to clear some of the suspects away." He didn't like those unknown factions who take his ship like the backyard of their house. The manager sighed. He knew that he was going to get busy soon. The captain said it as if it was extremely simple. However, he would have to clear up any mess that the captain makes so that everything would go according to plan. Very soon, the Fiang ship found the broken starship and saved the remaining 25 people left in the central control room. When the 25 people from Yagulan boarded the Fiang ship, they broke down and cried. They managed to escape from death. A few of the Yagulan people who knew the truth felt pity towards the 400 soldiers. If they knew that a cruise ship would pass by within half an hour, they would have taken the risk and their brother-in-arms might have survived. "We have sent people to investigate the forsaken military vessel. There is no information on the ship at all. The people from Yagulan are very cautious. They didn't leave behind any information for us to understand them. They destroyed all their documents." The general manager told the captain about the information he just received. However, the soldiers in the 2 starships didn't die from an attack. They died from suffocation. "We suspect that the oxygen pipes had malfunctioned." The captain's hand stopped in midair. "Inform the people guarding them to be careful. If they notice anything amiss, don't catch them, just move away from them." What happened? The captain's order caused an alarm to trigger in the mind of the general manager. The captain gave a bitter smile. "I might have brought unnecessary trouble to everyone on the ship." "Huh?" The general manager was stunned. Their captain was not someone who would regret his actions. "Ask them to investigate the central control room. Was there an abundance of oxygen inside?" The captain reminded him. The general manager quickly contacted his subordinates. After a while, he answered the captain with a dark face. They tried their best to repair the optical supercomputer of the military vessel. Although it is not confirmed, the oxygen in the control room could last for more than 8 hours. One lacked oxygen while the other had ample oxygen. There was definitely something amiss. Very soon, the staff members on the Fiang ship received an order. "Be aware of the people from Yagulan." Ling Lan touched her chin as she thought about this message which Little Four obtained by hacking into the optical supercomputer of the Fiang ship. Before she could arrive at any conclusion, the next message that Little Four sent her cleared her doubts. If it was her, she would send out the warning too. Chapter 622. A hero saves the damsel. Fiang ship continued to fly while they contacted the government of Yagulan. When Yagulan government knew that Fiang ship had saved the Yagulan troopers who managed to stay alive, they were instantly grateful to Fiang ship's staffs. The 2 parties agreed to meet up at Yagulan's planet Mona sector. Yagulan will be sending a military warship to bring the 25 survivors back home. Of course, after doing such a favor to Yagulan, the Fiang ship was given a promise by the government of Yagulan. In the future, Fiang ship would receive protective services from the Yagulan military whenever it flies past the Yagulan sector. It could be predicted that as long as there was no change in the power structure within Yagulan's government, the Fiang ship would be able to move about smoothly within Yagulan's sector. In about 18 more hours, Fiang would be able to arrive to the sector where planet Mona was located. The entire ship seemed very quiet. More than 90% of the passengers and crew members were in deep sleep. Although there wasn't much difference in terms of night and day, everyone still moved about and rested through their habits based on their biological clocks. In between the 3rd and 4th floor, a storage room was temporarily cleared out. Yagulan's 25 survivors were staying in this room. Air Bailey suddenly held onto his stomach. He looked nauseated, with drops of cold sweat running down his forehead. Very quickly, his mouth began to foam and he fell to the floor. The captain's expression instantly changed. He immediately slammed on the door and yelled, "Help! Help!" The door was quickly opened. The 2 staff members who were guarding the door saw the scene inside and instantly turned pale. One of them immediately darted into the room and placed his hand on Air Bailey's neck. "Little he, I'll take him to get medical help immediately." The person that spoke lifted up Air Bailey and walked out of the room. The door was closed once again. After around 3 minutes later, The captain suddenly bent his body with a painful expression on his face. People beside him quickly supported his body and said with panic in their voices, "Captain, what's wrong?" The captain pointed towards the door while he was in agony. Everyone understood and the person closest to the door slammed the door again. The door was opened once again. There was only one staff member now as the other one who took Air Bailey had not returned yet. "Our captain is in trouble. Please help him," the troopers screamed. The staff member suddenly didn't know what to do. "Help me, please," the captain said while in pain. The staff member hesitated for a second then connected to his superiors. "Leader, they have people here consecutively needing emergency medical attention. Elder brother Yao had already taken one person and now only I'm left. What should I do?" "Take the person who needs emergency medical attention to the treatment room first. I will send some people down there immediately." The team leader knew the urgency of the situation and gave an order. "Yes, leader." The staff member motioned to the troopers from Yagulan to hand their captain to him, then he locked the door. The storage room returned to peace and quiet once again. After a while, one trooper was worried and asked, "Do you guys think the captain and that staff officer will be in trouble?" Everyone was silent. After a short while, a voice rang. "They'll be fine," said one trooper whose expression was optimistic but dark. It was as though he sneered with a hint of arrogance. Little he took the captain into the elevator. The treatment room was on the first floor. Right when he got to the second floor and was about to keep going down, little he saw that the door that was originally closed on the second floor was now open. He hesitated for a second. Right when he wanted to go out and take a look, the captain suddenly coughed severely. There was actually a little bit of blood trickling down the side of his lips. Seeing this, little he was becoming more concerned. If something actually happened to this captain, they wouldn't be able to give Yagulan a good excuse. Thus, he stopped himself from wanting to take a look at the second floor and continued to bring the captain down the elevator. On the second floor, Ling Lan and her team were in their room. Ling Lan, who had her eyes closed this entire time, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up silently. Ling Lan's movements surprised everyone else. Qi Long, Zhao Jun and Li Lan all sat up at the same time. Li Yingji and Lin Zonking was only slower by a second. "What's wrong, boss?" Qi Long asked softly. Ling Lan thought for a second and laid back down. "Nothing. Just go to sleep. When we wake up, the show will start." Qi Long and the others looked at each other. None of them knew what Ling Lan was going on about. However, they knew that if Ling Lan didn't want to say it, they wouldn't be able to force it out of her no matter how hard they tried. Thus they all laid back down, but they no longer wanted to sleep. For Ling Lan, although she wasn't out of her room, the situation on the outside was being broadcasted to her by Little Four. It was all within her control. Li Lan glanced at Ling Lan with a thought-provoking expression. He then laid back down and not long after, he actually fell asleep. "You pig." Li Yingji looked down on Li Lan for being in such deep sleep. Qi Long and Zhao Jun both laughed as though they had understood something. Soon, they also relaxed and actually went to sleep. SHT. They actually all fell asleep. Are they not even the least bit curious of what Boss Lan meant by "the show will start"? Li Yingji thought to himself in dismay. "Just go to sleep. Boss said that we'll know when we wake up. That means there's still some time before it happens. Since that's the case, we should use this time to rest up to be able to better handle the situation." Lin Zonking, who was sleeping on the top bunk with Li Yingji on the bottom bunk, yawned and said. After not even 3 seconds, Li Yingji could tell that Lin Zonking had fallen asleep as well. All a bunch of pigs. Li Yingji felt depressed. His head was filled with the show Boss Lan had mentioned. How could he fall asleep? After around 3 hours, Fiang's emergency alarm suddenly rang and instantly woke everyone who were asleep. The 5 of them instantly opened their eyes and sat straight up. "The show has started?" Qi Long said with excitement in his eyes. Li Lan picked up the jacket he had hanging on the side and began putting it on. Zhao Jun jumped down from the top bunk, put on his pants, then finished suiting up. After around 2 to 3 seconds, Everyone had already put on their clothes and looked to be full of energy. Only Li Yingji opened his reddened eyes and looked as though his entire body was going to wither and die. Ling Lan was the slowest. She was getting ready to put on a relaxing jacket. Before she put it on, she glanced at the others coldly. She then pulled out half of her shirt to have it appeared outside of the jacket. Everyone else instantly had a realization and immediately made themselves look as though they scrambled to get dressed. After hearing a sudden alarm, these guys were actually able to make themselves look spiffy in such a short amount of time. It was clear that this was something normal students wouldn't be able to do. Not long after, a person appeared on the screens in all of the passengers' room. I'll give you all 5 minutes. If you people don't gather on the 4th floor ballroom within 5 minutes, Fiang's ship will go bang, becoming space debris in this sector, and you lot will stay here forever just like the ship, Air Bailey said with a huge smile through the screens. At the same time, all the doors of each room were opened. However, many people did not step out. No one knew what awaited them if they left their rooms. At the same time, there weren't any people outside of their rooms forcing them to leave. They of course would not want to leave. Oh my, looks like my words were not taken seriously. What should I do? Air Bailey's expression became frustrated. He suddenly remembered something, then smiled once again. I put a little something on the 2nd floor. Since no one believes me, I'll just let this little something to introduce itself to everyone. Right after, an explosion erupted, causing the entire ship to shake uncontrollably. Thick smoke and fire began to spread through the 2nd floor. All the lights on the 2nd floor instantly stopped working. Fiang's self-protection system had activated. The sprinklers automatically sprayed out water and the backup lights were turned on. Even though it wasn't completely dark, the entire 2nd floor was filled with thick smoke. All the passengers began screaming and yelling. At that moment, Air Bailey's expression suddenly changed again, no longer smiling. That was only to greet everyone. If you lot keep taking your precious time coming out, I won't give you all a second chance. The 2nd floor were mostly regular passengers who were all terrified. Everyone darted out of their rooms in terror and went for the 4th floor. In the control room, Fiang's captain's complexion was pale. He looked at the person sitting in front of him and said, "You people must have gone mad. You actually set up such a terrifying explosive on a cruise ship." The other captain, who was originally supposed to be in the treatment room, shook his head. No, that was only a way to make sure you all listened to our demands. If they had listened to us at the very start, we wouldn't have detonated it. You should know that TNT is really difficult to acquire. I also felt really bad for wasting so much just like that. The expression of the captain of the ship looked grim. He didn't think that these people actually boarded with an explosive weapon used thousands of years ago. As luck would have it, only this type of weapon was impossible to be detected by modern technology. What was more terrifying was that someone was willing to put his life on the line and had something as terrifying as explosives in his luggage disguised as cigarettes and hide it inside the cigarette box. Not only that, these people also actually had an Imperial-level hacker hidden among them. This caused the captain of the ship to have a hole in his plan. The situation was now beyond his control. On the 3rd floor, Senior Colonel Meng Shangyuan saw what was happening and frowned. "Trouble, Captain. What should we do?" His team members saw him frown and all looked towards him. "Let's go to the 4th floor first and make our move once we have the chance." They were part of an intergalactic adventure group. Faced with a situation like this, it would be wrong if they didn't make a move unless they weren't confident and couldn't help but let the situation play out. The 1st Division's Senior Colonel's Iron Curtain battle team wasn't the only one who wanted to make a move. The 13th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Kang Jiayan's startup battle team, also part of the intergalactic adventure group, and the 17th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Wang Anzong's Immortal Battle Team, part of the intergalactic smuggling ring, were also preparing to make a move. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Inside the quarters of the Princess, the 3rd Division Senior Colonel Mu Yun's Whirlwind Battle Team, part of the Princess's Royal Guard, along with the 9th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Qian Jialin's Brave Warriors Battle Team, part of the servants and chamberlains of the princess, had both arrived next to the princess. Prince Gulabaduo calmly looked towards Senior Colonel Mu Yi-un. "Please help me, Mr. Mu." In order to avoid exposing them, Princess Gulabaduo called the two captains by their surnames. Mu Yi-un calmly replied, "We will see how the situation unfolds. If it does not threaten our safety, then I suggest we just watch how it unfolds." Making moves blindly was not an option. Additionally, there were too many unknown powers among them. Mu Yi-un didn't know whether this incident was aimed to the princess. It was never wrong to observe first before making a move. Qiyang Jialin was in agreement with Mu Yi-un's suggestion. Princess Gulabaduo saw that both captains had the same thoughts and understood. She then took everyone towards the fourth floor. The people who had already arrived on the fourth floor were ordered to put their hands behind their heads. Almost no one dared to do anything to resist because of the threat of an explosion. The people on the fourth floor were not limited to Fiang's passengers. A portion of the survivors from Yagulan, who were originally watched by the guards, were also on the fourth floor. Under their captain's orders, they began to watch over these passengers that had gathered up. There were a few who went to check the second and third floor to see if any passengers were trying to escape. As for Fiang's staff members and guards, they were stuck on the first floor. Fiang's mainframe had already fallen under the control of these hijackers. They closed off important passages and tunnels, which made the staff members and guards unable to move up to try and control the situation. This was why Yagulan managed to take control of the ship with only a small number of people. Ling Lan saw this and realized that these survivors from Yagulan were preparing to take them as hostages in order to negotiate with the Fiang's captain. Once the Fiang's captain had given up, the hijackers would then talk about a ransom with Yagulan. In short, Ling Lan and the others needed to keep up their roles as hostages until the very end. If Yagulan was to agree to the hijackers' demands, it would be possible for them to escape. If they didn't agree to their demands, then maybe everyone will become sacrifices for this incident. Ling Lan still decided to watch from the side. The only reason she was so daring was because she could still defuse the situation. Also, she did indeed want to know how many were on Fiang who took an interest in the princess. With a decision in mind, Ling Lan squeezed into her tourist group a bit more and pretended to be terrified. Her behavior made a few mothers in the group had expressions of worry. The mothers moved aside a bit and hid Ling Lan and her team behind them. Some people were softly comforting Ling Lan's group. They were afraid that they were too terrified and would do something impulsive, which in turn could cause something bad to occur. On the bridge of the ship, the captain of Fiang said depressingly, "What do you people want us to do if you made the passengers gather up together?" In order to be sure of his passengers' safety, he had no choice but to agree to their demands. "Cooperate with us. We don't want to go to Yagulan, we need to go to Duokaba." The leader of the hijackers gave his demand. "That's not possible. Duokaba is not on the course of our flight," the captain of Fiang denied immediately. "Then let's see who can keep this up longer," the leader of the hijackers said nonchalantly. The captain of the ship squirmed worriedly and his finger randomly tapped on his table. The leader of the hijackers sneered as he saw that the captain was panicking, as expected of a captain of a cruise ship. These captains that used their family connections to acquire these positions were all useless. On the screen of the ballroom on the fourth floor, Air Bailey was smiling at the crowd of people who had bent down with their hands on their heads. "Very good. I like children who listens. As long as Fiang's captain satisfies our demands, we promise we won't harm any of you one bit." These words made many regular passengers had hope in their eyes, but those from the third floor showed expressions of disdain. Those words could only fool the common folk. No one knew what these crazy terrorists could end up doing. This was also why the people from the third floor were waiting. Otherwise, with their capabilities and power, they wouldn't cooperate with the terrorists. Right at that moment, a bookworm-like young man suddenly raised his head and asked, "Are you guys planning on changing the course of the flight?" Air Bailey looked towards the direction of the hostages in surprise. "Looks like there aren't only just dumb people among you. Fiang won't allow that." The young man shook his head and said, "What do you mean?" Air Bailey asked while smiling. "If they agree, you all will be less likely to live. responded the young man in a calm manner. "We are not that easily killed," said Air Bailey as he shook his head. "We are soldiers." "No, you people are executioners," said the young man with disdain. "In order to acquire power, you lot repressed citizens who opposed you. In what way are you people worthy to be called soldiers?" Air Bailey frowned. His smile had disappeared and what showed was bloodthirstiness and killing intent. "Kid, something shouldn't be said, isn't that right though?" The young man raised his head with pride. "You think controlling Fiang will let you do whatever you want?" Right when Air Bailey wanted to respond, his expression suddenly changed, then the video on the big screen became blurry. "Little Four?" Ling Lan asked Little Four. "It's the Imperial-level hacker making a move," responded Little Four. "Of course, to be able to have an effect this quickly was because I silently helped them." "Do you know who it is?" Ling Lan asked. "I know, it's this person." Little Four took a screenshot of the ballroom and enhanced it for Ling Lan to see. Ling Lan then discovered that the person in question had his eyes closed and those around him were cleverly surrounding him. This cut off everyone's line of sight from seeing him. If Little Four didn't survey the ballroom from every corner possible with 0 blind spots, it was possible that Ling Lan would also be fooled. "A passenger from the 3rd floor. The data indicates that he's called Luo Chengwen. He is the second son-in-law of the Federation's Yun family who owns franchises of various malls." Little Four showed all of the information about them within these past few years. The mountain of papers almost buried Ling Lan at the bottom. "Little Four." Ling Lan glared at him coldly. "All right, only this one is useful." Little Four shuddered and immediately took back the mountain of papers. In the end, he left only one piece and gave it to Ling Lan. "Yun family." This family was a small family in the Federation. They had some power but were not significant. Why would an Imperial-level hacker hide within such a small family? Ling Lan didn't believe the data that said he joined the family because of true love. Who was the young man that was bold and reckless just now? Ling Lan continued to ask. "The Yun family's first generation's 7th son, self-proclaimed, the second Sherlock Holmes, Yun Fiang," replied Little Four. "Could it be that Yun Fiang knows that Luo Chengwen is a hacker?" "He knows. He just doesn't know the real level of the hacker. It's possible that everyone in the Yun family don't know about it too," Little Four said without certainty. After all, the Yun family had just fallen into his sights. While being a hurry, Little Four could only see the data on the surface and did not know anything deeper. "A while back, was the Imperial-level hacker who attempted to take control of Fiang's mainframe him?" Ling Lan asked. "Yes, without a doubt. He's the only Imperial-level hacker on the ship." "I remembered his scent." Little Four sniffed to show that his nose was very sensitive and could not be mistaken. Ling Lan rolled her eyes and instantly smacked Little Four's head. "Remembered his scent?" Little Four actually made himself to a dog? Little Four, put the Yun family under full observation and surveillance, especially this Luo Chengwen. Ling Lan made a decision. No matter what the hacker's intent was, Luo Chengwen and the Yun family had been registered under her list of people to be cautious of. The image on the screen was still blurry. Seeing this, Yun Fiang suddenly shouted, "This a chance, let's go." Many silhouettes suddenly jumped out beside the troopers and instantly struck down the 10 or so troopers down onto the ground. Although Ling Lan had her head down the entire time, she still knew everything that was happening because of Little Four. She knew that 3 disguised groups in the adventure group and the smuggling group had made their moves. Of course, other people acted as well, including the people Ling Lan had discovered earlier along with a few regular passengers who had some capabilities. This was also because the troopers from planet Yagulon were too weak, thus giving these regular passengers the courage to fight. The situation on the 4th floor was temporarily under control, but the real danger hadn't been resolved yet. If the control of Fiang's mainframe was not taken back, they would still be the enemy's playthings. After all, in deep space, if the passengers wanted to survive, they had to rely on Fiang's ship. Everyone stood up. After temporarily been given back their freedom, everyone looked at the large screen, waiting for the final result to appear. Finally, after tossing and turning, the large screen returned to its original state. This time the person that appeared on it was no longer Air Bailey, but a refined middle-aged man smiling towards everyone. Yun Fiang was overjoyed. We've regained control. Right after he finished speaking, everyone instantly jumped and cheered. In the crowd, Ling Lan's expression changed a little and immediately held down Qilong and Zhao Jun, who had slow reactions. At that moment, two people suddenly stood up and two strands of silver light flew out from their hands. The silver light flew towards the princess, who also had an expression of joy and terror at the same time. Yun Fiang also saw this. His expression changed instantly and he jumped toward the silver lights while shouting, "Quick, dodge!" One silver light was blocked by Yun Fiang. He groaned and fell into the crowd. The Yun family's guards panicked and yelled, "Seventh young master!" Ding Muyi tossed out a coin and shot down the silver light. At that moment everyone could clearly see that the strands of silver light were small knives. One of the knives had a coin stuck onto it. "Our seventh young master is wounded. Who's a doctor here?" shouted the guard from the Yun family while everyone still hadn't recovered from the surprise of the knives. The knife had cut through Yun Fiang's right arm. The wound had blood pouring out and instantly bloodied his sleeve. Seeing this, Princess Skulabaduo quickly said, "I have medicine for his wounds here." She immediately ordered her servant to take the medicine over. After all, he was wounded because of her. Princess Skulabaduo was very grateful and didn't want him to be hurt. The medicine was very effective and quickly stopped the bleeding. Yun Fiang's face was pale but comforted the guard beside him. "I'm alright." "If everyone's alright, then that's good enough." The two assassins were already caught by Mu Yi'an's team members. Unfortunately, these two were loyalists. Seeing that they had failed, they didn't hesitate to suicide. There wasn't any hope for Mu Yi'an to acquire any information from them anymore. A hero saving a damsel in distress? Ling Lan frowned. Trying to get on the princess's good side, get close to the princess, or other plans? It really is troublesome, Ling Lan thought to herself. She discovered that it was now impossible to silently guard the princess and complete the mission. Yun Fiang's move made him have the chance to get closer to the princess. However, for someone who Ling Lan did not know whether they were a friend or a foe, to have the opportunity to get close to the princess made Ling Lan worried about the prince's safety. Chapter 623, Destruction. Of course, in the ballroom, the princess area was not the only place that had some activity. Other places had some activities as well. Ling Lan was certain that these activities were the other three battle teams using this opportunity to clean out the people they had confirmed to be a threat. However, this had nothing to do with Ling Lan's group. They were the most common out of all commoners in this incident. However, the three ladies who were a problem were not affected by this incident. It seemed that the behavior of these women and the threat they imposed did not warrant the other battle teams to consider them as actual threats. Not long after, Fiang's guards got to the fourth floor because the control of the ship was taken back by Yun Fiang's uncle-in-law. The guards quickly took control of the situation. Although the second floor had taken some damage, it did not damage the ship too much as it was very sturdy. Inside the captain's quarters, the leader of Hijackers saw his confidant who was on the screen disappeared. He sighed as he put his hands up to show that he was surrendering. He said to the captain, "You win. I didn't think you actually had an Imperial-level hacker here." The captain looked at the leader of the Hijacker with an expression of disbelief. His expression didn't brighten up but instead became gloomier. "Looks like he isn't one yours." The leader of the Hijackers saw through the captain. He laughed bitterly. "You're so lucky." "I'm almost always lucky, but I never depend on luck." The captain responded calmly. The leader of the Hijackers' expression changed. His originally calm mood changed slightly. "You were actually faking it just now?" At that moment, a person appeared on the big screen. He was the operations manager of Fiang. "I thank the Yun family's help in this matter. The control of Fiang has been recovered back. We will immediately clean out the rest of Yagulan's forces. Everyone please cooperate with us and temporarily stay on the fourth floor to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." I didn't think that Fiang would actually have an Imperial hacker on the ship. The leader of the Hijackers saw the person on the screen and realized that he had probably fallen into a trap. "Actually, your trump card was always under our control. It was just that we needed a chaotic environment, so we just played along." The captain revealed the truth. No wonder that we were so lucky that we would be able to hear your staff members talk to each other about how you have proof that I sacrificed 400 soldiers to save my own skin. You forced me to make a move for my freedom. Yagulan's forces leader finally understood why there were only 2 people guarding them. Even when one had left, there wasn't a new staff member that replaced him. In the beginning, he thought this was a cruise ship where all of its safety procedures were incomparable with warships. Now that he thought about it, it was only the captain making it easy for him and his people which gave them the courage to cause a scene. Yagulan's forces leader sneered and laughed. In order to survive, he sacrificed 400 soldiers in cold blood. The captain and his crew, however, did not hesitate to sacrifice their own staff members to create chaos. They didn't even care about the passengers' safety. In reality, these people were just as cold-blooded as him. I didn't think that you would actually be willing to sacrifice 2 of your staff members and the safety of the passengers. Yagulan's forces leader said mockingly. If the captain had turned a blind eye, then he didn't have to walk down this path of no return. Sacrifice. The captain laughed. Those 2 are at the peak of Qijin, aren't people that your little confidant, who has only just reached Qijin, could kill. Since he was certain the enemy was up to no good, why would the captain let his own soldiers to give up their own lives? The 2 people who were responsible for watching Yagulan's forces seemed very easily dismissed, but in reality, they were the strongest physical skills instructors on Fiang. They were experts in assassinations and also knew how to pretend to be dead. If their enemies weren't domain-level experts, once these 2 had their guard up, even experts of similar level wouldn't be able to kill these 2 in one hit. The captain's words finally made the leader's expression changed from his originally calm expression. He didn't think that his plan this time made him a chess piece to be used in someone else's plan and at the same time completing his enemy's plan perfectly. In reality, it was someone else's plan altogether and he himself just performed very poorly. You're more ruthless than me. In order to create chaos, you actually let us set such a terrifying explosive like TNT. I really do regret it. If we really could blow up a few people, I would really want to see your face after the fact. Yagulan's leader bit his lip and said. The captain heard this and raised his eyebrows. Do I need to change the expression on my face? Isn't this incident created by you? We just need you to be responsible. The captain said with confidence. He would just use Yagulan's forces as a shield without suffering any repercussions. The leader from Yagulan finally couldn't control his anger. He howled and pounced towards the captain who was just a few feet away from him. He didn't lose yet. As long as he took down the captain, he still had a chance. Bam! The leader from Yagulan was struck down hard onto the ground. I said it before. You never had any chance, said the captain while looking down at him in disdain. Domain, who the hell are you? The leader from Yagulan discovered that his peak level of Qijin was actually not comparable to the captain. Only domain experts could counter his attack. Why would an average cruise ship have a captain of this level? This didn't make any sense. At that moment, the captain's door was finally opened. The guards who were blocked off outside rushed in. Seeing this, the energy in the captain's hand exploded and instantly wounded his now fainted opponent. Then he stood up and said, "Take him to the heavy surveillance and guard room." "Yes, Captain." The team of guards quickly took away the leader from Yagulan. The captain sat back into his seat and connected to the operations manager. "Is the situation under control?" "Yes, with the Yun family lending a helping hand, we were given a chance to ambush them and was able to take them down in an instant." The operations manager had an expression of worry, who knew that Ayer Bailey was an Imperial-level hacker and didn't give us any chance to make a move. This was also why the staff members had missed the TNT explosives and let the enemy successfully detonate the explosive. Although the captain was very calm and collected when he spoke with the leader from Yagulan, in reality, he knew that for some time the situation was out of their control. It was just that he couldn't let the enemy know the truth in case it weakened their own morale. "What's the situation with the princess?" asked the captain. "The people from the Yun family performed well and possibly drew the princess's attention," said the operation manager with a serious expression. What about the 4-star battle teams from each division? Don't tell me they didn't use this opportunity to make a move." The captain asked again. "They made a move and used the opportunity to capture a few suspicious individuals. They definitely did clear out a whole group. I think Fiang will be quiet for a while," replied the operations manager as he smiled. "Guess they're not stupid." The captain snorted coldly. "You're still mad that the mission for protecting the princess was taken by other divisions?" The operations manager knew the grudge the captain was holding. The Federation clearly knew that we were able to do it, but the commander still wanted to find 6 4-star battle teams. In the end, it was still our plan that gave them the courage to clear out those suspicious individuals. Isn't it shameful for the 4-star battle teams? The captain was very wicked. The operations manager decisively stopped speaking about this topic. His captain had resentment towards the 4-star battle teams. After all, his battle team had been stuck at 3 stars for a whole decade and still didn't have any hopes of advancing. This made the captain lost hope in them and was even green with envy towards 4-star battle teams. The only thing the captain didn't yet was to fight these battle teams to vent out his anger and frustration. After 10 hours, Fiang's side and Yagulan's side finally met up. They handed over Yagulan's survivors and terrorists to Yagulan. Fiang's side also told Yagulan the real information they had discovered about the Yagulan's warship along with the terrorism and hijacking committed by the survivors of Yagulan's warship. Yagulan's side was very apologetic about these series of events and promised that they will give Fiang a satisfactory answer to the incident. Of course, everyone knew this was all just diplomacy. After all, Fiang wasn't Yagulan's cruise ship. Yagulan didn't have the responsibility to protect Fiang. Fiang continued to fly. After clearing out a group of suspicious individuals, the people who had malicious ideas towards the princess obviously lessened by a lot. This also made the 5 battle teams around the princess breathe a sigh of relief. They now began to watch Yun Fiang trying to woo the princess every day. This scene added some delight to their long and arduous journey. One day, Yun Fiang came to the princess' quarters. He carefully examined his attire and posture, then pressed the doorbell. In an instant the door was opened. It was one of the servants. His bulky and manly face showed a hint of impatience. If he didn't have a cleaning tool in his hands, people would definitely mistaken him for a guard and not a janitor. "You again?" The servant looked at Yun Fiang's scrawny and weak body in disdain and didn't welcome him. In the servant's eyes, the princess must marry someone strong. Yun Fiang wasn't even qualified. Yun Fiang was very patient. Even if the servant didn't welcome him, he still had a smile on his face and asked, "Is the princess here?" Before the servant could answer, a pompous voice rang, "Hey, it's the idiot who doesn't know his place and trying for someone way out of his league." The servant didn't welcome Yun Fiang from coming to look for the princess initially. Now that he saw someone else had come, he crossed his arms and watched the two of them coldly. Yun Fiang heard this voice and couldn't help but shout, "SHT, this guy again." The person who spoke was called Marao. He was a rich descendant with a decent background. His father was in the intergalactic reselling business and had some connections. However, compared to elite families like Yun Fiang's family, it wasn't even worth mentioning. He and Marao didn't have any grudges against each other. It was just yesterday in the ballroom. No one was sure whether it was Yun Fiang or Marao who had bad luck. When Yun Fiang walked past Marao, he suddenly twisted his ankle and fell onto Yun Fiang's back. It was obvious that Marao wasn't prepared for a situation like this. When Yun Fiang bumped into him, Marao fell face first onto the ground. When he raised his head, his nose was gushing out blood. He also had some tears run down his face from the pain. Compared to his cocky expression from before, that pitiful look made everyone in the ballroom laugh out loud. He hated Yun Fiang from then onward since he made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Afterwards, as long as the two of them met up with each other, Marao would mock him. Then, after Marao discovered that Yun Fiang wanted to ask the princess out on a date, Marao would try to do everything he can to stop Yun Fiang. Yun Fiang sighed. He turned around and said, "Marao, what do you want?" Marao raised his head and said with pride, Nothing. I just don't like perverts like you. Yun Fiang was very angry. He had already apologized. When would this Marao be satisfied and not watch him so closely? Yun Fiang knew that the princess was a chance for a different life for him. If he actually returned with this beauty, not only would the Yun family be under his control, in the future, whether military or politics, all would go smoothly for him. As long as Balea remained as Huaxia Federation's ally, no one would dare to make it difficult for him, the son-in-law of Balea. Additionally, the princess was very beautiful and indeed made him feel like he was in love. However, he was only in love with what the princess could give him. Any man with a little bit of ambition wouldn't be able to refuse such temptations. Marao was without a doubt someone who was unreasonable. Yun Fiang didn't want to speak to Marao in front of the princess. He could only turn and leave. He was prepared to go back to his uncle-in-law and discuss how to take out this irritating young master Ma. Seeing Yun Fiang leave helplessly, Marao lifted his head up high and snorted coldly. He looked towards the servant at the door. Their eyes met, but only for a moment. The servant then closed the door silently. To him, Marao was a stranger. As the prince's servant, Marao didn't have the status for him to give Marao any good expressions. Marao's mood instantly brightened up after he disrupted Yun Fiang's plan. He whistled as he slowly walked back to his own room. Since an explosion occurred on the second floor, young Master Marao completely rejected the idea of staying on the second floor where he deemed to be very unsafe. His 5 followers helplessly agreed to upgrade with Marao to live on the third floor. That was why Marao could discover Yun Fiang's plan so quickly and take his revenge. Marao and Yun Fiang's quarrel was pretty much known to everyone living on the third floor. After all, the faceplant and bloody nose on the 4th floor was a huge scene. Almost every passenger knew that 2 of them had become enemies after that incident. People were very enthusiastic regarding the quarrel between these 2. The people wanted to know who would win this battle of wits. Intergalactic travel was too boring, so the passengers couldn't help but find interesting things to pass the time. Right after Li Yingji went back to his own room and closed the door, his arrogant and pompous behavior instantly changed. "Boss, can I not do this anymore?" Li Yingji was certain that the incident with him falling face first onto the ground was created by the boss. Otherwise, how could he not be able to dodge Yun Fiang? It was clear that he could easily dodge Yun Fiang, but yet at the most crucial moment, Li Yingji suddenly had no energy and was knocked away flying by Yun Fiang and landed hard on his face. Oh my god, his image as a descendant of the Li family was ruined. When Li Yingji thought about it, he would uncontrollably have tears build up in his eyes. However, he didn't dare to disagree with his scary boss and could only do what he was told to do. Ling Lan was looking through the data of Yun family. When she heard Li Yingji's words, she didn't even raise her head and replied, "No." Seeing Li Yingji's depressed expression, Li Lan smiled and comforted. "The 6 of us can stop him from getting close to the princess, and the only person who would not cause any suspicion to arise is you. Your performance just now was perfect. Keep up the good work." Since they sent him to do the job, they also needed to praise him. And Li Yingji was someone who liked hearing praises the most. Li Lan would of course do something that Li Yingji liked and then have Li Yingji continue to work under Ling Lan. Li Yingji's thoughts were very simple. Although Li Lan hadn't known him for a very long time and was able to grasp what Li Yingji liked and didn't like by 70% to 80%, even though Li Yingji behaved as though he didn't care about Li Lan's praises, the smile that was becoming larger and larger clearly showed the level of joy he felt. Li Yingji looked at Ling Lan. Li Lan's compliment meant nothing. Boss Lan's praise was more important. Ling Lan felt Li Yingji's burning desire and looked up. Ugh! This expression of looking for comfort and praise made Ling Lan's lips twitch. "Li Yingji, what happened to your cockiness and pride?" "Of course." Ling Lan finally gave in to Li Yingji's puppy eyes that asking for affection and spoke these words. Then Ling Lan saw a long tail come out from behind Li Yingji and it began to wag crazily. It was possible that she had read too much of the information Little Four had provided to her. Her eyes were becoming blurry. Ling Lan calmly stopped reading and gave herself a reason for doing so. After flying for 2 days, Fiang finally left Yagulan and arrived at a somewhat more peaceful country, Odin Country. In Odin Country, Fiang will be stopping in Planet Cookie. The scenery on Planet Cookie was very nice and was a first-class planet for humans. However, these weren't the reasons why Planet Cookie was known throughout the galaxies. The only reason Planet Cookie was very well known among the world of the humans was because it had one of the 4 natural phenomenons, a planet with rainbow rain. Anyone who wanted to see the rainbow rain would have to travel to Planet Cookie to see it. Compared to other natural phenomenons that can be seen on multiple planets, the rainbow rain was one of a kind and was something humans pursued. During the times of the year when the rainbow rain was abundant, Planet Cookie would have thousands of tourists visit, and the only reason Fiang's ship came to Planet Cookie was to let the passengers see the amazing rainbow rain. Princess Skulabaduo was also very interested in the rainbow rain. She had yet to have a chance to see, even if she knew that going outside would be very dangerous. It still wouldn't stop her from have such thoughts. Thus all the battle teams began to move about to make sure of the princess's safety in the time that they stop at Planet Cookie. Compared to the other 3 battle teams who needed to find reasons to go outside, Ling Lan's didn't have such difficulties. After all, they were tourists who traveled this far for the first time and would of course not miss out on a tour scenery like the rainbow rain. At dawn, Ling Lan's group stood back to back and met up with the rest of the tour group from Shunfeng Tour Group. However, after arriving at Planet Cookie, the 6 of them requested for free time. Tour guide Zhu repeatedly reminded them about the time they were gathering. After Ling Lan's group nodded and promised their return, the 6 of them finally left the large group. The 6 of them quickly arrived to the lookout point the princess had booked beforehand. The lookout point was actually a penthouse garden in a 5-story building. The princess could sit in the garden. Most importantly, she would not be bothered by anyone and could fully enjoy the beauty of the rainbow rain. Of course, Ling Lan's group was not as lucky as the princess. The place Ling Lan and the others had booked was south of the princess' penthouse by 1 kilometer. A 6-story building. The penthouse didn't have a luxurious garden but only a flat concrete roof. After they reached the top, they would have to check and guard this direction in order to make sure there weren't any threat to the princess while they watched the rainbow rain. The other 3 battle teams were responsible for the other 3 directions. Their distance from the princess was around the same as Ling Lan's group. They were all in buildings that were as tall or a bit taller than the one the princess had booked. Chapter 624, An Attack. The lookout point wasn't very high, the scenery wasn't the most beautiful and the view wasn't the best. However, for the princess' protection, Mu Yun in the end chose a lower-story building to make it more convenient for him and the other 4 battle teams to hide around the location. The natural beauty of nature was indeed necessary to watch, but safety was also a factor that needed to be taken into consideration. Qilong and the others were like tourists, walking around here and there as if they didn't know where they were going. When they arrived to the location Little 4 had chosen for them, Ling Lan discovered that it was actually a half-abandoned factory. The new factory was moved to another location. The old location became a temporary warehouse and only had an old security guard at the front. Ling Lan observed it for a while. The buildings around here were old and short. This location was where a city was located a few centuries ago. There weren't many people living in the area and it can even be said that it was somewhat desolate. It wasn't even comparable to the site they encountered on the way to this location where there were skyscrapers in the new city. That location was full of life with roads that were filled with people. This old area was about to be demolished and rebuilt. Many inhabitants had already moved into the new city. The ones who remained were seniors who couldn't leave their homes in such a short period of time. This was one of the reasons why the old area seemed like a desolate wasteland. However, the lack of people had its advantages. If there were actually people preparing to attack the princess, they wouldn't have crowds of people to hide in. If these people made a move, they would immediately be discovered. After confirming that this half-abandoned factory didn't have any surveillance cameras, Ling Lan led her teammates past the site of the old guard and darted into the factory. Afterwards, They chose the tallest office building within the factory and climbed up to the roof. There was a terrace on the roof. They then opened up their backpacks to take out some pipe-like materials. After some clanking and clunking sounds, the 6 of them were finished assembling their own firearms. Ling Lan put together a long-range sniper rifle with a range of 1,500 meters. "Boss, do you think that those people will make a move this time?" Li Yingji asked as he finished assembling his weapon. Ling Lan lifted her sniper rifle and pointed it towards a far distance away to finalize calibrations. Hearing Li Yingji's question, she replied, "They will. This a good chance for those who want to assassinate the princess. They will definitely not miss this chance." "Will they be coming to our side?" Li Yingji asked again. "Who knows? They could come from any 4 of the directions. We just need to be responsible for our side." After calibrating her weapon, the sniper rifle had reached the peak of its performance. Ling Lan put the sniper rifle on the side. Lin Zongqing, who had also finished assembling his weapon, saw Ling Lan's action and immediately took out a high magnification scope from his backpack and gave it to Ling Lan. Ling Lan used it to look at the surrounding areas and tossed it back to Lin Zongqing. In reality, with little force surveying the area, Ling Lan didn't need a scope. The entire area of the old city was within her mind space. Not long after, the princess and her group had arrived to the lookout point they had chosen. Ling Lan also saw that the other 3 battle teams had also reached the other 3 locations. Ling Lan and her group sat on the roof silently. After 10 minutes or so, the sky that was originally clear as far as the eye could see, suddenly had countless red clouds form. In an instant, the blue sky was dyed blood red. Crash! Thunder rumbled in the sky. The lightning was in different colors such as purple, red, blue and even white. These different colored flashes of light shot down from the sky. Under the cover of the red clouds, it actually felt ominous, as though the lightning was alive. It was as though it wanted to be embraced by the people who watched it from the ground. While terrifying, it simultaneously made people drunk with its odd beauty. Ling Lan and her group all had sturdy mentalities. Even though lightning shot down beside them one after another, the 6 of them didn't move an inch. It was as though they were 6 lifeless statues. If people thought that one of the 4 natural wonders of the world was just a light show, then they would be wrong. When the colorful rain dropped from the red clouds, under the sunlight, the colors of the rainbow lit up the sky. Ling Lan actually felt as if she was in a fantasy world. It was like a dream, beautiful enough to make a person never forget it in their lifetime. Although the rainbow rain was beautiful, it was still just water. Ling Lan opened her palm and caught the rainbow-colored raindrops. It was sparkling and transparent, just like a rainbow-colored gem that was filled with life as it rolled around Ling Lan's palm. "Boss, it's so beautiful," Little Four said, dumbfounded as he was also in awe from this dream-like scene. Ling Lan looked at the raindrops on her palm. Suddenly she tilted her hand and the rainbow-colored raindrops trickled down her palm and fell to the ground. The raindrops shattered and splashed up some rainbow-colored drops from the ground, releasing its final radiance. Ling Lan released her aura. Her clothes that were originally soaked by the rainbow-colored rain instantly became dry and could no longer be soaked. Anyone could see that there was a layer of shapeless aura around Ling Lan's body. The rainbow rain couldn't even touch her body. What's the point of it being beautiful? These droplets would in the end return to their source. The so-called rainbow colors were only clothes given to them by nature. They are still transparent by themselves, Ling Lan said indifferently. Ling Lan had already seen through that it wasn't the rainbow-colored rain that had different colors, but it was a combination of different elements in nature. These combination coincidentally made the raindrops in this place into a fantasy-like scenery. In reality, it was the eyes of humans that were fooling themselves. Ling Lan's words made the others all stop and thought deeply. They did the same as Ling Lan. When the raindrops fell on them, the others all released their aura and separated their bodies from the rainbow rain. The 6 of them seemed as though they were sitting in the rain, but in reality, the rain did not touch them and did not get wet. Right at that moment, Ling Lan's expression suddenly changed. There's movement. She was the first to set up her sniper rifle and pointed it towards one direction. The other 5 dashed to their positions in an instant. They all picked up their weapons and pointed them towards the direction where the movement was detected. Unknown attackers have appeared in all 4 directions. Lin King used a high magnification scope and told everyone what he was seeing. Their uniforms and weapons are similar. Pretty sure the attackers are from the same group. There's around 20 or so people from each direction. There's 1,2.20,21.24 at our location. Lin King counted all of the people and frowned. He didn't think that there would actually be so many attackers at their location. Prepare for battle. Ling Lan held the beam gun in her hand and ordered coldly as she watched the attackers get into her attack range. Roger, Captain. The others also aimed at the attackers and silently waited for them to get into their attack range. 12 o'clock. The location parallel to us. Startup battle team has begun firing. Lin King, who was responsible for looking out for any changes in the situation, said immediately, "They've scattered." The 24 individuals that were approaching Ling Lan's groups suddenly scattered and some of them moved to a few blind spots. Startup battle team's attack exposed the fact that the princess is surrounded by a defensive perimeter. This made the attackers realize and know about the defenses. Ling Lan didn't feel that it was a surprise. If the enemy didn't react, it would be considered odd. It had to be said that the defensive position Little 4 had chosen was perfect. Even if the enemy seemed as though they had hid in a blind spot, Ling Lan could still see them. It meant that the spots that the enemies deemed to be blind spots were actually not blind spots. Ling Lan could still find a chance to snipe them. Finally, the enemy entered within the range of the sniper rifle. Ling Lan decisive ordered, "Fire!" 6 bullets of the Reaper shot out from the 6 barrels. 6 people silently fell to the ground. The people around them were all horrified. However, the death of these 6 let other people know that there were enemies around this location. The moment Ling Lan's group began to shoot, the Iron Curtain and Immortals battle teams, who were responsible for the other 2 sides, began firing as well. This action made the enemies understand that there were multiple groups protecting the princess and not just her royal guards. In an office building 3 kilometers away from the princess, a few people were standing in front of a window. One of them was very young, around 25 or 26 years old. The others were all middle-aged. The young man took out his binoculars and observed the distance. Then he put it down and said, "We have acquired most of their information." He tossed the high magnification binocular to his assistant and walked back to the front of a long table. The long table was actually a screen. This screen showed a bird's eye view of the 3-dimensional model of the old city area. He pointed at the locations where battles had begun. Here, here, here and here. All of their defensive forces. If we want to get close to the princess, we will have to get past their defensive line. "Did you get a good look at their defenses?" asked one of the middle-aged men. The young man replied, "They're probably people disguised as passengers of Fiang. Only this way, they would have been able to set up a defense perimeter at this location." The middle-aged man was very satisfied with the young man's answer. He nodded and continued, "Did you get any information on their identity?" The young man pointed to locations on the table. The images of the 1st Division's Meng Shengyuan, Senior Colonel Meng's Iron Curtain 6-man battle team, Intergalactic Adventure Group, 13th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Kang Jiayan's Startup 6-man battle team, Intergalactic Adventure Group, and the 17th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Wang Anzong's Immortals 6-man battle team, Intergalactic Smuggling Group. After sending our forces in several times and in addition the information our hackers have gathered, these people are probably here to protect the princess. Whether they are actually adventurers taking a mission or have other identities, that is unclear, replied the young man confidently. "Right, there's also this." The young man touched the screen once again and the image of Yun Fiang appeared. "It's possible that the Yun family is also one of the groups protecting the princess. In that case, how do you propose we complete this mission? Our client is already pressing us and wants us to give them good news by today. Another middle-aged man suddenly interjected. Our forces on planet Kiki are only suitable for finding a weak point and exploiting it. I believe we should keep these 3 points busy and make them unable to move from their locations. Then we gather all of our forces to concentrate our attack in one spot. The young man told everyone the plan he was thinking. His words made all of the middle-aged individuals nod in agreement, with their expressions all showing a hint of admiration. The young man smirked. After he finished this assignment, the position of Huaxia's youngest CEO was undoubtedly going to be his. The young man decisively pressed down on a single point on the table, then ordered, "Begin the assault." The point he pointed at was the location they were preparing to attack. When Ling Lan finished off a second person, Ling Lan put away her sniper rifle and sat there silently while watching the situation unfold below her. It should be known that the 5 people Ling Lan had brought were all merciless people. Not even 1 minute had passed. They had already taken out 10 people, including the 2 people Ling Lan had taken down. The opponents instantly had their force decreased by half. Ling Lan believed that even if she didn't do anything, her team members would have been able to easily take out all 24 people. In that case, why would she waste her energy? Of course Ling Lan wouldn't admit that snipping like this didn't pose a challenge to her, and she only stopped because she lost interest in it. Not long after, the 12 that were left over were all taken out by Ling Lan's team members. Ling Lan and the others of course didn't think that the situation was over, because the first group of people were only responsible for scouting them out and were just cannon fodder. The real battle was coming up. The opponent had already scouted them out, more or less would immediately send out stronger forces towards them. They had arrived. The 6 of them, who were already prepared, their eyes twitched a bit. In their lines of sight, countless of silhouettes appeared. Compared to the previous opponents who were trembling with fear, this group of individuals were quite agile. In a short amount of time, Ling Lan and the others couldn't find a chance to perform a one-hit kill on these people. Ling Lan's sniper rifle was already locked onto one of the silhouettes. The opponent's movements were relaxed as though he was on a walk. However, the rhythm of his footsteps made Ling Lan understand that this person was indeed an expert in physical skills. Ling Lan calmly watched that person. She still believed that as long as he was human, no matter how strong, there would always be a chance for him to make a mistake. Surprisingly, the chance came to Ling Lan faster than she had originally thought. Ling Lan didn't hesitate and pulled on the trigger. In that instant, it seemed as though that person felt the shot and looked towards her direction. Bang! Ling Lan's shot had missed. No, she didn't miss, but rather it was the person who was standing at the previous location suddenly disappeared. Ling Lan's eyes were like radars, scanning the area. She wanted to find the location the person had hidden towards. However, she discovered that she couldn't find the opponent's location. It was as though he had vanished. Not good. Ling Lan's warning alarms in her head were ringing crazily. She immediately put down her sniper rifle and jumped down the roof. As she jumped down, in the next second, Ling Lan had completely disappeared. Around 700 to 800 meters from the roof, a bang was heard. Then 2 shadows appeared out of thin air and were immediately knocked apart from each other. After backing up by 3 steps, Ling Lan stopped her body. She looked coldly in front of her. A middle-aged man also took a few steps back as well. The surprise and fear on his face didn't disappear yet. It seemed that he was surprised by Ling Lan's age and capabilities. Domain? That person showed a hint of anxiousness, but quickly became steady. Ling Lan didn't answer, instantly pounced towards him and gave him another heavy punch. "Come on!" shouted the middle-aged. He clenched his right hand to meet Ling Lan's attack with his fist. Bang! The 2 of them created a shock wave and instantly created a vacuum of space where the rainbow rain was blown away. The strong Qi-Jin force pushed the 2 of them backwards once again. This time, having prepared beforehand, the 2 of them only took a short step backwards and managed to disperse the energy from the shockwave on their bodies. Chapter 625, Ice Blockade Domain. At this moment, the middle-aged man was certain that this young man had reached the domain realm. He remembered that there was no record of a young powerful domain realm master within the Federation. The middle-aged man was surprised. Did he just look young? But in actual fact, He was old. Ling Lan appeared nonchalant. However, in her heart, she was filled with excitement ever since she had entered the domain realm. Besides the time when she fought with the commander of the special forces, this was the first time she met an opponent who was in the same realm as her. Ling Lan felt pressured, but she was not scared. Instead, she was filled with fighting spirit. Rainbow rain continued to pour down. The rainbow rain of Planet Cookie would only stop after a few hours. Ling Lan and her opponent were not affected by the rain. They activated their protective shield, which shielded them from the rain. Almost at the same moment, the two people moved and struck a blow at each other. Both of them used their domain power. Fights between domain realm masters usually ended with a single exchange. The one who won would always be the person with a higher level. When the two forces collided, the energy generated caused the rainbow rain around them to fly back. A strange scene was formed as the rainbow rain droplets moved back upwards into the sky. The first batch of people to notice this huge commotion was Ling Lan and the rest of Ling Lan's friends who were chasing other small fries. "It's boss," Qi Long said while not forgetting to pull his trigger to snipe an enemy that was trying to sneak over. This kind of impact cannot be caused by a person with Qi Jin level strength. Has our boss reached the domain realm? Zhao Jun's eyes lit up. He always wanted to reach the domain realm. However, it was not something that could be done with only hard work. He had been stuck at the peak of Qi Jin for a few years now and still hadn't comprehended the essence of advancing to the domain realm. No wonder so many people were stuck at Qi Jin. Only the elite of the elite would be able to become a domain realm master, and only the peak of that limited pool of people would be called a formidable warrior. Ling Lan glanced at Ling Lan's direction and then retracted his gaze. He continued focusing on his front indifferently. However, from his tense fingers, you could tell that he was not as calm as he seemed. He looked at the bunch of enemies that suddenly appeared in front of them. He reminded them with a cold and serious voice, "The enemy has increased their efforts. Everyone take note." Ling Lan immediately understood what had happened when he saw the countless of silhouettes. Their opponent must have chosen them as the point of breakthrough. To ensure their safety, Ling Lan went out and proactively sought a fight from their opponent's domain realm formidable warrior. That way, they would not need to face this strong opponent. Ling Lan's reminder caused the other four people to become serious. They focused their attention back onto their enemies and continued sniping them. The rainbow rain was beautiful, but it was difficult to spot enemies hidden in various corners through the rainbow rain. This required much attention and focus from the five people. They couldn't be distracted. Of the 4 defense points, Ling Lan's area had the most pressure. The rest of the points only had around 60 enemies, while there were around 200 enemies at Ling Lan's defense point. Ling Lan was unlucky that the young man chose to focus his attack on this point. According to the information that we received, Sky rank number 37 has been intercepted. The young man was shocked when he got this news from his subordinate. He was confident about this mission because Sky rank number 37 accepted this mission. It was unexpected. Assassins who could get into the Sky rank were all domain realm formidable warriors. Besides S-level missions, they would normally not accept any other missions. Killing Princess Gulabaduo was classified as an A+ mission. If it wasn't for the fact that the protection around the princess might be strong and Qi Jin masters might appear, this mission would not be so highly ranked. The only good thing about this mission was that the rewards were extremely good. It was only slightly lesser than an S-level mission. This might be why Sky rank number 37 decided to take on this mission. He might have felt that an A+ mission would be much easier than an S-level mission. Many people like to do some easy and highly rewarding missions to increase their earnings, as they could also take it as a break. The arrival of someone from the Sky rank increased the young man's confidence. No matter how many Qi Jin masters there were, they wouldn't be able to subdue a domain realm master. Qi Jin and domain were only 1 rank apart, but the difference between them was huge. That was why the people who were below the domain realm were known as nobodies. The young man believed that as long as number 37 was here, this mission would be as easy as taking a walk in the park. That was why he came to personally direct this mission. By right, high-ranking officers like them would not appear in the front line. However, unexpectedly, Number 37 was intercepted the moment he was sent out. This meant that there was a hidden domain realm formidable warrior beside Princess Gulabaduo. I didn't expect the Balaya Kingdom to place so much importance in their third successor. The young muttered to himself. He thought that the princess would be forsaken by her kingdom as there were two other princes ahead of her. He had researched before this mission started and found out that Balaya Kingdom didn't send any bodyguards to protect the princess. They only asked the princess to disguise herself as a normal passenger and board the Fiang ship. With the princess' capabilities, she could at most hire 2 expedition teams to protect her. However, they planned their attack based on an overestimation. They were wrong. The Balaya Kingdom didn't give up on the princess. They even sent a domain realm master to protect her. What happened? A few middle-aged men who were waiting for news. When they saw the change in expression on the young man's face, one of them immediately asked him. The young turned and said with a serious tone, "We predicted the difficulty of this mission wrongly. There is a domain realm master within our opponent team." The other men were stunned too. One of them jumped up in shock. "We must immediately change the level of this mission to S level." The young nodded. "I will." He thought for a while before deciding to speak the truth. Sky rank number 37 has met the opponent. He had been hiding the fact that number 37 took part in this mission. The other people were elated when they heard what he said. They felt relaxed. Since they had a domain realm master on their side, the situation was much better. It was still within their control. The young man didn't feel at ease. He looked out of the window with a cold face. The rainbow rain was pouring heavily as he waved at his assistant. The assistant passed him a pair of binoculars immediately. The young man looked at number 37's direction through the binoculars. When Ling Lan's power collided with that of her opponent's, she immediately felt hot air coming from the other side. Fire-type energy? Ling Lan's poker face changed slightly. Her ice-type energy was considered part of the water type. Fire and water were natural enemies, as compared to the powerful fire-type energy. Water-type energy was weaker. Her opponent had an elemental advantage over her. As this thought flashed past her mind, her opponent's fire-type energy congregated into a fire dragon and rushed towards her mercilessly. Before she could react, it had engulfed her. Boom! The fire dragon that swallowed Ling Lan exploded. If someone with sharp eyes were watching her, he or she would have seen a few broken shards of ice coming out from the fire dragon. Those pieces of broken ice fell onto the ground with the rainbow rain, merging with it. The flames that got separated, congregated together again and formed a figure. It was the domain realm warrior. He looked around him. Although his attack seemed to have hit his opponent just now, it didn't cause any harm. That blow was met with a huge resistance force. It almost rebounded my attack, but since my force was greater, it went through the resistance. If not, the ending might be different. This kind of ability is similar to a protective shield. However, what is his domain element? The middle-aged domain realm warrior frowned. He didn't manage to find out about his opponent's element just now. That was not good for him. After the explosion, broken shards of glass appeared. However, there was no coldness in it, so it is not ice element. Is he a mutated earth-type master? If that is the case, I must be careful of the ground. The middle-aged domain warrior was clear about the elements and the things they could merge with. Earth-type energy would never merge with water, as compared to Earth-type. He was more frightened that his opponent would be an ice-type because that would mean that he could be attacked 360 degrees all around. Once he reached his conclusion, he stared at the ground intently. If his opponent was really someone who had the earth element, the only way he could be attacked would be from the ground. The middle-aged domain warrior was on his guard. A few minutes had passed. At this moment, he shivered. An impending sense of danger crept up from the depths of his heart. He never experienced this feeling before. Without a second thought, he changed into a ball of fire. Suddenly, he felt his body was restricted in midair. What was happening? He didn't see anything coming out from the ground. He knew that he was in a dire state. Hence, he released his domain realm. The area around him turned into a sea of fire. When the rainbow raindrops fell on the flame, they turned into steam and disappeared. Number 37 has activated his full domain power. He must have met a powerful opponent. The young man turned even more serious when he saw the flames 3 kilometers away. Number 37 was a fire-type warrior. He was within the top 5 in terms of attacking power. He was the number 37 in terms of overall rank because his attacks were too inflexible and his defense was weaker than the rest of the warriors. However, when met with other domain warriors that were not on the sky rank, the young man was still confident about number 37's ability. He felt that he could have an even fight with someone that was in the peak of domain realm that wasn't listed in the sky rank. Yet, he was in a tense battle with the bodyguard of Princess Gulabaduo. The young man felt that he had underestimated domain realm warriors that weren't listed in the sky rank. Did you notice what element the other party has? The middle-aged men looked through their binoculars too. They didn't look at ease anymore. They were not domain masters, but from their experience, they could tell that number 37 was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, they couldn't see what element their opponent had. Only number 37's energy could be felt. The young man smiled bitterly. No, the young man felt that he had an abundance of information, but yet, he couldn't find any data on number 37's opponent. He memorized everyone on the domain master's list, but no one fitted the description. He felt helpless. The middle-aged men didn't blame him. They were unable to figure out the identity of the opponent too. One of them concealed the young man. The other party must be an old fox. That is why he could cover up his energy and element perfectly. The distance between us is too far, so it is normal that we can't see some details. Maybe number 37 knows who he is. We just need to wait patiently. The young man nodded. Everyone thought that even if number 37 was not his opponent's match, he would still be able to escape. They would be able to find out the identity of the opponent after he came back. When the middle-aged domain warrior activated his true domain power, he finally escaped from the restriction. Before he could relax, coldness started spreading throughout his body. It was so cold that his bones seemed to hurt. His entire body fell down from midair with the sea of fire surrounding his body dimming. The rainbow rain extinguished the remaining flame. Every time a flame died, the middle-aged man felt colder. The middle-aged man tried to move his fire-type energy around his body to dissipate the cold. That was when he realized that ice shards had appeared in his bloodstream. Those ice shards caused his energy to fall apart. Your element is not earth but ice. I was fooled by you. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he said that. He tried to get the ice shards out of his bloodstream. In the process of doing so, he burnt his own arteries. However, it was a price he was willing to pay. He could heal any internal injuries, but if his body was overtaken by an element, he would die. He knew what was more important. As the middle-aged man finished talking, he saw a faint figure appearing in the air. You are powerful. I lost. I just want to know how you remove the coldness from your ice element. The middle-aged man was not furious as he chatted with his opponent calmly. If he just had a little bit more time, he would be able to get the ice shards out of his bloodstream. At that time, he would launch a surprise counterattack. He would not make the same mistake again and let his opponent plant ice shards in his bloodstream ever again. However, Ling Lan didn't give him any chance. She said coldly, "Ice blockade." Then, she destroyed all of her opponent's hope. The spot where Ling Lan was standing at turned into an ice world. Even the rainbow rain droplets turned into rainbow ice. How? The middle-aged man looked at her in fear. Before he could finish his sentence, the ice shards in his body exploded. He turned into an ice statue. He died unwillingly. If he had one more second, he would be able to change the tides. Ling Lan walked over slowly. She said in a low voice, whether it is in reality or on the television, the reason why people managed to counterattack was because their opponent talked too much. Do you think I will make such a low-level mistake? She snapped her fingers. The ice world exploded. Broken pieces of ice merged with the rain. In an instant, the ice world disappeared. The rainbow rain continued pouring down. It seemed as though what had happened just now was just an illusion. Ding, a crystal-clear bead dropped on the ground. Ling Lan was surprised. Her ice blockade was able to turn anything into ice. Once it exploded, all ice would break into pieces and disappeared. This bead must be a treasure of some sort.